Good morning, bonjour, wherever you are. Hello, hello. We are live. Credit goes to Court TV. Let me see here. I think it's Mola. I am on location. Can y'all hear me okay? Please let me know you can hear me. Good morning. Bonjour. I am in my car. I just ran to my car to get this to be live. I've done driven an hour and a half this morning. Thank you. Today is day 4 of Leilani trial. I guess Daniel will continue to testify. It's 34 there, boo. It's 42 here. It's 42 here. It's freaking cold, man. Those cameras are out there. Oh, Tina. I set my laptop in the back and it continues to stream for you guys. And so it's good. My mother-in-law, she's at the cancer center, just getting her test done for her yearly test right now, her scan. So it's good. Yeah, boo. I think he loved those babies. The babysitter said he did good with the kids. Copper Girl, are you in Alabama? I might be in Alabama next week. It's only 50 here in Myrtle Beach. That's cold for Myrtle. I've been everywhere, though. Good morning, Justin from cold Oklahoma. It's 42. It's 42 here with the high of 75. It's the season. This year, it's not. It's a La Nina. La Nina, not an El Nino, I think it is. Which means it's supposed to be, I think, warmer. Maybe, Mary. I'm supposed to get some photos hopefully today or tomorrow. Okay. See a little activity in the room here. I'll know today or tomorrow. I have no idea yet, Boo. I honestly don't. I have no idea. But if I decide today or tomorrow, get Lockhart, it means good to see you. Oh, Vancouver. It's my favorite city, Chopper. I love Vancouver. So jealous.
Chatham County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Tammy Stokes presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Order in the judge room.
Okay,
Order in the judge
bring
room.
out Ms. Simon.
I don't know, but to me, it would be a hard job to sit in court all day. Of course, Heidi. She's so pretty, Rhonda.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Simon.
Wonder what the devil is wearing today.
Okay. We're on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and seated with them is Detective Marion Lemons. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. Turning to the state, is the state ready to proceed?
State is ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Defense is ready, Judge.
Where we left off, the state had concluded its direct examination of Daniel Youngkin. And Mr. Hilliard, you were going to begin with the cross-examination of Daniel Youngkin.
I am, Judge, and I think I've got the technical issues worked out, but we'll have to wait and see. Technology is not my friend.
All right. Are you ready to proceed with cross-examination? All right. Please call Daniel Youngkin. Or recall Daniel Youngkin. Well, before we bring Mr. Youngkin in, let's call in the jury. I always leave off the very important people here. So let's call in the jury.
You don't do that very often.
Thank you, Mr. Purse.
All rise for the jury.
Order in the judge room. Order in the judge room. Order in the judge room.
Order in the judge room. She said recall Daniel. She just looks like she was going to sleep the last few days while those pictures were going by. Gypsy doll, she really does. Good morning, Jennifer. Morning, Roni. Yes, Rhonda. Jen. Jen. It's me, Jen.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat.
Good morning.
All right. And thank you so much for being here all together and ready to go and on time. I just want to confirm that you are able to comply with the court's instructions. Okay, no one did any research or discuss the case with anyone? All right. Did any of you view any media? Okay, looks like everybody has responded in the appropriate way. Thank you very much. I'm going to now turn to Mr. Hilliard.
Good morning, Sally, Jennifer.
Mr. Youngkin.
Please call Mr. Youngkin.
Thank you. It's me, Jen. If you received that membership, thank our sweet Jen. Good morning, Chris, Tina, Canadian, Donna, Hey Jude, Hope Floats. Oh, is it time for break already? I'm just kidding.
And Mr. Youngkin, just to be clear, you do understand that you are under oath. You were sworn in yesterday. You
Morning,
remain under
Angel.
oath at this time for cross-examination.
Heidi, Roller Girl, Tax Lady,
Mr. Hilliard.
Since yesterday,
Mary, CB,
No.
ICU, Ricky,
I'm going to approach.
Getting Better, Rhonda Michelle.
Look at it real quick. You could just briefly state what that is.
The layout of the house
Okay.
on Buckhalter Road.
And if you would, just explain
I
to
might-
the jury
Talk on that, Michelle.
where the front door is that the
Run, I
room that y'all
grabbed
lived in and slept in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you would, how to explain where the front door is? We've seen pictures. Give me 1 second. I might can give you a better.
Drew, Melissa, Bridget, Sam, Karen, Chemistry, Shannon, Roller, Tiffany, Kelly, Bam Bam, Chris, Karen, CB, Superman's Angel of Light, Tugs, Georgia.
I'm going to show you, it's already been tendered and admitted to State's
Otherwise-
Exhibit number 10. And picture 26 of State's Exhibit number 10. Is that the front door of 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
And is this, as you enter the doorway, a picture of the sofa to the left?
Yes, sir.
And the picture to the right is kind of over in the corner. It's the race car. That's where Zane slept.
Yes, sir.
And this is. And that's the crib that Quinton slept in, correct?
Yes, sir. The playpen.
And that's the pictures of inside the crib, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go all the way back here. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to understand the back part of the room. If I can get to it. The back part of the room, as you walk in the door and look all the way to the back, is where the bed was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have to walk past the bed in order to walk in and out the back door, the dining room. Let me rephrase that. Is this about where the bed's at in the back part of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is where you have to walk through to get out through the dining room and the living room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the night of October 5th, were you sleeping in that bed?
Yes, sir.
And was Miss Simon sleeping in that bed with you?
At some point.
At some point. Okay. So, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth. The bed, in order to walk in and out the back dining room or living room door, you have to walk right by that bed, correct?
Yes, sir. You have to walk by it.
And it's in the back part of the room away from the children, correct?
Yes, sir. Towards the
Thank you,
window in the
hopefully
corner.
it's 4 months.
And you say that's where you were sleeping, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't upstairs, it wasn't a different bedroom, it wasn't anything like that.
Oh, thank you, Holly.
So,
Thank you, Holly. That's so sweet.
what time did
Appreciate
you wake up on the morning of October 5th?
Love you. Thank you, Hope Floats.
I
Thank
was
you,
leaving
Amy,
around right before I sent the text message to Miss
for
Michelle.
gifting pearl necklaces if you received them.
And that was,
Say
and I'm
thank
not trying
you.
to
I'm
put
trying
Five.
not to too much.
18.
so 5:15, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you texted Miss Michelle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you woke up and texted Miss Michelle, I assume you then left to go to work, correct?
I got ready and left. Yes, sir.
And did you, what did you drive on the way to work?
The Dodge Journey.
And I'm going to show you some pictures. Mark the State's Exhibit 11. If you would look through State's Exhibit 11. Is that the Dodge Journey that you drove?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you left and you went to work, clocked in around 6:10, 6:15, correct?
Yes, sir. Whatever time the clock kind has me at. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you make any stops along the way?
No, sir.
All right. You see in there a curveball, a fireball, and a natural light container, correct? As well as an orange vest or some sort of color.
Fireball, Sprite, another shot, orange vest, natural light. Yep.
And were those yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you deposit them there?
To be honest, I don't know.
But they're yours.
Yeah.
And I'm going to assume on October 5th, the police seize the van.
Thank
correct?
you, Drew. Love you, darling. You received
Yeah,
that.
it was in the
Thank
park,
Drew.
in the driveway.
Just kind of set up. Okay. But were those fair and accurate pictures of the van that morning?
Yes, sir.
So do you know what time you left the house?
Not precisely.
Okay. And where exactly is the warehouse you work at?
Port Wentworth.
So that time of morning, what's the drive like?
Pretty heavy traffic for the most part.
How long does it normally take you to get there?
20, 25
20,
minutes.
25 minutes? Okay. And I was curious, Mr. Dean played the video of you running in and then running out a short time later. What were you running in for?
I was probably a few minutes late.
You're already 10 or 15 minutes late though, weren't you?
I don't know to be precise. Whatever time his clock in was.
Whatever clock says is what it was, but you were already late, right?
Sure.
Now, you said that you and Miss Simon met in 2020, correct?
Somewhere along those lines.
Y'all, thank you
That
so
was in Benton,
much.
North Carolina.
Oh my God.
In person.
Thank you,
Yep.
Jen. Thank you,
And
MTV.
that was where
Drew.
you were at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she traveled up there. Y'all lived together for a minute, correct?
Absolutely.
How old are you, Mr. Youngkin? Today?
Today, I'm 30.
How old you have been back then? 28, 27?
27, 26.
In 2020, you'd have been 26, correct?
Yeah.
In October of 2022, probably 28, 27, something like that.
Yeah.
All right. So, when did you move back to Savannah?
I moved to Savannah. I didn't move back to Savannah.
Or when did you move to Savannah then?
4 or 5 months into her pregnancy.
All right. So when was Sky born? Then what year? What month?
June 5th.
2022. Am I correct? All right. So it would have been,
Yes, sir.
again, February, March of 2022. You moved down here, maybe?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And you lived at 535 Buckhalter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was Billy and Thomas's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay any rent while you lived there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you paid it to Billy and Thomas?
Cash out it to Billy.
Okay. And you lived there, and again, I'm just trying to recount it. When you first moved in, it was Joe that lived there, right?
Yes, sir. We lived upstairs.
All right. And it was you and Zane and Quinton and Leilani and Billy and Thomas and Joe, right?
Before Sky was born, yeah.
and then Sky was born. And then, if I just remember correctly, then Joe moved out and Paul moved in, correct?
Somewhere along those lines, yeah.
So, around the summer of 2022, that's an accurate picture of who was residing in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that y'all both took care of these kids and took the kids back and forth to the babysitter?
For the most part, it was me.
So the most part it was you?
Yeah.
Okay. So on a daily basis, who was the one that would normally take them over to the babysitter?
Me.
All right. And how often would Leilani do it?
Rarely.
All right. So, and who would pick them up in the afternoon?
Me.
All right.
If she worked, then both of us. If she worked.
If she worked? Okay. And so it was not unusual that you were the one who took care of these children, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's not uncommon that you were the one that interacted with the babysitter, correct?
Correct.
And now let's talk about how often would you drink?
Daily.
How often daily?
As I stated yesterday, about 5 shots of Fireball and 3 to 4 25-ounce beers.
Okay. And when did you normally drink? What was your routine?
Well, I couldn't leave work, so I'd go to work and I'd get off work and I'd stop by the liquor store in Port Wentworth on the way back to the house.
Okay. Did you ever stop by on the way to work?
No, they weren't open.
Did you ever drink before work?
They weren't open.
That's not the same question.
No,
Mr.
sir.
Lincoln. Okay. You can buy it ahead of time.
No, I drank to where there was nothing left.
So it's safe to say that your drinking habits were mostly after work and in the evenings.
Yeah,
And you, by your own admission, drank 4 or 5 Fireballs, and at least in this case, we knew a curveball and Natural Light. And then you said the 25 ounce, right?
yeah.
Okay. And so now let's talk about the week leading up to October 5th. Were you and Leilani bickering or fighting that week?
Probably.
Okay. Let me ask a more refined question then. You said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why is that?
For her to what?
Not unusual for, you said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why was that?
To where?
Arkwright Road. 204.
No, not unusual.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. After she had her wisdom teeth out on October 4th, did y'all go by 204 on the way home?
Possibly.
Possibly? Or
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
All right. Well, do you recall saying that you did?
I said it was a possibility, or we probably did. I mean, I know I told you I went by the liquor store while she was at the dentist's office. So I had already drank at that point.
Well, what kind of drinker are you? Are you a blackout drinker or a pass out drinker?
Neither.
Okay. So you just said you didn't remember. You'd already been by the liquor store. I was wondering what going by the liquor store would have to do with affecting your memory.
I just don't have great memory. I used to do a lot of drugs.
All right. What kind of drugs did you used to do, Mr. Youngkin?
Cocaine and marijuana.
And let me ask this. In the weeks, days, and hours leading up to October 5th, were you doing cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol?
Not marijuana, but cocaine and alcohol, yes, sir.
And when were you doing cocaine and alcohol?
After work.
On a daily basis?
Yeah.
So, matter of fact, if you didn't drink and drug, it would have been unusual. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you did drink and drug Where did you normally do it at?
In the house,
Where at in the house?
on a dresser that was next to the bed,
Right. So you would do it in the room where the kids were.
unfortunately.
Okay. And not trying to pry or anything, just asking. So whenever you, and there's different ways to do it. You can smoke cocaine,
No.
sniff cocaine, or you
Yes.
can shoot cocaine.
No.
How did you do cocaine?
Sniff.
So when you're doing that, wouldn't you have to explain how you would normally do that? How would you sniff the cocaine? What was your routine?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, would you buy it,
Yeah,
or would you send Leilani to buy it?
I would buy it, or she would go buy it. I don't get it.
Okay, and did you have a dresser? You said the dresser that you put it on was in the bedroom.
Yeah,
Okay, would you leave it on the dresser? Would you put it on a plate? What would you do with it?
on the dresser, it would be in a bag, or sniff it out of the bag, or put a line on the dresser and sniff it off the dresser.
All right, so and that's kind of the point I'm getting to. It's either in the bag on the dresser and you sniff it from the bag.
The dresser is like this tall.
You know, that's fine. I'm just asking. The point is it was out on the dresser in the bedroom where the children were. That's my point.
Sure.
Now, is cocaine more of a stimulant or more of a depressant? Does cocaine give you energy or does cocaine make you sleepy?
For me,
Yes.
sleepy, honestly.
And that's a fair assessment. So cocaine makes you sleepy. Does alcohol make you sleepy or energize you?
I kind of just evened out.
So in your case, cocaine made you sleepy and alcohol would give you a little bit of energy and it kind of evens you out.
Sure.
Now, when you did cocaine, would you also drink?
Yes.
Okay. And how much would you drink at that point in time?
Don't have an exact measurement.
Okay. Did you smoke at the same time?
No, I didn't smoke. I didn't smoke marijuana. I was not.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes?
Yes.
Not often.
But when you did cocaine and drank, would you smoke cigarettes?
Sure.
Okay. And when you smoke cigarettes, would you smoke the cigarettes in the house or outside the house?
Outside.
Okay. And why was that?
So the house didn't smell like cigarettes?
And it wasn't your house, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And I'm going to assume, and again, I don't think you had permission to smoke in the house, did you?
No, sir.
And I'm fairly certain you didn't have permission to do cocaine in the house either, did you?
No, sir.
Now, so you're not sure if you went to 204 after she had her wisdom teeth out. Y'all came home. You stopped by Cheddar's on the way home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Got something to eat, came home, and she took her medicine and knocked herself out, right?
Sure. I'm not 100% sure. I honestly can't say for certain. But I mean, yeah, that's my recollection of it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Y'all lived in this room, right?
For the most part.
Okay. It's an open room, correct?
Yeah.
The bed's in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The entertainment for the children is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The place the children sleep is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you were interacting with the children, laying down, watching TV, or doing any of these things in your room, and she was sleeping, you would notice it, correct?
More than likely, yeah. I mean, as I said yesterday, we were at a point to where I didn't really pay much attention to what she was doing.
Okay. Well, do you recall telling the police that she went to sleep that afternoon?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. Any reason why you'd make that up?
No.
Okay. So what time did she wake up that afternoon?
I don't remember.
All right. How did the kids get back from Michelle's that afternoon?
I believe we both went and picked them up.
So, and what time was that?
Around 4:30 or 5.
Right. Which is a normal time, right?
I guess. I mean, it's a couple hours later because we normally get off at like 2 or 3.
All right. So 5 o'clock, Quinton's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 6 o'clock on the evening of October 4th, Quinton's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you and Leilani doing at that point in time?
I don't remember.
Okay. 7 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yes, to my
What,
knowledge.
what are you and Leilani doing at 7 o'clock?
I can't say for certain.
8 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yeah, to my knowledge. Absolutely.
What are you and Leilani doing at 8 o'clock?
I can't be 100% certain. I was probably making dinner.
Okay. And 10 o'clock, the kids are laying down for bed, going to sleep at this point in time, correct?
Yeah,
Um,
as was I.
Zane's in his bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually lay eyes on him?
I mean, he's visible.
Okay. Quinton's in his bed. Did you actually lay eyes on him?
He's not as visible, but yes.
Okay. And Sky's in her, I guess it's like crib or whatever it is, next to the couch, right? And you actually laid eyes on her as well, correct?
Yeah, she was at the end of the bed.
All right. So at 10 o'clock, kids are fine. You're there. Are you drinking or drugging at this point in time?
10 o'clock?
Yes.
No.
All right. And so at 10 o'clock, was there any conversation about going to 204 that night between you and Leilani?
Yeah, there's text messages.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
She said she was going to go to 204 and come back. I said, okay, can you make it quick? I'd like to watch a movie and go to sleep so we can go to work.
All right. And that's basically what your text message said.
Yeah,
Come on back. See you soon.
please,
Let's watch a movie, right?
please, yes.
So there was no, at least I'm not putting your words in your mouth. From the text messages, there didn't seem to be any animosity between y'all at that point in time, correct?
For the most part,
Yeah. You're just looking forward to laying down, watching a movie together, right?
for the most part.
And again, were you drinking or doing any drugs that night?
That night,
Yes.
you said 10 o'clock.
Oh. And that night, after this, anytime that night.
Prior to 10 o'clock, yeah, prior to when I laid down, yes.
Okay, what were you doing prior to 10 o'clock?
Drinking and the rest of the little bit of cocaine I had.
So you were drinking and doing cocaine up to 10 o'clock. And is that why you sent her to 204 to get some more?
I didn't send her to 204. She was the one who said she wanted to go to 204. That's in the text messages.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Who would normally get the drugs, you or her?
That were her people.
All right. And would y'all share drugs or
Yes.
would you keep it separate?
Share it for the most part.
All right. So if you got some cocaine or some weed or some
I didn't get weed.
Percocets,
I didn't get Percocet.
all right. But if you got cocaine, you'd share.
Yeah.
And if she got it, she'd share.
No.
No.
She was selfish.
Okay. So you would share drugs, but she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Did that cause any anger or animosity between you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not for me.
Really? Okay. So whenever do you remember speaking with the police on October 5th? I believe it was an FBI agent and a detective from Chatham County Police Department.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when they took you down to the station and interviewed you?
For a very long period of time.
Right. And do you remember that conversation with him?
There were quite a few.
Let's just start at the beginning then. Do you remember telling them there's nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's not anything weird about it.
And when Leilani got back from 204, were you awake or asleep?
I was asleep.
You remember telling them that you were awake when she got back?
No, I don't remember, to be 100% honest. I really don't.
All right. And do you remember telling them you got up at 3 to take care of Sky?
It's possible that I did.
Okay. And do you remember saying that everything was fine at that point in time?
Possibly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Whenever you would come and go from the house, did you come through the front door or did you always drive around back and come in through either the dining room or living room doors?
Never through the front door.
And that's because the parking's in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it would not be unusual or uncommon that those doors are the ones that get all the movement, are they?
No, not uncommon.
Okay. And whose responsibility was it to lock those doors or secure those doors at night?
Everybody's? Whoever came in last.
Okay. But would it surprise you if those doors opened and closed a lot and weren't locked and stayed open?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember going out, and again, you said you didn't smoke often, but would you go out on the patio to smoke when you did smoke?
The front or the back? It would depend.
Okay. But you would?
Sure.
Okay. Now, do you remember just a few minutes into the interview with the FBI agent, the Chatham County police officer, you got a little angry?
Possibly.
Remember saying it feels weird, I'm having a bad day, and
No.
okay. Well, it's been a long day, so. Do you remember telling them that you were a little antsy and you need a drink?
Probably.
Okay. Now, you remember telling them that when you woke up at 3 a.m. that Leilani was asleep?
No. Well, if I did, then that's probably something she told me to say.
Okay. And you remember telling them Quinton was okay at 3 o'clock?
Probably based on what she told me to say.
Mr. Youngkin, are you sitting here saying what you've been told to say?
Right now, no.
Okay. So you have free will, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, let's talk about that first day as well. Was that the day that you authorized the FBI to tap your phone for 90 days? 30 days at a time, I guess I should say.
What day? The date started on, I think it was the 8th. I think it was 10/8, 2022.
October 8th. All right, well, I'll ask that question. Let's just go back. That day, October 5th, did y'all go back to Buckhalter Road that day?
I believe it was it was like 2 or 3 a.m.
Okay, so it was October 6th.
Yeah.
Okay. And when was it y'all went to the hotel?
The 7th, maybe? I don't know 100%.
But you had agreed to
Absolutely.
have the video done, the audio done, and then give them your phone done, correct?
The phone happened later, but yes, I did.
Okay. And you say the phone happened later. They didn't dump it that day, October 5th?
What do you mean? Oh, permission.
Distracted.
I thought you were talking about the 30 days at a time.
No. I'm talking about just actually giving them your phone.
Yeah, on the 5th, absolutely.
Right. Because I remember you asked on the 5th to get your phone back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did.
Right. So,
And I got it back.
all right. So now, did you notice anything about Quinton's crib the evening of October 4th?
No.
Early morning hours of October 5th?
No.
Anything unusual about it?
No. I wasn't really looking at that point, but no.
Okay. And I wonder if I could approach the witness for 1 second. if you would look through that real quick. Don't say what it is, just look through it. It depends.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize any of these messages?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are these messages?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
Okay. And if you would turn to, I guess, the very back one, let's start in the back and kind of work forward. You see the one from September 30th at 8:04?
Yes.
Okay. This is about 5 days prior to Quinton's disappearance, is it not?
Yeah.
And it's from who to who?
From me to her.
All right. And if you would, what did you say to her that particular day?
Like, I'm always supposed to deal with your asshole moves and the mean ass kids when you get mad and dip and take shit from me.
What particular shit are you talking about here, Mr. Youngkin?
Money, drugs.
And which mean ass kids are you referring to here, Mr. Youngkin?
All three.
Well, Sky's an infant, so I'm
Yeah,
fairly
she was
certain.
being mean that day.
How can an infant be mean, Mr. Youngkin?
She wasn't being mean. She was just crying a lot.
Okay. So how would Quinton or Zane be mean? They're children, Mr. Youngkin.
Zane was a handful
How's that?
because he was always high energy and high strung and didn't want to go to sleep when we would say that. And I would be the one that would always deal with him.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next one. It looks like this one's just a few minutes later, September 30th at 8:47.
Yeah, I said, I'm such an idiot. I see it.
Now, you said a little bit more than that,
I am such a ducking idiot. I see it.
and you meant to say something else, but
Yeah, well, autocorrect.
all right, let's go on to the next one on September 30th at 8:46.
Yes.
That's from you to who?
These aren't in order.
No, they're not. Admittedly.
I said, still at 2:04. WTF taking so long?
What's that referring to?
Why was she still gone?
Well, what would she go to 2:04 for?
For herself, probably.
So,
Or us both.
all right, drugs maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the only, to my knowledge.
And so you were a little irritated because she wasn't back with the drugs, weren't you, Mr. Youngkin?
I was just, no, it wasn't because she wasn't back with the drugs, because she wasn't back.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go on to the next one, if you would. September 30th at 9.
Yeah, and you fucking wonder why I'm just trying to drink, do drugs, and sleep.
And this was September 30th at 9 p.m.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Sorry. I apologize. Absolutely.
So, did that pretty much sum up what you were looking to do at that point in time in your life?
Yeah, honestly.
I'm going to ask it's not a flippant question, but at this point in time, you're a grown man, 28 years old.
Sure.
Just leave.
Just leave my daughter?
Mm-hmm.
No. No, sir.
All right. So you understand it's an option, though.
Not in my eyes.
So, but you would rather stay, drink, do drugs, and sleep.
I'd rather be there for my daughter.
Well, I understand. Let me ask you this. When you're drinking, doing drugs, and sleeping, how are you there for your daughter?
Not as well as I should have been.
Well, not at all, really, are you?
That's an opinion
Is that your opinion?
that I could have done better. Yes.
Now, that's all the ones for September 30th. Let's look on October 1st. This is 4 days prior. At 12:26 a.m. From,
Are you asking me to read all these?
well, I'm asking you, who's this from and who's it to?
What time?
The 12:26.
It's from her to me.
And what does it say?
You almost had your whole bag, and some of both of the bags that I had went and bought.
What bags is she referring to?
Cocaine, which was inaccurate.
So you went through both bags as what
That's
this,
inaccurate.
it may be inaccurate, but that's what the text message says, correct?
Yes, sir.
It says you went through both bags of cocaine,
According to her.
right? Well, let's go on to the next one that you sent back to her.
No bag, no love, no niceness.
Right. So basically your mood was contingent upon the drugs that you had, correct?
That was inclusive with the no love, no niceness.
Let's go to 10/1/2022, 12:27 a.m. That was from who to who?
Her to me.
And what was this referencing?
Then expected, that's not in order. Says, and then expected me to come inside while you talk shit and share when you had a G yesterday.
What's a G?
A gram.
All right. So she's saying that she wasn't going to share because you had an entire gram to yourself.
Which is not true.
Okay. Look at the next text message from October 1st, 1:34, from you to Leilani.
Yeah. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. Me referring to her leaving in the middle of the night and not saying anything.
Okay. You're upset, needless to say.
Well, yeah. At the time. Then I gave up.
So did it upset you whenever you would notice that she wasn't there in the middle of the night?
Occasionally. Most of the time I just accredited it to her doing whatever she wanted to do.
Let's look at the next one on 10/1 at 1:34. It looks like from Leilani to you.
You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. And you said you wish you knew. Well, now you know.
And that's basically saying you can go do what you want tomorrow night, right?
From her, yeah.
Right.
Like I would do that.
Well, whether you did it or not,
I guess that's her giving me permission to leave the next night.
did you leave the next night?
Nope.
Right. And what was your reply back?
You know damn well I can't do shit.
Why is that?
Because I'm the one that takes care of the children.
Okay. And look at the next one from October 1st at 1:40.
Like I said, it's not in order, but yeah.
Is that to Leilani from you?
Yep.
And what does it say?
Bet it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
3 a.m. drinking beer?
Yeah.
Was that unusual or uncommon?
Depending on the day. If I didn't have to work the next day, probably not.
And this is later.
You want me to read this one?
October 1st at 2:19. Yes, sir.
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond.
And that has to do with withholding sexual attention, correct? I assume that's what it means.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, you tell me. I'm assuming that's what you mean. You want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this. What does that mean?
Anything intimate.
Right. So,
Anything intimate, not just sexual, anything.
so that was withholding affection, correct? That's what you're threatening there.
That's what I'm threatening.
That's
I
what it
wasn't
sounds like.
threatening.
Okay.
That was me saying she wants that, but how am I supposed to do that when she does this?
Let's look at the next one from October 2nd. You may remember this, you may not remember this, but
No,
this,
I don't know what this is.
all right. And you see the picture there?
Vaguely.
All right, we'll go to the next one then. See if that helps.
I guess it's a haircut.
Were y'all talking about getting Quinton's haircut?
It wasn't my choice. I think.
Well, that's what at least Leilani was. That's from her to you, correct?
Yeah, I guess she was thinking about getting Quinton's haircut.
And that was on October 2nd, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at October 2nd, that evening at 8:43.
Yes, sir. Sorry, my fault. I'm so sorry.
October 2nd at 8:43. That was from you to Leilani, correct?
Yep. Should have gotten Zane to chill or left me something before you tell me to fucking chill.
Left you what?
Some drugs.
Okay. And what was Zane doing that night?
Being high energy.
Wouldn't listen. Basically being a kid.
If that's how you want to put it, yes, sir.
All right. And October 2nd at 8:56, you sent another text message to Leilani.
I want to know why I don't understand the context. I want to know why I wish I did, because I didn't get any when I even begged. I don't know.
Maybe you don't understand. You don't know what that's about.
No, I don't. Don't know the context.
All right. Let's look at the next one then and see if that helps put it in context.
It doesn't, but I want to tell me why it looks like you touched my bag from her to me.
Okay. And
Also incorrect.
so but put it in context, that may have been about drugs, correct?
Could have been, possibly.
All right. And let's go to October 3rd. This is the evening of October 3rd. I think this is the day before the wisdom tooth, if I'm not mistaken. This is 11:34 p.m. and it's from Leilani to you. And what does she say to you?
This is backwards, so it's kind of hard to get everything in context. And some of it's not even in order.
Well, that's fine. You can put it in order, but
I
what does it
don't
say?
have time. It says, so I've kind of been waiting for you at the same time, which is why I asked what you were doing. I do not know what that's referring to.
All right, well, that's fine. Let's go to the next one then. It's just an okay, right?
Yep. Just me saying okay.
And what's the next one?
Her saying, oh, I guess she was outside, sitting on the front porch.
All right.
Just I thought you said you was going to hit that line and come smoke the city.
If I hit that line, what does she mean by that?
What she had left on the dresser for me.
For you to do.
Yep.
And by do, I mean cocaine, correct?
Drugs, absolutely.
And this was about 11:30 at night, give or take.
11:33:47.
And let's look at the next one from her to you.
11:33:32.
Yeah.
Just put out my blunt and lit a cig.
All right. And the next one, 11. This one's kind of out of order. But
I said, are you coming? As in, are you coming to bed?
Yeah.
At 11:32:19.
And let's go on to October 4th, which we kind of have a little bit about this already. There's one from October 4th at 10:41.
10:41:37. She said, I'm about to turn on 204.
And the next one,
I said at 10:44:24. Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
and what little bit left were you referring to?
Whatever she left me on the dresser.
Drugs.
Yep.
All right. So at least at that point in time on the night of October 4th, you were at home with the children under the influence while she's out getting more drugs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you ever tell them this?
Yes.
When?
The interview,
Okay.
initial interview,
All right. Well, let's go
it
ahead.
was a very long period of time, so I'm pretty sure I told him everything I knew
All right. That being said,
or could remember.
you were doing cocaine at least at 11 o'clock at night on October 4th and drinking.
10:45.
10:45.
And
10:45
I probably did that and then fell asleep,
because cocaine makes you sleepy.
as we've stated.
Okay. And you were drinking as well.
Probably the last beer I had left.
But when you went to sleep, Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Scott was fine, correct?
Yes, sir. At around 10:45, 11 o'clock.
So do you know what time Leilani got back that night?
Nope.
Do you remember telling the police that you were awake when she got in?
Probably initially.
Okay. But you changed your story, didn't you?
Possibly. I don't know.
Well, if
I
I say,
stated based on memory and what I was recalling at the time.
well, if you say A is true and it turns out that B is true, they both can't be true, can they?
Depending.
Well, either you saw her and you were awake or you were asleep when she got in.
Yeah, very true.
Now, you got up at 3 a.m. to feed Sky, like you always did, you said,
Probably initially, that's probably what I said.
and you told them Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Sky was fine, correct?
Initially, I believe so.
And you also said you, of your own accord, called the babysitter and said the kids were staying home.
I texted her at 5:20 and
Sorry.
said the kids will be with her.
Excuse me, texted and said the kids were going to stay home with Leilani, right?
Yes.
Did you discuss this with Leilani?
She wouldn't wake up. But that was something that I've done in the past, because if she wasn't going to get up and go to work and I was going to go to work, and why am I paying for the babysitter?
So for you, you were a little bit angry she wouldn't wake up and go to work, right?
No, not really. I was just going to get my job done.
Miss Young, can I have a few?
I may sound irritated at the moment, but no.
Right. Now let's talk about Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay.
Buckhalter Road, you have 3 different trash cans out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that collects those trash cans and takes them to the Azalea Mobile Home Park to dump. That was your testimony to Mr. Dean?
Yeah, for the most part I was, until
Okay.
Paul got there, and Paul was the one that had the keys to the truck, so Paul liked to take the trash out.
I'm curious. Do they have trash collection out there?
We didn't, at that residence, I don't know. That wasn't my house.
Well, it just seems a very odd thing that,
That's what I was told to do.
okay. Well, who told you to do that?
I don't remember exactly, but that's just one of the things that happened. I don't understand.
So Paul, either you or Paul are the ones that took the trash off there.
Yes.
Okay.
In the Silverado,
Right.
never in the Dodge Journey.
You're absolutely correct. In the Silverado. But you don't know whether or not there was garbage collection on Buckhalter Road or when they collected garbage?
I don't believe they paid for that service. I think it's something you have to pay for. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you know if the service is offered?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, do you ever see garbage trucks up and down the road?
It
So
wasn't
it's
my
okay
house.
if you don't. Yeah, it's okay if you don't. But I mean,
No, it wasn't my house.
okay. You didn't pay attention to it, is what you're saying.
No, I just did what I was instructed.
Now, But you did agree to have the hotel room wired for 3 days, correct?
Yeah,
And
and my cell phone.
when did you leave Savannah after this?
I believe it was the day that I signed the paper for my cell phone to be tapped.
You left Savannah that day?
I believe so.
And that's when you moved away from Savannah?
I went and stayed in Atlanta for a weekend, and then I moved back with my parents.
So whatever day is on that particular item, that was the day you left Savannah.
I believe so. If not, it was the next day.
Did you have custody of Sky?
No, I wasn't even legitimized,
Do you have
and I was threatened multiple times that my daughter would be taken away from me by Leilani.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have custody of Sky now?
No, I don't.
Who does?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's
What is the
wrong?
relevance?
What's wrong? That's all the questions I got.
In just a moment, Mr. Dean may have some further questions for you.
I do have some redirect, Your Honor, but I need a break.
Okay.
So I suspect I'll be back.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, good time to take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:02. Let's be back about 10:20. We're in recess.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you, Burch. Okay, let's take a break. 10:20. Okay, please bring out Ms. Simon. And Ms. Simon has rejoined her counsel at that table. We're back from break. Take up the
Judge,
in the jury. Just a moment.
may I get the witness back on the stand before we bring the jury in?
Yes. Daniel Youngkin. Okay, Mr. Youngkin, please take your seat once again in the witness stand. All right, Mr. Youngkin, you understand that you remain under oath?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring out the jurors.
I stepped on the cord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. And jurors, were you able to continue to comply with the court's instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very well, thank you. Mr. Dean.
Danny, I think you were asked some questions on cross-examination about where y'all kept cocaine. in the
Yes,
room.
sir.
Can you tell me again where you kept it?
There was a dresser across from the bed that was like 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall.
Was there also a dresser next to the bed?
Yes, sir.
Which one was taller?
The one across from the bed.
And you're saying that's the one that y'all kept the cocaine in?
Yes, sir.
Why that dresser and not the other one?
Because it was taller and less. It was. They couldn't reach it. The kids couldn't reach it.
I'd like to show you a picture and ask if you can just explain to us which piece of furniture you're talking about, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is image 44 from State's Exhibit 10. Are we seeing in this picture the piece of furniture that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Where in this piece of furniture or on this piece of furniture would you guys keep cocaine?
There's a shelf in there that's at the top, near the top, and then on top of it
And how do you open that piece of furniture?
with that door handle right there. Well, with that knob.
So you have to pull that knob to open it?
Yes, sir. And there's a shelf near that hinge, sort of at the bottom of it.
Like right here,
Like towards the bottom of it, yeah.
towards the bottom of the top hinge?
Yeah, there should be a shelf in there.
Okay. Did you ever see Quinton open that piece of furniture?
No, never.
If he had, was he able to open it to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge. I believe it was taller than he could reach.
And had he been able to open the door, would he have been able to reach to the top shelf?
No.
And are you saying that that's specifically why you kept it up there to keep it away from the kids?
Yes, sir.
Was Quinton able to get out of his pack and play?
No, sir.
How much were y'all paying for cocaine at this time?
Quite a little bit, actually.
What do you mean by that?
20 to 40 a bag.
And how much is a bag? Like how much are we talking about in the bag?
0.3, 0.5, something like that.
0.3 or 0.5?
Of a gram.
Okay, so less than a gram.
Yes.
And how much money is that, you said?
$40 would get you probably like a 0.5, maybe.
So did you consider cocaine to be expensive?
Yeah.
Were y'all in the habit of just leaving it laying around?
No.
Once you bought cocaine, would you be careful to take care of it and safeguard it?
Yeah. As much as possible.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about Defense Exhibit 1 that was shown to you that I don't think was introduced into evidence. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Was Defense Exhibit 1 introduced into evidence formally?
Yes,
It was.
that's one. Or
That's
defense
defense
one.
exhibit.
Oh, no, it was not.
I've marked it, the copy that I was given, it states Exhibit 87. Danny, you've identified these as text messages that you sent to the defendant over a period of time.
Yes, sir.
Right, I would introduce this as states 87.
No objection. I was gonna wait till the detective just cross mark it as defense one, if that's okay, and states 87. I'm good with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Now, given that copy to the witness, and I'm going to grab a copy of the clerk's table so that I can follow along myself, okay? Danny, what's the date and time of the message that you're looking at on the page that I've turned to?
October 1st, 2022, 1:34:29 a.m.
And what did you say in this message?
I said, can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't tell me or don't ask me or tell me shit.
What did you mean by don't ask me or tell me shit?
Just, I was unaware of her whereabouts or that she left or what she was doing.
What did you mean by fuck around? Just can't come in?
Do whatever she wanted to do.
Did you know what she was doing?
No, I didn't ever ask.
And that was at 1:34 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Can you flip to the page in front of that? What's the time of the message?
Is this the one from her? Is that what you were saying? Or is it, wait, at 1:34 or 12:27?
We'll just go up there. How about that?
Yeah, sorry. This is the one we were at. So are you talking about this one? Yeah, that one. Okay.
Now, I've flipped forward a couple pages. What is the date and time of this message?
10/1/2022, 1:40:37 a.m.
That's like 5 minutes after the last one that we read.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, go back to it, please. All right. And what did you say here?
Bet it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you, and no beer.
Do you remember where, if anywhere, she had told you that she was going at this time?
No.
Did you know what she was doing?
No.
Did you have any suspicion as to what she was doing?
Yeah.
And what was that?
204. For however long she felt like staying there for.
All right. Can you turn to the next page? Yeah, the one in front of it. Okay, and this is what date and time?
10/1/2022, 2:19:08 a.m.
All right, so same morning, but like
40 minutes.
40 minutes later or something
Yeah,
like that.
about 40 or 50, yeah.
40 or 50
Well, it's
minutes.
1:35, so 2:20, so 25, 20, 45 minutes.
Okay. Was she still gone at the time of this message?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say to her?
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond?
And you thought she was at 204,
Yeah.
right? And that's where y'all would get drugs from.
Yes, sir.
All right, I can take that back. How far was let me ask you this. When we say 204 in Arkwright Lane, are we talking about the same place?
Yes, sir.
The drug dealer's residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long, if all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckhalter, or all someone wanted to do, you, the defendant, whoever.
Uh-huh.
If all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckhalter to 204, aka Arkwright Lane, and buy drugs and then come home, how long would that take?
A maximum of like 40 minutes.
Okay. Were there times, perhaps including the time period encompassed in these messages that we've just gone through, where the defendant would go to 204 / aka Arkwright Lane for longer than it would take to just buy drugs?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of what you were complaining about in those messages?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hilliard asked you about those messages or some messages like them. Were you upset that she wasn't home with the drugs yet? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And you responded, no, I was just annoyed that she wasn't home yet, that she was still out.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86, Your Honor.
Has 86 been entered has it been admitted into evidence?
No, Your Honor, that has not been offered yet.
All right, thank you.
I've handed the witness what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86. Sir, if you could look through that, take it as long as you need, and then let me know when you're ready to talk about that document, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize that, Danny?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
And what is the start date of those messages?
10 o'clock, 10:04 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay. What's the end date and time?
11. My last text message was 11:01 p.m. Her last text message was 11:10 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Fair to say that these are your text messages from that night.
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict your text message communications that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's 87.
Objection, Judge.
Okay, admitted.
And may I call it?
Yes.
86. Pardon.
86.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to start towards the bottom of page 4. And let me ask you this. Can you see the screen from where you're at? You turn to the side, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
And can you read off of that screen all right? I don't know if it's one of those screens where if you're at an angle.
No, I can see it.
Okay. So from here on out, can we just work off the screen together, please?
Yeah.
I think that'd be easier.
Absolutely.
This green message here, can you tell us the time of this?
6:20, 6:06 p.m. 10/4/2022.
Okay, so this is the evening of October 4th.
Yes, sir.
But this would be some hours before she left on this 204 trip, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And the next message here, what does this one say?
I'm gonna run to 204, I guess, at 10:32:20 on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay. So Is it fair to say then that this message right here is basically like your first nighttime text message
Yes, sir.
between you and her? I know it's not your text message.
Yes, sir.
Scrolling down, what time did you respond to that?
10:32:41, so 20 seconds later.
Okay. And what did you say?
Oh, ... Okay.
Now-
Space ...
Can I take from those two messages, well, the fact that she texts you, gonna run to 204, I guess. Can I take away from that she was already gone from the house at the time she sent that message to you?
Yeah, it was either that or she was sitting on the front porch.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
And your response, oh, okay. Why did you respond that way?
Because I was already laying down and ready to go to bed for the next morning to go to work at 6.
Were you surprised that she was
Yes.
all of a sudden going to 204 at this time of night?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Considering that we had work and that she had just gotten her tooth pulled earlier that day,
And
I just said, be safe, I guess.
that was how long after, oh, okay.
2 minutes and 8 seconds on the 4th of October, 2022.
Now, what time was the next message? And you can drop the seconds. at this point.
The next minute after, and she said, I will be, so she was responding, I'll be safe and I'll be quick, I promise.
And what did you say to that?
I hope so. ...
And that was like the same minute.
21 seconds left. Yes, sir.
And what did you say next?
3 minutes later, Paul showed up and is going to bed.
And can I presume that the defendant was still gone at this point?
Yes, sir.
What did she say to that?
Wow. Okay.
And then what did you say?
He said something about telling you he was on the way and then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over.
Can you just kind of explain to us what, it sounds like that's a reference to some.
Yeah, I think he had like an incident on the road on the way back to the house or something.
And then what's her next message to you?
At 10:41, she said, I'm about to turn onto 204. And I said, okay, at the same minute.
And what's the next message?
She said, no, he said in a little bit.
What is that a reference to?
I believe it's in reference to Paul. I'm honestly not 100% sure.
And then your next message, maybe that'll clarify. I don't know.
That's what I said. Oh yeah, I remember it. Sorry.
Can you first read the message and tell us what this particular part of the exchange means?
That's what I said. You said, he said. But he said something about something about no, it was I'm on the way or something.
Was there, let me just ask you this, does this exchange refer to some sort of like miscommunication between the defendant and Paul about when exactly Paul was going to get out?
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering from it. Yes, sir.
And then at 10:44 at the top of page 7 of this document, what did you say?
Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
And what were you referring to here?
She left a little bit of Coke on the top of the dresser for me.
Was it in a bag or not in a bag or what?
I think it was a little line left out.
How much was it?
0.05 gram.
Was it the last I'm going off of the text of the message here. Was it the last of what y'all had in the house at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you use it?
Yes.
I think, well, let me ask you this. Earlier, I think Mr. Hilliard may have asked you, were you drugging and drinking at that time? And I think you said no. Was that an intentional misrepresentation?
No, it was not.
Do you remember coming up to Savannah maybe a month or so ago and sitting down to talk to me in preparation for this trial?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember our going through all these messages together?
Yeah, I do now.
And do you remember my specifically asking you what that text message meant?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember freely admitting to me at that time? that
Yes,
there was
I
a
do.
Reference to a little bit of cocaine.
Yes, I do.
What's your next message here?
I just noticed it. Paul asked if soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch. Sounds like I'm sleepily texting.
Why do you say that?
Because I barely understand what I'm saying.
Now, was this the point in the night where Paul was getting something to eat or drink in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
And how did she respond to that?
Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
And what did you say?
Gotcha.
Now, this next message, what time are we at here?
10:45.
And read to us what you say to her.
I love you. Please come back so we can crash together.
Number of R's on the end of together there.
4.
What are you wanting to do at this point?
Go to sleep.
Do you know where you were in the house when you sent this message?
Laying in the bed.
What if anything was holding you back from going to sleep at this point?
Her being back.
You know, scrolling down to the top of page 8,
6 minutes later.
what did you say to her?
Or not.
Has she responded to your last message about come
No.
back so we can crash together?
No.
So you say or not, and what does she say?
I love you.
And what does she say next?
And I'm about to be walking to the car.
And what time was that message sent?
10:51.
In your response?
1 minute later, I said, oh, okay.
And your next message?
I guess I'm gonna eat this food and stay up for a few. So I guess I was sleepy.
Do you know what food you were referring to?
But I believe it was the spaghetti.
What were you doing at this point in time?
Laying down in the bed and trying to wait on her.
As far as you were concerned, was the day pretty much over at this point?
Yes, sir.
And what was your next message and when?
10:56. I said, I don't want to be tired or you be tired either. They.
And that was how long after the last message where you said, I guess I'm going to try to stay up for a few minutes?
4 minutes.
You're still wanting to go to bed at this point?
Absolutely.
Just wanting her to come home so you can do that?
Yes, sir.
How did she respond to that?
I know, maybe.
And what did you say?
I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up. And I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment.
And what time did you send that message?
1 minute later, exactly.
How are you feeling at this point?
Sad and tired.
Did she respond to that message?
No.
What's the next message?
4 minutes later, I said, moi.
What does that mean? I don't mean to embarrass you. I just don't know.
A
Who
kiss.
knows? All right. It's a text message representation of a kissing noise.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you send that message?
4 minutes later.
What time of night?
11:01.
All right. 11:01 p.m. on the 4th.
Yes, sir.
Did she respond to that message immediately?
No, it was 9 minutes later.
And what did she say?
The same thing.
Is that the last text message you sent to anybody that night?
Yeah, I believe.
All right. And at the time that you sent this message at 11:01 and didn't get a response, what were you doing?
I believe I went to sleep.
Okay. So if there has been maybe some lack of clarity at times as to whether you were
Awake or asleep.
asleep or going to sleep when she gets home from 2:04, could that be because you're sort of in the process of going to bed at that point?
Yes, sir. Based on my text messages and spelling, I can see that as well. And my lack of remembering correctly.
You mentioned that this was not a one-time thing where she would kind of go out and be gone and you don't know exactly what she's doing.
Yes, sir.
Is this sort of normal type of text messages for you to send to her during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Does anything in these text messages suggest that anything abnormal had happened in the house at this point?
No.
Now, going back to the morning of October 4th, before these messages, so let's go back to the dentist, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, actually, let's go to work before the dentist, all right?
Yes, sir.
The two of you, did you drive to work together in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've talked about how you clocked out early to go to the dentist.
Yeah, to take.
Did the two of you drive together in the journey to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who was driving?
Me.
And then while she was at the dentist, you testified that you went to the liquor store.
Yes, sir.
And did you then come back to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went to the liquor store from the dentist, did you walk or did you drive in the journey?
I drove in the journey.
And when you came back to the dentist, did you therefore drive back in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said from the dentist's office, you guys went to Cheddar's.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I believe it was in the same area.
Did you drive to Cheddar's in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then you testified that from Cheddar's you went home, right?
From my memory, yeah.
Okay. In any case, there was more driving in the journey that day.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point you're home.
Yes.
Okay. At any point that day driving that car around, did you smell anything in the car?
No.
Smell any old food?
No.
Smell anything that caused you to go look around the car and see what that smell is?
No, sir.
One moment, please. So I'm showing you image 33 of State's Exhibit 10. This has been identified by other witnesses as apparent vomit on Quinton's pillowcase as photographed by the police on October 5th. Have you now gotten a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember ever seeing that?
No, sir.
If the call to the police was morning of Wednesday, October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
If that had been there Monday night, an all day Tuesday, Do you think you would have seen it at some point or been aware of it?
Yes, sir.
So do you think we can conclude from that then that it
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Can't conclude anything. Testify what he saw, heard.
Mr. Dean?
first, may I ask that you not have speaking objections? And second, I will withdraw the question.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of an incident involving an accidental explosion of a package of rice cereal in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
And that was a car you drove pretty much every day.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Clear?
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Youngkin, it's your testimony that you slept in that room the entire evening of October 4th until the early morning hours of October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
The same room that Quinton, Zane, and Sky were in, correct?
It's two rooms together, but
Are there any walls that divide it?
no.
It's wide open, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you saw the kids okay, and you told them you saw the kids okay when you left at 5:30 that morning, correct?
I was mistaken.
Well, you're mistaken now, but you weren't then. The first time you spoke was on October 5th, wasn't it, Mr. Youngkin?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was mistaken then.
Mr. Youngkin, just a moment. Your objection?
Two objections. One, asked and answered previously. Two, beyond the scope of recross examination.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard to ask those questions.
I'll move on, Judge. It's not that big of a deal. Mr. Youngkin, you testified on redirect a minute ago that you were a responsible cocaine addict and you only put the cocaine on top of the testifier.
I didn't
correct?
say I was responsible.
Okay. Well, you put it in a place that only the kids couldn't get it. Well, let me ask you this. You also testified a few minutes later, didn't you, that you couldn't read your own text messages because you weren't making sense. You were either tired or intoxicated, correct? Yes or no?
I was tired.
Well, that's your explanation, but you're also intoxicated. You admitted to doing cocaine and alcohol that evening, correct?
That's a matter of opinion.
Now, you were asked whether or not you saw this pillow, right? Mr. Dean just asked you about that.
He asked me if I had seen it prior to the 5th. Yes.
Right. Let me ask you this. At any point in time on October 5th, did you ever speak to anyone about an overwhelming smell of vomit emanating from the crib?
No.
Did you smell vomit?
No.
Were you sleeping in that room all night?
Yes.
And you woke up, correct? Got ready for work and left that morning, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever mention that you smelled vomit?
No, I was asleep.
Call the question again.
All right, Mr. Dean, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Youngkin, you are excused, sir. Is there any reason to retain this witness? Let me ask that. Under subpoena.
Can I have 1 moment on that question, Your Honor? No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Youngkin, you're excused, sir. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
David Mullins.
David Mullins. It's on his way. All right.
State the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury the trial this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is David Mullen.
Normal spelling of David.
Yep, David, last name Mullen.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
Currently Springfield, Georgia.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a warehouse manager.
And where do you work?
Currently work for a company called Unis.
How long have you been in warehouse or freight operations?
A little over 12 years.
In October of 2022, where were you working and what were you doing?
I was working for a company called Eclipse Advantage. We were a warehouse labor provider.
And where specifically did you work?
In the Port Wentworth location, I was the facility manager for the company.
And what was this location specifically?
Inside of NFI's warehouse. I'm trying to remember the street address.
Does Littlehurst
Yep.
sound right?
101 Littlehurst.
101 Littlehurst in Port Wentworth?
Yep.
And you said this is an NFI warehouse?
Correct.
What is NFI?
NFI is a third-party contracted logistics provider in that particular building. They were contracted by Target to process freight for them, and we were subcontracted by NFI to provide labor.
Okay. So NFI has a contract with Target, it's their building.
Yes.
And then Eclipse, the company that you work for, did what now?
We provided labor, the actual manpower of actually loading the boxes into the trailers for NFI.
What exactly would go on there?
Basically, it was a 24-hour day operation, scheduled for 7 days a week. Shifts were often canceled, however, by NFI.
And in that capacity, did you meet the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Paul Simon?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet all these people?
They're all employed by Eclipse, so they all reported up through other people to me.
And what did they do for Eclipse during the time period we're talking about, October 2022?
They were responsible for loading trailers. So when the cart would get pulled over to the door, it was their responsibility to take the boxes off of that cart and stack it as high and tight as possible inside of the trailer.
Is there security at that building, or was there security at that building at the time?
Yes.
That affected employees going in and out
Yes.
to and from work? Can you tell us about that, please?
So there were metal detectors. There was a staff security operation right at the front entrance to the building. So all employees had to go through the metal detectors. For any reason the metal detector went off, security would then wand them. Checking for metal objects, making sure that nothing was being brought into the operation. They're also responsible for keeping an eye on associates leaving to make sure that no product was leaving.
All right, and what did that involve?
Basically a cursory glance 9 times out of 10. If someone was leaving with the bag, they would ask them to open the bag and peek inside the bag.
Okay, so employees even leaving work have to go through security.
Yes.
Okay. How did you keep track there of what hours people were working?
So we used a timekeeping system where every employee had their fingerprint that was biometrically registered. So when they would come in for the day, they would put their finger up against the fingerprint reader. It would record their time in, and same thing for their time out.
Did you have the ability to, if somebody had left and forgotten to clock out, did you have the ability to manually
Yes.
clock them out? And how would you do that?
That would be off my computer terminal, either myself or the human resources manager, and the supervisors on the floor also had access to that.
Did at some point during the investigation of this case, did the FBI make contact with you?
Yes, they did.
And was there a Chatham County Police detective there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they asking you for?
They asked me for if I had any time card records of the defendant or Danny Youngkin or Paul Simon.
And were you able to pull responsive documentation?
Yes.
And did you give time cards for the 3 of them
Yes.
to the FBI? Do you see in front of you 3 documents marked as States Exhibits 36, 37, and 38?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what those documents are?
Yep, those are printouts of the time cards.
Are those copies of what you gave to the FBI during the investigation?
Yes, they are.
And did those time cards reflect when you hit export or print and produce them?
Yes, they do. They are timestamped at the top, time and date.
And what was the date that you produced those to the FBI?
That was October 6th.
Okay. Are these timesheets we're looking at, are these maintained in the ordinary course of business at Eclipse?
Yes.
And did they reflect things as they happened at the time that they happened? Like they say somebody clocked in at this time, that's
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And they're kept on file?
Yep.
Do you consider them business records of Eclipse Advantage?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer these in as 36, 37, and 38.
No objection, Your Honor.
37 and 38 are admitted without objection.
All right, I would like to, now, let me pull these up, and I just want to ask you a couple questions about them.
Sure.
Oh, Gypsy, that's very sweet of you. Thank you, dear Justin, for being amazing, taking good care of your strand of pearls. Much love to you. Thank you, my dear. That's very generous of you. I appreciate you, sweet Gypsy. Very, very kind of you. Much love, much love. Yes, it was very sweet. Thank you, my dear. Let me see if I can get that witness list. I apologize, guys. I got knocked off a couple times because
All right, this is
well,
State's Exhibit 36.
I had to fix my
Whose
cord
time card is this?
while I was in
That is
the
Leilani
vehicle,
Simons.
And
and
can
then
we
I
see
just
here the date and time that you
had to switch over.
produced this document?
Thank you so much, my dear.
Yep, October 6th, 2022
See if
at
I can find it.
3:54 PM.
Okay, so that date and time reflects when you printed it out or something.
Correct.
I have them already made, but every
If it
time I
was
try to
produced
submit
on
them, it doesn't submit. I need to contact YouTube.
Thursday,
I've got all kinds of membership
October
thingies.
6th,
Let me see what I can do.
2022. Can I take it then that on the last page at the bottom, that is the day represented by this Thursday here?
Yes,
Okay. And that would make this Wednesday above it
yes,
October 5th?
Yep.
Okay, and then the Tuesday above that, October 4th?
correct.
Okay. Now, this column over here, what does this reflect?
That was the scheduled time that was input by one of the regional managers.
Okay, so we're talking about the second, just so the record's clear, I should be a little better about this. We're talking about the second column from the left.
Yes,
Okay. And let me actually back out and just have you talk about these columns generally. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit.
yep, certainly.
Leftmost column says date.
Yep.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yes,
Next column says schedule, and you just talked about that, right?
correct.
What does the next column mean?
That is a system notated absence.
And the next column?
That is their pay code. So if an employee who typically would work on first shift works on second shift, you would see a pay code update there.
And the next column?
That is the amount of time.
And then I think the next few columns are the ones that we're most concerned with. That's the in, out, transfer, in, out, transfer. Can you tell us what those things refer to?
Yep. So that is the actual punches. So for example, looking at what is on the screen, that very first in punch you see where it says 6:09, that was the clocked in time for that particular day.
Okay. And then the next column would be the clock out time or punch
Correct.
out time. Okay. Let's go back down now with that background to Tuesday, October 5th. And again, we're in the defendant's timesheet right now, correct?
Yes.
What does this reflect in terms of what she was scheduled to work that day?
She was scheduled to work from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And what does it reflect in terms of when she actually clocked in?
She clocked in at 6:08, which then flagged for a supervisor to approve. That was approved. That's what that check mark is. The approval basically just means it was acknowledged that the employee was not on time or did not punch within the 5-minute parameters before or after the scheduled punch.
And then what does the next column over reflect?
That would be the out punch for the day, which was 7:57 in the morning.
So that's pretty early, right?
Yes.
Do you remember why?
She had a toothache. So her and Danny one of the two of them had texted my work phone and said that she had a toothache. It was reported to the supervisor on the floor. The supervisor agreed to let them leave for her to go and get the tooth looked at.
Now, what does her time card reflect in terms of Wednesday, October 5th?
She did not come into work.
What is that? Yeah, I see the word excused there. What does that mean?
That is acknowledging that the employee was not in. We had to either mark it as no call, no show or excused. No call, no show could lead to termination very quickly. So usually absences were marked as excused.
Now, Daniel Youngkin's timesheet, is it substantially the same setup?
Yes.
All right. And that Tuesday and the third line from the bottom, would that be October 4th?
Yes.
And what does that show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And is that the same shift as the defendant?
Yes.
And what does it show in terms of when he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:06 in the morning, again, over that 5-minute threshold, so it had to be acknowledged.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked in that day?
Yes.
And when does it show in terms of when he clocked out?
He clocked out at 7:56 in the morning.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked out that day?
Yes.
Is this early clock out also?
Thank you, Under
attributable
the
to to
Scars.
den
Thank you,
strip?
my friend.
Yes.
Really appreciate you.
Now, moving on to Wednesday, October 5th, what does this show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And did he complete that shift?
No, he did not.
When does it show that he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:11 in the morning.
And then what time was the clock out?
The clock out was at 9:15 in the morning.
What does this little check mark mean up here?
That means that was manually entered because he did not hit the time clock.
Okay, did you do that?
It was either myself or it was Krista, the human resources manager. I believe it was myself though, because I encountered him.
Do you know why he didn't manually clock out when he left that day?
He was in an extreme rush when he was leaving. I actually encountered him as he was leaving the building.
Can you tell us about that encounter?
Sure. As I was walking into the building, security popped their head out the door and said, "Hey, someone just ran out the door." I looked over and saw Danny getting into his car. I walked over to Danny and said, "Why did you run out the building? You have to let security check you out."
Were you able to observe his demeanor and appearance at this time?
Yes, he appeared frantic. Is probably the best word I can use to describe. He was crying, very upset. You could hear it in his voice. Something was not right.
Did you see tears coming out of
Yes,
his
I did.
face, out of his eyes, and were
Yes.
they coming down his face as well?
Yes,
Did it appear genuine to you?
very
Objection,
much.
Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Did either Danny or the defendant ever come back to work in Eclipse after
No,
Danny's departure on October 5th?
no.
Did he leave anything at work that day when he ran out and you saw him frantic in the parking lot?
Yes, he did. He had left a jacket with a pack of cigarettes in it down on the dock.
And did you return that to him?
Yes, I did. One of the leads had turned it into the office. We had it in the office for probably a couple of weeks. Danny then reached out, asked via text message if we knew where his jacket was. I got his address in North Carolina and mailed it to him.
How long was it, as best you remember, between when you saw him run out of the warehouse or saw him in the parking lot after having run past security and having not remembered to clock out, that he asked you for his jacket back?
It had to be at least 2 to 3 weeks.
Did it seem to you that he had forgotten about it?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Withdraw. Let me ask you about Paul Simon's timesheet, States Exhibit 38, okay?
Yep.
Now, I just want to go to Tuesday, October 4th. First of all, is it the case that he did not work Wednesday, October 5th, 2022, or
Correct.
Thursday, October 6th, 2022?
Correct.
All right, so the last day he worked there, at least at the time that this was produced, would have been Tuesday, October 4th.
Yes.
Now, there is a lot going on here in these columns.
Yep.
For Tuesday, October 4th. Can you, first of all, tell us, was he scheduled to work this day?
In the system, no, but he was on the schedule for the day.
Okay, And can you tell us what these entries indicate in terms of what like happened with his clock ins and clock outs that day?
Yep. So he came in early that day. He came in at 11:58.
Would that be AM?
Correct.
Sorry. Okay. So just before noon.
Correct.
All right. And what's the next thing that happened?
The next thing you see is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That was the end of first shift, so we had to allocate his hours from shift to shift. So in that next column where you see transfer, you see WG1 / unload. WG1 stood for work group 1, so first shift.
And what's the next entry?
That is a clock back in at 2:01. As he never did leave, that's the only way we could update his hours to reflect into that second shift.
And the next entry?
That would be his out punch for lunch break at 5:33.
PM?
Correct.
Okay.
That next column is allocating from 2:01 to 5:33 into second shift, i.e. WG2.
All right. And then what happened next in terms of his activity there on October 4th?
Yep, so then he punched back in at 6:05 p.m. from lunch. And then he punched out for the day at 9:56 p.m.
And was that it for Paul on October 4th?
On that day, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say then that he clocked in for work around noon, took a half-hour break around 5:30, came back to work, and then left work around 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Just a few. Good morning, Mr. Mullins. My name is Mark Hilliard. How are you, sir?
Good.
So you were the direct supervisor for Paul Simon, Leilani Simon, and Danny Youngkin back in October of 2022, correct?
I was a dotted line supervisor.
Were you the one that they mostly interacted with regards to clocking in, checking out, getting excused, things like that?
Myself or the supervisors.
Well, I guess let me just jump to this. Did you know Miss Simon back then?
Yes.
Interact with her?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Paul Simon at that point?
Yes, I did.
By looking at him?
Yep.
Did you know Mr. Danny Youngkin by interacting with them?
Yes.
So if you passed them on the street, you'd know who they were, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see this on the sheets, but the regular shift was from 6 to 2
Yes.
for Mr. Youngkin and Miss Simon, correct?
Yes.
And the regular shift for Paul Simon, I think, was like 2 to 10.
Yes.
Okay. Those are the general shifts they worked. What was your shift usually?
My shift was typically more of a mid shift. So I would get in typically between 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. and I'd work over into that second shift so I could interact with both shifts.
So you could kind of bridge the gap. You would,
Yes.
you know, Leilani and Danny would get there a little bit before you, and they would leave a little bit before you left. And generally speaking, Paul would get there a little bit before you left every day.
Yes.
So and how often would you say you interacted with them?
Typically at least once every 2 days. Again, my responsibility is more running the business. They would have a lot of interaction with the daily floor leadership.
Okay. And you said if they were more than 5 minutes late, they had to get a supervisor to check their timesheet and to approve it, correct?
Yes.
So it sounds like there was, any time that you were late, and I guess it didn't matter if you were clocking in, going to lunch, or whatever, the supervisor would have to approve that, and that's what those little check marks
Yes.
were. Did y'all have any policy about smoke breaks or anything like that?
No firm policy. If the team was standing around waiting for work, they could go have a cigarette. To do that, they had to leave the floor, go through a security checkpoint, but still stay within the premises of the building.
So was it like a designated area that they would
Yes.
have to go to? And is that where all the employees and supervisors had to go to smoke?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever see Miss Simon out there smoking?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Youngkin?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not prying, I'm an ex-smoker, but did you smoke with him as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you see him out there? I'm not, it's no, would you see them once a week, once a day? I mean,
That's usually where I interact with them the most, honestly. So once every 2 days.
so
On
that's
average.
that's where you'd see them all was out there smoking, correct? And you said you returned Mr. Youngkin's jacket to him,
Yes.
and in the jacket was a pack of cigarettes.
Yes.
And what type of cigarettes did Mr. Youngkin smoke?
I don't recall. I want to say, I'm not positive, but I want to say it was like Marlboro menthol or something.
And you smoked with him on more than one occasion in the
Yes.
smoke break, I guess the smoke break area?
Yep.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness under subpoena?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, your next witness. While we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen,
Your Honor, we're waiting on a couple witnesses to come downstairs, but we're, other than that, ready to
do y'all want to
proceed.
stand up and take a little stretch break? You need a break. All right. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Viewers will be exiting.
Thank you. So the time now is about 11:28 or so. We'll bring the jurors back in by 11:45. Everyone have a seat. Mr. Dean, the next witnesses you have, there are a couple of witnesses. Are they relatively short witnesses? And I know that's relative.
So the next witness I would call, because of where we are today, would be Melissa Missy Bray, aka Misty. From my perspective, she's going to be a short witness because she did not, in fact, meet the defendant for an Oragel handoff. I don't know what Mr. Hilliard is going to try to do with it though. So.
And then who would be the witness that you would call after Misty?
You gonna make me reveal that, Your Honor?
No, I'm not going to make you reveal that. Is it a relatively short witness or a more involved witness?
Probably more involved than Missy. to be
Okay,
sure.
and I'm just asking in terms of time. So my thought is that we'll proceed with Misty when she comes back, and then we'll see where we are before the next witness. That may be a good time to take a break. All right, we're in recess until 11:45.
Bear with me one moment here as I get my stuff back on. Whoops. Uh-oh. 1 second, y'all. I have to jump down for 2 seconds, but I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. All right, let me pop this up. Wonder if Karen is there. She probably is. Karen, if you want to call in, you're welcome to call in. We were I think, a couple minutes behind on this stream, so I just got it caught up. 1 second. So, from the best of my knowledge of Cat's Head Thumbs, BJ is supposed to testify. When? I don't know. I don't know when she's supposed to, but she's definitely going to be testifying. She's probably going to be testifying under probably for or more on the defense, I would say. So, oh, thank you, Truth Sleuth. Justin, you are the best. May God bless you, family, and all that you do to bring awareness and to try to help families for missing children. I am so honored to call you my friend. Oh, no, guys, the honor is all mine. Honestly, it is all mine. Thank you all so very much. I really do appreciate you. I'm here on lunch right now. I can call you. Go ahead, call away. Come on, call in. Thank you, True Sleuth. That's y'all are very, very generous. I appreciate that. Yeah, we always want to hear from Karen, and Karen brought me to tears the other day. About to bring me to tears again. About just she's been there for Quinton literally since day one. Okay. Hello, my dear.
Hi, Justin. How are you?
How are you? Thank you, Angel of Light,
Cold.
my dear. It's so cold, but it's
probably. Yes, well, it's chilly here for Georgia. I mean, a couple of days ago it was 90, so today's 60, but inside the courtroom. The courtroom itself today is not too bad, but out when you walk out into the other area, it's freezing. I mean, it's literally freezing.
What's the temperature?
But I can tell you who the next witness is going to be.
Oh, who?
Paul, because I seen him in the hallway when we left for lunch break.
Paul is?
He embraced his Paul. He's there, so yeah, he's got to be the next one. He's in a big jumpsuit, like a one-piece jumpsuit type thing, like a work thing.
Now,
so it's got to be him.
Can you explain to the callers who Paul is?
Oh, it's Leilani's brother, the one that lived at the house
Yes. Yeah.
when this all happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
this is Leilani's older brother. Younger brother. That's right.
The,
That's right.
the younger one. The other one, yeah, the other one's Paul.
Yeah, the other
This
one's
one's Paul. The other one was Joe. Was it Joe? Yeah, I think it's Joe was the other one. His name, if I remember right.
and he's in prison.
Paul, the one that was living there.
He's in prison.
Paul's the one in prison? No.
No.
Wait a minute.
No. The other one, the
Paul's
older
the
one.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's another one. Remember the other one that was there? He didn't live there, but he was staying there when all this was going on, outside the house and stuff.
Yes.
He was, yeah. He's another brother.
Right.
But Paul and her have the same father, Paul and Leilani. But I've been sitting with the grandfather. It's not the grandfather. It's because I talked to him today. He's really nice guy. And I feel bad for him. So he's going to bring a cushion in tomorrow. I asked the lady in front of us that works with the court. I said, he's allowed to bring a cushion, right? He's got some, issues and he can't sit. And she said, yeah, sure. So he's going to bring one in tomorrow. But it's he's Leilani's grandfather, so it's Quinton's great grandfather.
Wasn't that she's Billy's got what, 3 kids, and
I think she has 4. Is it? I know of. Let me see. No, she's got 4.
4?
2 are in jail and 2 are out. She's got 1 girl and 3 boys. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because we talked with Paul and the other brother. I want to say his name is Joe. He used to live there.
Guidance says I want to say his name is Michael.
Michael. Yes. Guidance, you're right. She's a lifesaver, that one. She knows everything. You're right, Guidance. Yes, Michael. That sounds familiar. Michael. Because we talked to both of them when we were there, off camera. And he stood there while everything was going on, So yeah, there's 3 boys and there's 1 and her. There's 4 children. It was a day. I mean,
I think Danny did good. I think he did good.
He did very well. I told him when I seen him in the hallway, I said, "You're doing a good job. Stay strong. Don't let anybody get to you. You can't really. I mean, you can't talk with you.
Right. His mom was there. His mom was there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm glad he had that support.
I felt bad. I really felt bad for him because he was a wreck when after we took the break. He was like, "It makes me out to be a monster." I heard him not tell him. I heard him saying he was always stressed out and all worked up, but very pleasant guy. Very honest. Very honest.
He looks like he's grown up a lot. You know what I mean? Like
he's doing well. We hear he's doing very well. So yeah, he was a wreck. He was very during the break. He was all very, very. I wouldn't say nervous, but just stressed out over the situation. You know what I mean? And the way they're trying to betray him and stuff. He's the one that took care of the kids. I mean, the 2 of them were his.
The babysitter. I don't like to call her the babysitter, but Michelle.
Yeah.
I still want to call her Diane, but
I know.
Michelle. She said she was the one that primarily took care of the kids, and I knew earlier when Leilani's attorney said, "Did you ever take care of the kids?" And he said most of. He kind of said something to the effect of most of the time. And I knew he was going to turn it on him like, "Oh, well, if you took care of him most of the time, then why didn't you see this or why didn't you see that or whatever?" They're gonna, no matter what you say, they're gonna spin it
Right, of course,
some way.
They didn't really do they didn't get too much with them. I don't think they scored any points. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I don't think so. Yeah.
I thought he did very well. I think he did very well. He was very honest. They tried to twist up the text messages I just saw where they, were in order and they were out of contact and trying to play with him. He's smart. He's a smart guy,
Yeah.
He was on to him. You know what I mean? He did well. He wasn't combative. He wasn't rude.
No.
And
very down to
very
earth.
polite. Very soft spoken.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like that's him. You know what I mean? You just see that's his personality type. Just that type of guy. He seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah.
But I felt bad for him. Yeah.
He's
and he didn't look at her. I mean, yesterday when he left, she eyeballed him down. And what do you call it? I watched. I wasn't here yesterday because I had appointments. But when I watched it yesterday on TV, you could see she turned around and stared him down. You know what I mean? But he really didn't look at it today. He wasn't even. He walked out. He didn't even give her eye contact. But you could see where you can see where she comes from. You know, she reminds me a lot of Casey Anthony. She really does that.
Leilani.
Just that arrogant, like I didn't do nothing wrong type of thing, and it was you, and blah blah blah, and just you can see when she closed all the stuff out of attorneys. You know what I mean?
Leilani, when you are in active addiction, you stop maturing. So let's say you start addiction at age 20 years old, and you are in full-blown addiction for 10 years, from 20 to 30. Your life changes a lot from 20 to 30, right? And you mature a lot from 20 to 30. And you lose all of that maturity because you can't you can't mature and grow as a person. And it seems like Leilani wasn't about.
Okay, please bring out Leilani Simon.
Joanne? Okay. Okay.
I can hang up.
No. I'll pause it
Okay.
I'll pause it because well, that'll make us head on our other lunch.
Yeah, we just went on lunch break because the next witness is going to be long.
Okay.
And then we left, and that I walked right into him. I was with the grandfather, and they hugged each other and stuff, and so he's gonna be the next witness, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it seems
if not, he's one of the next couple, but I would imagine it's him.
Maybe they'll get it in today. But it seems like Leilani wanted, how like we're there to, your kids constantly want attention from their parents, right? Like, watch me jump, watch me play the piano, watch me do this, watch me do that. But it seems like Leilani, that is what she was constantly needing, and she just didn't. She was a mother of 3, but yet did not behave as a mother whatsoever. It was, I need this man to make me feel a certain way because I don't feel that way with myself. And if they don't, then I'm just going to say, you don't love me, or you're cheating, and I'm going to go, she's going to go cheat. And it was just, it's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
As you can see, the prosecution wasn't allowed to bring in about her, having a thing with her drug deal, and that's what. But he brought in like, oh, she was gone where you were because she, it would only take 40 minutes to go there and back, and she'd be gone for a long, long time. That's what he was implying. We knew that.
Right.
The jury quite didn't know, but that's what he was implying. I'm like, oh, don't flip up, please. But she had a tough childhood. I'm sure that's all going to come in. And she was just looking for someone to take care of her, I think, someone to lean on. And unfortunately, you don't get pregnant by a man and think that's how it's going to happen.
But she's incredibly selfish.
3 of them with 3 different fathers, you know what I mean?
Incredibly
at such a young
selfish.
age.
Yes.
Yeah, that's come on. Once you made a mistake, whatever. You found out what motherhood was about. She should have stopped then and grew up a little bit. She just put more pressure on herself. And I think Danny's saying he took care of the kids. He's the one that got him ready in the morning. And the defense attorney was trying to make him like he was just totally obliterated, 24/7, couldn't function. People that are like that can function. People don't realize that they can function every day because it's just their body's used to it. It's not like he was a fall down drunk and passed out and the kids were running around wild. He was a functional addict. His body was used to it. But he was the one that got her kids up I mean, he only had one kid with it. You know, he got her kids up, got them up and ready, and off to the babysitter, so she could sleep another what, maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes, half an hour, whatever it was. You know what I mean? It's like he stated she just wouldn't wake up till the last minute. You know, because she was running around at night and doing all kinds of crazy things. You know.
She didn't go to work. She didn't go to work because she was out running around, screwing around with her dealer, beating her child to death, throwing him in a dumpster.
Right. And the cereal makes more sense. You know what I mean? Who, you know what I mean? Hey, some people maybe. Not now. You know, I'm like you, just read you talk about people. Because I'm a clean fanatic. I mean, I can't have a crumb anywhere. That would bother me. I'm like OCD crazy clean, you know? So everything's lined up and where it belongs and everything's going to be clean. I can't go to bed. There's a freaking fork anywhere or anything out of order. But to have cereal sprout, I mean, when cereal spills, we've all smoked cereal. That's obviously baby cereal.
Not yet,
that was like it was spread out over a big area on purpose.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? The back of that car. That didn't just spill. It would have been in one big clump. That was, somebody took that container and went and just poured it all over that back and just left it there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting out of that.
They did it to keep the scent. They thought they were going to mask the...
Yeah, you're going to dump a thing of cereal. It's going to fall in one big clump. Maybe someone's going to spread, but you can see how that was just went. You know, somebody shook it like that. You know?
Yeah.
And that was obvious. You know what got me really, I caught up on a point was, I hope they're going to hammer away on it, is what I'm thinking happened from what, you know, with some testimony, is she did something to Quinton and had him in that pack and play, and whatever the injuries he had and stuff, he got sick and threw up, and then she realized that he had passed away at some point. And because how odd is the statement, Justin? Now, you know, Justin, you do a lot of this shit. I've been following true crime since John Renee Ramsey and O.J. Simpson. I've been like a fanatic ever since. So I'm like into tune to all that shit. And how odd for a mother to say, well, his face, it was colorful and warm. That's because his face was pale and cold. You know what I mean? So when somebody tells a story, like some people don't realize, when you analyze somebody or any kind of story, say whatever, any kind of stupid story.
Very good point.
You got to base it off of something, and you got to work your way around it with the lies. But you have to have some kind of, you're gonna have to have a focus point to focus on, and then the lies come all around that. You know what I'm saying? So right away, I picked up on that. Okay, that baby was cold, so she knew he was gone. He was pale. I mean, he wouldn't go to sleep. He gave her a hard time. You're not going to go over here and touch his head and feel his skin and chance of waking him up again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was very odd to me when she said, "Oh, he was touched. She was warm to the touch, and his face was colorful." Right there, I'm like, "Oh, bingo! You just screwed yourself, lady."
Yeah.
You know, that's the way I took that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, she's lying like a rug. I mean, like a rug. She did.
Yep. And the only time she freaks out is when she's trying to defend herself. When the questions come to a certain point, she's not in them interview rooms like freaking out for her son. She's over there trying to just be, just drastic and trying to cover her ass. Is what she's doing. Because you watch every time they leave and they come back in. Did she once ever say, "Have you found him? Have you heard anything? Anything going on?" And there's another interview that I see now. I don't know if it's coming in. I haven't seen it yet. Where I missed some yesterday, but where they let Danny go and talk to her. I think at one point he brought her some food or something, and he walks into the interview, and it might not be coming in. I'm not sure, but I don't know if you've heard it yet. And when Danny came in to talk to her, she didn't say, "Have you heard anything about Quinton? Did they find him? You know, blah blah blah." It was she said the number 5, so there was like I thought it was pretty sure it's weed in the house. And something to do with 5, whether it was 5 joints. I mean, I have to be careful what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Did I say something wrong?
No, you're fine.
I should. All right, I know what I know I'm not supposed to say certain things, so sorry. But 5 of something. That was her first thing when she talked to Danny. Like, there's something in that house that wasn't supposed to be there. And it was never asked, like, Quinton. And then if you look when she does sees him in the they're talking when he's recording her in the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to know, did they tell you anything? Did they got any leads? You know what I mean? She wanted to find out what he knew. It wasn't like, you know.
You think
she was
Cody will
worried
be
about,
there?
It was that. Who?
Cody,
Who's Cody?
Quentin's dad.
Oh, Bubba.
Bubba. Yeah.
I don't know why he would. I don't know. I mean, he might just to come in and say, I don't know. I don't see what good he would do. I
Yeah.
mean, well, then you know what? They have one in testimony that a few weeks before this happened, that he sent them messages that he was going to get the paternity test done, and she didn't deserve to have it. He was going to fight for him. So that I would imagine maybe that's a good possibility. Yeah, that could come in. And it is his son.
I've spoken to him. So.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. So I'm not sure, but I mean, the testimony's been about him saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone in chat wants to know if you have like a Cash App or a Venmo. They wanted to.
Yeah, I don't accept. I'm good, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm here for Quinton. That's my main focus. But thank you, whoever did that. I don't like taking money from people. I'm not like that.
Well.
But I appreciate it. It's
I mean,
very
we
kind. Thank you.
Buy you some lunch or something.
I'm here for Quinton.
I mean, I know, but we can buy you some lunch because you've been there.
No.
You've been there
I don't need the whole
so
time.
much.
Yeah.
You've been there for Sebastian
when I go home.
and all that. But,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm good.
Okay.
But she even referred to him one time as that baby. I think she said that more than once. That baby. It's little things like that you gotta, pick up on. The wording and the stuff that she says. But I mean, I had the chills when I heard it say about his color and he was warm to the touch. That right there is like that hit me like a rock. You know what I mean? Because obviously you know what she was trying to say. And then the cereal thing, I hope the jurors are picking up on it.
There is
There's
something
5 of them that do
so cold about her. It is so
She's
cold.
not, as you can see, watching, she's got no remorse. She's just trying. I get the impression from watching her, she thinks she's going to walk out of that court. She thinks she's going to get away with it.
Boy,
That's the impression I get.
I think she's, if she does, she's sadly
nervousness
mistaken.
is? Like, yeah, she just thinks like with a little freaking cocky attitude that she has, and she's just going to
I mean, I don't know if her approach is to act stone faced like, oh, I didn't do this, but I think it looks the other way. Like, whether if you're innocent or guilty, seeing your child's bones.
I know, nothing.
I mean, we're sobbing here in chat, and like she's like nothing.
Totally distant. It's like we always said, she was cold. I mean, the coldest person I've ever run into. And there's cold people out there all over the place. But I mean, when meeting eye to eye with her and seeing her, before she was arrested, and now she hasn't changed one bit. She looks terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see Jill's not doing her any justice.
No.
So.
I think it's just a type.
Yeah,
it's just a type, like Candace Wells. You know what I mean? Like, how do you have, 6, 8 kids, and you have none of them? You know what I mean? And just it's like, damn.
And
how could you?
She probably would have moved on and had more. You know what I mean? She would have had more. She was one that went out and just trapped the guy. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. You know what I mean? After having 1 kid, then 2, and you're that young, and different. I mean, you got to live and learn. You know what I mean? It's not that hard not to get pregnant. You know what I mean? It's really pretty simple. If you don't want to get pregnant, you don't have to. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to. When I didn't want any more, I didn't have any more.
Right.
Right. So I don't know, but it's just heartbreaking to see what he turned out to be. You know what I mean? What that baby went through. It really was.
I can't. Yeah, I can't even think
You
about
know,
it.
and the good thing is she her time was limited. You know what I mean? She didn't have like 10, 20 hours. She wasn't by herself. She had other kids. She had the babysitter to worry about. She had Danny to worry about. If it would have just been her with these kids alone or something, Joe was gone. Paul was up in another floor.
Right.
That house was like, you know how that house was set up. It's crazy.
Yes.
She would have had a lot more time to think of what to do with him. So,
Oh.
it's sad where he went and everything, but thank God she was down to so many hours to panic and I got to get rid of him quick and come back before he knows I'm gone, and you know what I'm saying?
Pixie Dust says, "Did you hear her say to her lawyer, he is pissing me off?" I guess meaning Danny.
Yes, she did say that. Yeah, because I watch her. I try to shuffle in the chair and I try to depending on which
They're on lunch.
witness is on. Yeah,
Yeah.
and she did. But he wouldn't look at her. I mean, when he came in, right by, when he left, he didn't even look at her,
She's
But
nothing but
yesterday, and you could see, she still wanted, revenge against him. She just wants to get him. She wanted to get him. You know what I mean? She just wanted to.
I
But
think
I don't think they.
she does things to spite,
Yes,
to
very spiteful.
make people feel pain.
Yes, yeah, very spiteful.
She's the classic type of mother for filicide, in my opinion.
Right.
Like, I'm going to punish the bio father, and
Yep.
she hurts the kid because the way that she feels she has been wronged by the father.
Right. Yeah.
It just doesn't
That's
get
true.
any more sick and twisted.
No. It's just a sad case, you know what I mean? And like I said, she had the help, she had right down the street, I mean, two houses down. She had all the help she could get. The daughters were there when Michelle worked, and she was old enough. She used to watch them on it. Daughter used to watch them on their own, and she'll be in. I know one of the daughters is testifying. So she had plenty of help, and Michelle told me, she goes, I would have kept them kids overnight anytime they asked. All they had to do was ask. She's very, very family oriented, Michelle, and her family. Very, very
Michelle.
close family.
She's just.
Yeah, they're very, very close family. And she's got grandkids, herself, and she told us, she says, I would have kept them. That's all they had to do was ask.
She took care of really, really special needs kids as well.
Yep.
Remember when we were down there? She had really, really special needs kids.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. She's just she's got a nice personality. Very, very friendly. Very welcoming. She welcomed us right into her house. I mean, many times. I was in her house, and,
yeah.
We'd always form a circle and pray.
Pray.
Every time we went in. But very sweet. I went to the thing she had. Matter of fact, she had that I don't know if you want to call it a vigil outside the house, if you remember.
Yep.
The day that it was planned, she didn't know. Obviously, we had the date planned and everything for it. That's the day that Quinton was found. I'm pretty sure it was the day Quinton was found, or it was the day that she was arrested. One or the other. It's either or. I'm not sure exactly which one, but it was a significant day that day. Yeah. I reached out to you. You wanted to know if I could live stream anything, but it was such a circus there. And I was there by myself, and everybody was like a big circus going on about people showing up and videotaping. They were freaking out. So I'm like, you know what I mean? They were watching everybody like a hawk, so I couldn't do anything like that. But no, she's extremely nice, and thank God the kids had her. You know what I mean? It's just Quinton lived a very, very short life, unfortunately. And I think Danny lives with the fact that, you know what I mean? I think in some way he feels like could he have saved them? Could he, But you don't know them things, you don't expect that.
Right.
You can see how volatile she was. I mean, she just would go from 0 to 1,000.
I think about Billy, and Billy was supposed to be taking care of the kids,
right?
And it is true that Billy was trying to kick Leilani out and
yeah,
all of that, but the thing is also who was going to take care of Quinton and the
exactly.
kids
Yep,
during the evening?
right. I know. I thought about the same thing. Well, it came out in court, and even Leilani brought it out. No, in the interviews, that it was just a paper trail. That's all it was. It was just a paper trail. And because she says, my mother was gone 2-3 months at a time. All that was a paper trail. Because she had been in some trouble, Leilani, and stuff like that. And I think that's all that was a paper trail. And that's what she called it. Come from her mouth.
Wow.
So. But no, that's true. I mean, how would Billy Joe? I mean, obviously, Michelle can't keep 3 kids around the clock for a couple months at a time when you're gone.
Right. Well, that's
So
just
I
not
thought
that's
the same
not
thing.
fair. That's not fair to a kid.
No,
I
of course
mean,
not.
your mom's the way she is,
Yeah,
and then Billy taking custody and being
yeah.
gone for months at a time.
And I know much has been coming about Zane. Like, I mean, I know Zane's father was involved with his life. I know Bubba wasn't, but I know towards the end, I guess he was trying to, because I guess he didn't believe it was his kid. And but I really haven't heard much about that, if was ever involved in his life or not. And you see how the defense? I mean, they made this big thing about the kids' names, bringing the kids' names out the other day in court, like they used his full name, like. It's public record what the kids' names are. You know what I mean? It came out when opening the statement and stuff like that.
Oh.
And then he goes and tries to get Danny to ask who's got his kid. I mean, why would you ask that? You don't want people to know that stuff. But I know she was with an aunt. That I do know. So whether it's his sister on his side, but she was with her aunt. I don't know about Zane, but because even Billy Joe had mentioned that she was with an aunt when this all happened. As far as Zane, I don't know whatever happened to him. I don't know much about Zane's father at all, to be honest. I don't know if you've heard anything about it, but
I mean,
I haven't.
If Billy Joe would have had had the kids, we wouldn't be here today.
Exactly. And like, I'm not a fan of Billy Joe. I would never defend her. I mean, I did feel bad for that day in court.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
She deserves a bit of credit for changing her life around, and she's a hard worker and all that. We got to give credit where credit's due.
Why did she go to jail?
Contempt, something to do with contempt, wasn't it?
Contempt
or something. That's what I thought.
I can't remember.
I thought it was contempt of court for something. I'm trying to think of what though. She did the 10 days. I don't know if it had anything to do with the children, because it was a big thing. It was very, they couldn't put much out there because it was around all the children. So, but I don't think it was because she had custody and left them with them. I don't think she ever got in trouble for that. I remember. Guidance, you in chat? Guidance is the one to go to. But I thought, I know it was contempt. I'm pretty sure it was contempt for something, and she did the 10 days. But I mean,
I can't remember.
and she's gonna live with it. And I know, from being out around the area where we go places, and we were getting stuff like for the memorial and balloons and stuff. We had gone to several places, and people had seen Billy Joe with Quinton all the time. Always with Quinton. She, like, when she would be out somewhere, she'd have Quinton with her. So that tells you something right there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking Quinton because he's the one that she's not treating right. Yeah, I said, oh, was the other kids with her? No, it was always Quinton. She'd come in the grocery store. She'd come do this. And there was one time where she brought him in and left him in the car and went and got something. Now somebody just, can you keep an eye on him? I got to grab something. And I don't know if she went to the car and got something or whatever. You remember that?
Yep.
And yeah, they had said that, but it was always Quinton, because I specifically asked, you ever see her out in the store? No, she'd come groceries. She'd always bring the little boy, Quinton.
I think
and that tells you something.
that was Billy's. I think Quinton was Billy's favorite. You know what I mean?
I think so. I do think so.
And I have more compassion for Billy. I mean, she knew who her daughter was, but I also think you could never think could you ever think in a million years that your child could murder her
No.
own child either?
No. I have one grandson, and I know for, obviously, I mean, Billy Joe had to have known. That kid had marks on him. Because we've seen the picture of
Oh,
Zane with the two
yes.
massive black eyes.
I've got that picture, but I
Yeah,
didn't
and
show it because it's.
no, we've seen that. We had that picture blown up because we went to the district attorney's office. Marissa was with us. We went
I
to
was
the
with
district
you.
attorney's. And
Oh, no, no, no.
did
I
you
was
come? Yeah?
leaving. I was
No, you
leaving.
didn't.
I was
You
leaving
left.
right
Yeah,
then. Yeah.
yeah, and we went in there, and he didn't. She didn't want. They didn't want to talk to us. We got escorted out by five officers that day.
Yeah, yeah.
We showed him. We made sure we sat there and showed him.
Yeah, we blew up
Yeah, he
that
had two big black eyes.
yeah.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yep. So, but I mean, another thing, Justin. I mean, not to knock any parents that do this, not doing that, but I found it kind of strange that you just take your kid and put him in the plate pack. That just eats me up because all of us who had children know what playing pack is. That's not comfortable. That's not a
No.
That's not a bed you
No.
want to put a kid to sleep in.
No.
You know what I mean? He's already 20 months old on top of it.
Right. It's
And
it's okay if you're on vacation. It's okay if you're, at a cookout or
Or you
it's in the
sleepover.
living room or something, but that's not a bed. That's not a bed.
And to leave your 5-month-old child sleeping on a couch. I mean, what happens if that kid rolled off in the middle of the night? Rolled around, anything could have happened. But to put a 20-month-old, your kid's to bed with a tablet at such a young age. I mean, I read to my kids. I rock my kids if I need to rock. My grandson's 9. We read him still stories every night when he goes to bed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there was never that motherly, affection. You know what I mean?
Right.
And she took that tablet from what she's saying. She took the tablet away, and I think that that's what happened. He flipped out after that, and when it settled down.
Yeah.
Because she worked around the way they were trying to say. No, it was kind of like bang. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you can kind of get, because like I say, they take a story and they work themselves around them. Because lying about such a big event like that is not easy. You know what I mean? So you take a baseline, you just work yourself around it. And, and you'll pick up that there's always truth in that. You know that, Justin?
Yes.
They always have truth in there. You know what I mean? You got to just be smart enough to pick them out.
Yeah. There's always a.
It's so in bed with a tablet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's always truth.
Would your kid go to sleep with a tablet if they had a tablet? No, they're gonna stay up and play with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always truth.
Yeah. Exactly. What time do you go back?
1:50. I don't even know what time it is.
1:15. Okay.
But yeah, just expect because he didn't want to. The judge asked him if who was the next witness, and he says, "Oh, you're gonna make me reveal that." So he didn't say. But when we went out there, that's who's there. I mean, he went with the grandfather upstairs to there's like a little, not really a cafeteria, just a little snack area up there.
Mm-hmm.
So he went up there with it. But the grandfather's super, super nice, you know what I mean?
Right.
Really, really pleasant. But, I mean, I chat with him. I, tell him I was sorry for everything. And, but I mean, he's, I guess you could say he's probably there for both of them, but they are supporting her, because she turns around and says, "Hi, Papa," and they, smile, blah, blah, blah.
Who's supporting her?
He's not a witness. The great grandfather, Billy Joe is too, because
I know Billy Joe is.
Yeah, that she doesn't deserve to be locked up. She needs help. No, if somebody unalives your child and your grandchild, I'm sorry.
No,
they need to be
you need
punished.
help before you unalive someone. I mean,
Exactly.
after you unalive someone, the
genuine-
crime is done. Listen, the crime is done. You unalived your kid. He is not coming back. You lied. Listen, if she needed help, she wouldn't have tried to hide it. You don't cover up stuff if you're insane.
Mm-hmm.
You don't cover up
she
stuff.
came out right in the front when this was raw and first happened. She came right out with her husband, and she says, "You can't trust anything she says. She lies. She lies all the time." And then she changed tunes that was going on. You know what I mean? Because I think she probably didn't realize, hey, I was responsible for them kids right in the beginning, because she was so, obviously she was upset. I mean, she loved the kids. You know what I mean? And like you said, I believe Quinton was their favorite. I really do.
I do too.
I believe that, yeah. And, you know, but I mean, you got to prevent these things, you know. She knew what kind of shape her daughter was in. She knew the relationship she was in. You know, she knew what was going on. I mean, whether or not some of the injuries to Quinton and them were why she was gone long periods of time, I don't know. But there was a time when the kids got out. I mean, there was several times the neighbor had the kids for over half an hour one time because they went in the yard playing before anyone even noticed they were gone.
Yep.
And then another time they took off and they went to the babysitters,
Well, one time one of them got in the pool.
Yes, they got into the pool. Another time, Zane, I guess, you know, because the old ones got him and Quentin. They went down to the babysitters, and I mean, you know, blame it was Zane took. You know, they said, well, Zane's the one that got him, took him, and they went over there, and she didn't hit Zane for it. She hit Quentin so hard she knocked him down, and he cracked his head, had a big mark on his head. But you know, now you're hitting your kids and taking off. Then he was young. I mean, that's your responsibility. You know, you don't do that. You teach your kids, okay, you don't do this. You know, you teach them right from wrong.
You tell
You
them
don't
what's
beat them
right
'cause
and
they
what's
took
wrong.
off. You should be happy the kid didn't get hit by a car. 'Cause that's a busy area. You know.
Yeah.
It's right on the corner. They're right in the corner, so they come right around that corner. And no, he got hit for that, and he cracked his head. He hit his head on the thing, and he had a big thing on his head. And I'm sure that will come in with Michelle, you know, but they ran to her house. And there was several times. One time, you know, the ditch that they had there, the big ditches.
Yeah.
They was found in the
Yep.
ditch. You know, they were playing in the ditch one time.
That was just a few days
know?
before he was unalived. That was really,
Mhm.
really not
Yeah.
too far.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
So,
But,
it's crazy.
yeah, so like I said, well, I guess this Paul should be the next one. That's what it looks like because he's in here. So,
Okay.
you know,
Well,
that's what's coming up next.
thank you so much, Karen, for calling.
You're
and
welcome.
I
No
appreciate
problem.
everything you do. I truly do.
Thank you.
And the jury, they seem like, I guess they're doing. Nobody's falling asleep.
There's 5 of them. No, nobody's falling asleep. And that guy, the kid I used to talk with, that guy takes more notes than any of them. He's the one that eyeballs. He still does.
He's the youngest.
He watches what. Yeah, and he sits like close to us. He's at the very end. The judge said that you don't have to have your assigned seats, but they do. They go the same.
Right.
They go in the same way. They come back, and they all line up the same way. So he sits at the very end, right where we are, because he's on our side. Prosecution side is where the jury thing is.
Right.
And he takes notes constantly. There's 5 jurors that don't even have a note for that pad. They don't take notes at all.
Right.
You know.
Justin, can you ask Karen if they have ever mentioned that Leilani didn't have custody of those kids? She didn't have custody. Well, I don't know if she had custody. Did they take away her custody, or did they take away I guess temporary custody? Did they completely take them away?
Billy Joe had.
Yeah,
Billy Joe had custody of him. I don't know.
Wasn't
I've
for
never
very
heard of
long.
taking a kid.
But Billy Joe got her custody taken away from when, you know, with Leilani and the other, when she had kids, when she was, you know, younger as well.
Yeah, a lot of that's going to come in. There's going to be all that stuff in the notebooks, you know. We'll talk. I'm sure she's going to talk a lot about things, especially, you know, there was a lot of the notes they had when she took off to the rehab. So, you know, you get a lot of emotions at that time, and, you know, and they teach you how to, you know, talk about your past, you know, to help you out why you're doing what you're doing and stuff. So there's going to be a lot, and I would imagine notebooks are all coming in, so I don't see if there's going to be any, you know, some things that they're not going to allow, or they're not going to allow. I would imagine they can use what they want. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but that's going to be a good day, you know.
Right.
When the notebooks come out, but the jury's they pay attention. They really pretty much pay attention to what's going on. There's a few of them. There's like one guy looks like he doesn't seem to care to really be there much. Then there's a few of them. It's funny because there's a few of them that come out every single time. They always will look. Some will avoid you, eye contact. But
Uh-huh.
there's a few. There's like about 3 or 4 of them that always look at the back. I'm like, what? Keep looking at. I don't know if it's the media where they're kind of trying to build a rapport. Like they know this is kind of high profile. Like, hey, after the thing, I'm willing to talk. But I wonder if that's what they're trying to say. You know what I mean? They're approachable. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, like I said, there's half of them. I want to say 50 and up. There's like 5 of them, four of them that are fairly, young.
Right. Oh, Catherine, thank you,
5 of them,
dear. Thank you, my love,
like I
for
said,
gifting
5
5
and
pearl
up. 5 of
necklaces.
them do not take notes at all. The rest of them take notes, and some of them, there's a couple that take notes constantly. So they're paying attention.
Wow.
I
Okay.
think the DA's doing a really good job. I really do.
Okay.
You know?
Good. Well, thank you, dear.
Yeah, I'll be in touch. Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome. And I'll be in touch.
Get you something to eat, or you take a break, close your eyes,
Nah,
or something.
I don't need a drink when I'm out all day. I'll get something when I go home, salad or something. I'm good. But
Yeah.
thank you guys, whoever offered. I appreciate it. It's just,
We love
I
you.
just don't like that stuff.
I
You too.
understand.
I love you too.
All right,
Bye,
honey. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Catherine. Really do appreciate that. Very, very sweet. If you was gifted one of those pearl necklaces, make sure to thank our dear Catherine. Thank you so much. They are on lunch, but we are a little bit behind, so we won't have to wait as long because we're kind of behind. So I'm going to finish playing this. Don't know how long it's going to be.
Let's see.
That was Karen on the phone. She has been at the trial 3 out of 4 days.
Okay, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon has rejoined her counsel at counsel's table. The state is present at their table as well. Anything we need to take up before bringing in the jury?
Nothing I can think of, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please bring in the jury.
Order in the Irony, thank you, baby. Thank you so much for gifting the pearl necklace. You received that pearl necklace. Irony, a big thank you. Sharon, I think you're right. It's probably going to be a 3-weeker. Oh, day 4.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Please have a seat. And were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to do research or discuss the case? All right, very good. Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
Melissa Bray.
Step this way, ma'am. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Mr. Dean.
Hello, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Melissa Bray.
And do you live in the Savannah area?
Yes,
Where do you live? Not the street address, but the general area.
off of Highway 17, Ogeechee Road in Azalea.
I'm gonna ask you, I can hear you, but I'm not sure that everybody can.
Okay.
So could you just, closer to the microphone would be good.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's much better. Thank you. Can you repeat your answer to that last question? What general area do you live in?
Highway 17.
And you mentioned Ogeechee Road,
Yes, Ogeechee Road,
and then I think you said Azalea as well.
Azalea Trail Park.
Now, how long have you lived there for?
I have lived there for about 4, maybe going on 5 years.
And in those 4, maybe going on 5 years, have you lived in the same residence at Azalea the whole time?
Yes,
Do you, or at some point, did you know the defendant, Miss Simon?
I met her at my job,
And what job was that?
at the job that I used to have, which was Bojangles.
Was she working there as well?
Yes,
And is that how you met her?
yes.
Roughly, how long did y'all work together at the same Bojangles?
Probably around 3 or 4 months, if that.
And do you have any nicknames that you go by?
Yep,
What nickname or nicknames do you have?
Missy,
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 Missy.
exactly.
Anybody ever call you Misty with a T?
No.
Do you remember a time where an FBI agent came out to your house at Azalea to talk to you about when was the last time you had had contact with the defendant?
Yes,
Do you remember that FBI agent's name?
yes.
What was his or her name?
Brad Snyder,
Okay, and where did y'all meet and talk?
he came to my house.
All right, where at your house did y'all interact?
In my parking lot, in the driveway.
Okay, I want you to go back, kind of take yourself back mentally to the day of that conversation, the first conversation you had with Brad, okay?
Mhm.
At that time, how long had it been roughly since you had seen the defendant, Miss Simon?
How long had it been since I talked to him the first time in my driveway or at my job, Bojangles at the time?
I mean, where was the first time that you talked?
The first time I met
Brad?
him, and I think Miss Lemons was at my job,
Okay,
Bojangles.
the first time that you talked to them, and thank you for clarifying.
Mhm.
The first time that you talked to them, did they ask you how long it had been or when the last time had been that you saw the defendant?
I think so.
And at that time, about how long had it been since you had last seen her?
I'm guessing roughly around maybe a month or so. Roughly,
It had maybe been roughly a month.
roughly, yeah.
Do you remember telling them it had been like July of 2022 that you last saw her?
Yes,
Okay. And were you telling them the truth at that time? Was that accurate?
yes,
Okay. And that was closer in time than we are now, right?
right.
Okay. What were the circumstances of your last contact with the defendant? First of all, was the time that you were telling them about then, is that the last time you ever had contact with her? I mean, in other words, have you had any contact with her since the police began talking to you?
No,
Okay. So then that was the last time you had had any contact with her?
yes.
All right. Now, what were the circumstances of that last contact with the defendant? Why did y'all have contact with each other?
Because she came to my house around 12 midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, asking if we had any money, me and my husband, for gas, because her vehicle stalled on that back road behind me. I can't remember the name of the road right now. And we didn't have any money, but I was going to go to my stepfather's not my stepfather's, my father-in-law, and ask for one of his gas cans to see if he had gas in it, and if he didn't, if we could take it up to the Inmark to put gas in it.
And right now, you're describing something that occurred in like July of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So what happened to the gas can?
We got the gas can from our property manager's yard because we had called her to ask her instead. And she said, yes, there should be one right there in the yard, went and got it. And me, Leilani, and my husband walked up to Inmark to go get the gas.
And what happened to the gas can from that point?
Of course, when we got there, she said that someone was coming to get her, to take her back to put gas in her vehicle that was on that road. So me and my husband, we left, okay? And I told her that I needed the gas can back.
Sometime after that, did you send her some text messages asking for the gas can back?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a response to those text messages?
I did not get a response at all until actually, no, I did not get a response at all.
Okay, so let me just ask you about that. Was that, those text messages to the defendant asking to get the gas can back, did you ever have any in-person contact with her after that?
No.
Okay, and again, this all happened in like July of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to approach with what I've marked as, well, let me ask you this. Did you show those text messages to Brad, the FBI agent?
Yes, I did.
Okay, he got a look at them.
Yes, he did.
And did they support what you were saying?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that a Google Maps screenshot showing the route to get to your residence at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly represent the route that you have to take to get to your place?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 35.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Parse. It is admitted without objection.
All right. Do you see that main road at the top there that I'm highlighting with the little arrow?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Ogeechee Road?
You can say yes or no.
Oh,
The
yes.
court reporter's taking everything down.
Okay. Yes.
And that red arrow coming off of Ogeechee Road, does that reflect the turn that you make to get into Azalea?
Yes.
Okay, and is that right next to the Chevron?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, the second arrow here, does this represent a right turn that you have to make to get to your house?
Yes, it does.
Do you live on a dead end?
Yes, I do.
Is that lower red arrow showing that right turn there, does that take you onto your dead end?
The lower red arrow? Yes.
This arrow here?
Mhm.
All right, so that's a right turn, takes you onto the dead end street that you live on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other way to get to your house by car?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Was there ever a time where she came and met up with you in the middle of the night to get Orajel from you?
No.
No? Saying that never happened?
I'm saying it never happened.
No further questions.
Good morning, Ms. Bray.
Good morning.
I want to walk up and look at that map, if you would. As I understand it, this is Ogeechee Road.
Right.
This is I guess that's a left turn.
Hold on.
And the second arrow goes
Um,
there. Where is your residence in this area?
Princess Gaga would like some chicken, y'all.
Do you mind showing me?
Princess
there?
Gaga would like some chicken.
I should be
There you go, Princess Gaga. Enjoy the chicken.
probably somewhere either this or up underneath these trees.
Okay, thank you. And is that a Chevron station that you mentioned?
Yes.
And that, for the record, is that looks like a big square to me.
Yes.
And you live in the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about knowing Leilani Simon. Do you know Daniel Youngkin?
No, I do not.
Have you ever hung out with Leilani Simon socially?
No, I have not.
Now, it's now October 2024. And the events that are, important to hear are October 2022. How clearly do you remember what happened back in October 2022 in your life?
Clearly, as in, what do you mean?
Well, who you saw, where you went, dates and times and things like that.
I am not that good with dates and times,
I'm not either.
but events, certain events, just like anybody else, certain events stand out. Considering the fact that I had to send her text message after text message because the gas can was that of my property managers. I didn't want to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be something that I remember.
I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down and you are excused. Okay. Mr. Dean, is your other witness ready?
Maybe, Your Honor, this is going to be a longer witness. I would ask that we take our break now, if the court's okay with that.
Okay, as we discussed. This is going to be at the time that we take the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to excuse you for lunch. I'm going to ask you to comply with the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't allow anyone to discuss it around you. Please don't do any research. Okay. The time now is 12:04. Let's meet back and begin again at 1:15. All right, you're excused.
Jury's exiting.
So we are behind because we had paused it when Karen. So we just have to wait 30 minutes rather than about the hour. So that's what we are waiting on there. It's 4 a.m. here in Australia, so I definitely don't want chicken at this. Oh my goodness. It's been very, very interesting what's all been taking place. Court TV had something interesting here. A lot of trials going on right now. Lots of trials. I was pretty shocked about this. No, that wasn't it. A few days before um, Quinton disappeared, Leilani Simon searched, quote, "Is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger towards her child because of the father or another reason?" That is filicide. That is filicide. That is classic filicide. And this goes to show you, in my opinion, there is a little bit of premeditation. Moms generally plan. Dads generally very spontaneous. So, let me see if I can turn that music down a little bit. It's a little bit of annoying. Oh, the music's coming from here. Okay, there we go. Sorry. So, you know, if she was looking at that a few days before, you know, why is she so mad at everything? Everything. At one point, while she was hysterically crying over her missing child, she used the past tense to refer to her son. Quote, "He was warm, his cheeks were pink. Please don't do that. I can't live with that. He was alive last time I seen my baby. He was my happy baby. He was my happy baby." You're right, he was. And he got you killed a happy baby. I don't know how people live with themselves. Prosecutor Tim Dean, in his lengthy opening, told jurors that Quinton Simon, 20 months old, was betrayed by his mother, who unalived him in the early morning hours of October 5th and drove his body to a dumpster where she, quote, "threw him away like trash," end quote. I took you to those dumpsters in the past. We looked at them for a moment the other day. I have no idea. A few months before his unaliving, Dean said Simon was feeling unloved and neglected. She made a 4-minute video addressing to her boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, during which she said that they lost love and complained that her feelings for him were not reciprocated. "I don't hear love in your voice or love in your touch. I don't see the love in your eyes anymore," she said tearfully. "When I was carrying your child, you didn't want to have sex with me. You didn't want me. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, all one way." She ended the video with a plea for him: "Take care of her kids." she ended the video after she arrived at the river, apparently with the intent to do something to herself by driving in the water. But she didn't. She didn't. She goes home and it's just another day. These people that live like this, it is just living from one crisis to the next. Was there cameras around in the back where the dumpster was? There was some camera footage. I don't know if they actually have her putting him in the dumpster because one of the cameras wasn't working or wasn't hooked up or something like that. But it's this constant high highs and low lows. The night of October 4th, 2022, the prosecutor contended Simon had a fight with Daniel, her boyfriend, and left the house to buy hugs, but with a D. She did not disclose this late night run when she was interviewed by police. Prosecutors say that the Coca-Cola made her angry and impulsive and precipitated Quinton's unaliving. Surveillance video shows her parked outside a dumpster the following morning after 1 a.m. Just trying to find something here. 1 second. It's heartbreaking. Dean contended she made a telling admission in the last statement to police. Leilani Simon appeared to break down and tearfully say, "I don't know if you want something to him I don't know if I don't know if I did something to him. If I did, I will take responsibility." Well, you still haven't. The defense made a very brief opening, suggesting that the prosecutors were making bold conclusions that they would not be able to prove. I disagree with them on that. Give me 1 second, y'all. Simon initially told investigators that she put Quinton to bed around 10:30 p.m. and woke up the next morning around 9 a.m. How does a person go out that many times? They go to get DRUGS, they do the DRUGS, and then they unalive their child, take the child, throw the child in a dumpster, right? And then go home and go back to bed. It's like, what? I have to go back to Monday's court video and see. Skip to my loop. I've got here. Let me. I have the video. Here we go. Here, I'll show you. This was Molly Golightly and myself at make it bigger. It's called Azalea Trailer Park. As you can see right here, there is a gas station, right? Let me make this bigger. There's a gas station right here. And right behind this gas station, there's this road and it splits. You can go right, or you can go, right, you can make a left. And this is. All right, guys, here is Azalea Trailer Park. And
all right, me and my bestie, he says, yeah, let's go.
Okay, let's look for cameras. There's that gas. Now, while they were searching for Quinton, this place was still open, but they were remodeling it. So the cameras were all down. Gas station. We got about 20 minutes before they come back.
He's like, you want to go to the shop? I'm like,
24.
Where's the Azalea Trailer Park?
No trespassing. Violators will
Wait.
Oh,
We're not allowed in?
we're allowed in.
Why does it say no trespassing?
It means on their property.
Oh.
Okay.
I told you not to go live from here. Thank God. Because they would have pulled the police to us. And we would have got arrested for trespassing.
We're not.
We were live
No,
doing this?
no. It means like it's just on certain properties. They don't. No trespassing means
Look
they
at
don't.
this, the toilet right outside. Oh my gosh. Holy
It's a
shit.
nice Tahoe. They take good care of their place.
All right. Just. How did she even know about this place?
Her best friend lives right across from here.
There's a dog.
Yeah, this is a dead end.
Aww. Justin, this feels uncomfortable.
It does. This is the first time I think Molly's ever been to a trailer park, and I'm like, she's like, this feels uncomfortable. Oh, look how that dog is over there. I'm like, Marissa, this is how people live every day. Like, this is how us peasants live. Yes.
Yes.
Why?
It's a poor dog just sitting outside.
This is life. I don't think this was her diet pill day. I think that was the night before. But she was like Billy Jaw. She'd start that stuff. She would start that stuff, and I would be like moving the camera. I'm like, oh my God, Marissa. Don't let anyone give you that diet pill again. You're a junkie, Billy Joel. For a lot of people, there's
Beat up. I can't videotape that. I feel this is sad that anyone has to live like this.
Well, it is sad. What's also sad is that this is where a baby's body was dumped. It's gonna go right down here. As soon as it comes back on, we'll switch it right over. We got about 15 minutes.
Justin. Justin.
What? I think that might be the dumpsters down there.
Oh my God.
Let's go down here. Right, and
You're always making me do things I don't want.
not at all, hey dude, not at all. I mean,
You're just like Jonathan. The sightseeing and driving.
I am. This is the day you left, I see you.
Yes, this is what he does.
We're exploring. Well, after this, after we left the trailer park, we went to the landfill, and that's where we got kicked out, and the cops called on us. Where's the fucking dumpsters?
Oh, God.
Okay, here they are. Here's the dumpsters. This is it, right here. All right, here's the dumpsters. I want to point out some cameras there too. Oh God, I didn't see this.
No.
Hold on.
No.
That looks like a camera up there
There where?
on that light. Lady 7 Up, the double wides are so nice now.
Yeah,
Oh my
there's like a little
God,
thing up
they're
I see it
incredible.
there.
She got kicked off of. She got kicked out of YouTube. Absolutely no shame. It was really sad. They got all kinds of like kids' toys and
I'm not getting
mattresses and all that stuff. And Molly would not get out. Marissa would not get out. Guys, this is where the dumpsters are, where Quinton Simon was allegedly found. And I'm just security cameras in use, it says. I can't either. Hey Jude, so that's one thing for anybody to do that. Security cameras in use. This is where the dump is. Oh yeah, I'm almost done. And if you look right here, this neighbor camera, bada bing, bada boom. Security cameras in use, and there's like a bunch of mattresses and kids' toys and strollers. You know, it smells really bad. They sure do. Here, I don't. This was really emotional being here. Just trying to see if there was any other cameras. I don't know, but they got her going in here. Yeah, Donna. Now if you put them on like a brick foundation, they're considered like almost a stick-built home. No, I mean, modular homes now, I mean, you know, they just come in sections. They're the same thing. You know. So, there actually is several trailers in this area. I think that does have security cameras from what I've seen, which kind of makes me believe they definitely have her on camera somewhere. And it was trash day too. On top of it was trash day too. It's so hard to see because of the lighting and the yellow. But on where this pole is, there's a there appears to be possibly a camera on that as well. So yeah. Yeah.
It's very
Aaron,
sad,
you're
Marissa.
absolutely right. He was thrown in the first one on the left. I mean, they switched out dumpsters, obviously, but nonetheless, it was that one. If you'll notice, like right here, look here, guys. Camera.
Nothing worth the channel.
There's a camera. That's the one they got her on close. That one right there.
I'm coming.
So
What's going on? Anything?
Marissa, she's on the phone here, and she's literally, this is her mom is still alive here. Bless her heart. Mommy, go lightly. May God be with her. She's passed now, but she's ordering her mom like trays of food to have it delivered to her. In my opinion,
Awesome. All right. Awesome. Anything else? I'll let you know. Okay? It's just a bad time. All right. Just go get. Yeah. You get it. Just leave the front door. All right. Bye bye.
and this is the business from right outside of Azalea. U-Haul. Okay, right here is there's gas pumps and all that, and there is U-Haul, and this is where she said she went to go check for Oragel. We all do what we have to do, right? Absolutely. Is that the trailer park that the dealer lives in? I think so. Pretty sure it was. U-Haul.
Hi, this is Marissa Zelinsky calling. I would like 2 trays to be delivered at the last delivery, please. Maybe actually 3. Can I have a tray of?
Let me tell you something. My best friend growing up, we had moved. I had moved not too far, but closer to him, and me and my grandmother lived in a trailer for a minute, and we were poor growing up. I mean, we were poor, but my friend, his family was extremely rich. They lived in a mansion, multiple living rooms, multiple kitchens, had maids, elevators in their home, and all of that. And so he would come and stay at my house and spend the night, and I would go to his house and spend the night. And we lived totally different lives, but we were best friends nonetheless. So, it's we're all human beings.
Um,
It's really the content of your hearts. That's what really matters at the end of the day. Got about 5 more minutes. Maybe it's this one right here. Bear with me, y'all. I want to check something. Okay, this was, what day was this? I'm trying to figure out the day that I uploaded this. November 4th, 2022. November 4th, 2022. Send me a text. Ooh, I got all kinds of texts. I just saw this. Hey, Justin, oh, thank you so much for that. Someone just, not Quinton, goodness. Where's this at? This is a silver alert, Grant County Sheriff. Let me show you this real quick before we get started. It's a silver alert, which means James Charles Jones, February 29th, 1936. He's missing since yesterday at 5:14 p.m. City Grapevine in Grant County. What state is this? 870. What is 870? Area code. Good Lord. Arkansas. So Grant County, Arkansas. 5'5", 150 pounds, bald brown hair, scar on right leg, uses walker to assist in walking. Missing individual was last seen at 1081 Grant 190009. Last seen wearing black pants, green checkered t-shirt, glasses, rubber bracelet with Philippian scripture on it. Black folding wallet. Missing individual may be traveling in, not applicable. You know where this gentleman is? Grant County, Arkansas. Call 870-842-2101, 870-942-2101. We're getting, it should be coming back any moment now. So just kind of waiting for them to come back. I was wondering if they had ever found supposed to be a press conference for Elijah Vu coming up in a little bit. So waiting for the press conference for Elijah Vu is supposed to happen here in a little bit as well. Hello, Buckets and Buckets. Any updates on the images? That's what I was looking at right now. That's exactly what I was looking to see if they had found anything as well. Gotta be something. This was, who was this? Sandra Mendoza. Okay, good news. Good news. The teen was found safe. Teen was found safe. Wait, what? Praise the Lord. Oops, that one wasn't it. She was found safe. Thank God. Why does it keep taking me back here? It's not the one I want. This is the one I want.
While
We're
the
waiting.
scorching heat behind me may not make it super
Oh,
clear,
we don't
are
really
getting ready to
care.
head into
Hear
fall.
that?
That means
Yeah, I
it
Thank you,
appreciate.
Cameron. We'll also be streaming that on our website, kickheat.com. But we've got
Okay, here we
another
go.
11
Right here
breaking
it
news
is.
alert that we want to get to. We're learning that an Amber Alert sent out last night was based on a hoax.
Yeah, 11 News just confirmed a man has been arrested for wasting police resources after falsely reporting that a 13-year-old child was missing.
Yeah, a lot of you likely received that alert on your phone yesterday evening just before 9. We're now working to learn more details, of course.
It said she was found. That's what it
Pass
said,
those
but it
along
didn't
to
say
you as
hope.
soon as we get them. We'll be right back after the break.
While the scorching heat behind
That
me
is
may
some
not make it super clear,
crap.
we are getting ready to head into fall. That means it
is a dangerous job. And back on October 5th, a Kingsley, Iowa man lost his life in a farming accident.
That's crazy. 13 years old was inside the F-250, police wrote in the news release. It seemed a little, that's what I was asking the other day. I said, well, I mean, okay, here we go. It's coming back on. Really weird. Really, really weird, man. I don't know. I just noticed it the other day. I was like, how the heck did he should get I think he was arrested. He's damn sure should be wasting his
Is there
resources.
anything we need to take up before bringing in the jurors?
Oh, thank you, Leslie. Thank you, my dear.
Revisit the admissibility of the defendant's, the nature of the defendant's relationship with Craig, the drug dealer. And the reason that I'm asking to do that is because we believe that the defense has, I mean, I've always thought that it was an issue, but if it wasn't,
I
it is
agree.
now. by virtue of some of the text messages that the defense showed to Danny Youngkin and questioned him about, and some of the suggestions that were made in that line of questioning. The text messages were shown to
Try that
him,
EMF.
and he was asked about them to suggest that on some of these prior nights, and perhaps on October 4th as well, that what she was doing was picking up drugs for the both of them, and what he was doing is impatiently waiting for her to get home with drugs for the both of them to use. That was the clear suggestion. As to the October 1st text messages and some of the October 4th text messages. Now, I think they did this in part because they kind of misread what these text messages signify in Defense 1, which I put in as State's Exhibit something.
Elijah-
what they show is the defendant.
Guys, there is an Elijah Vu press conference in 10 minutes as well. Fusions, someone just sent a text about something and I just replied, but
Now,
there's nothing else I see on there.
And Mr. Youngkin kind of testified to this, although he claimed not to know exactly what she was doing. Maybe he just didn't want to believe it or didn't want to speculate. These messages show that, and here I'm talking about State's Exhibit 83, the Craig messages show that she was not out getting drugs for the both of them, and he was not at home waiting for her to come home with drugs for the both of them to use. She was out visiting her paramour, Craig. Again, they put these messages into issue. We weren't admitting any of these night of October 1 messages where the defendant says, bet it'll be before 3 a.m. and I see you. You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. They're the ones that put these into evidence. We need to be able to prove what all this was about to get around the suggestion that they've made about what Danny was doing in sending those messages on October 1 and what he was up to on the night of October 4th. Remember, we say he's just home waiting for her to finish this trip so that they can go to bed. And they're suggesting, no, he's home impatiently waiting for drugs because he's going to stay up and use them with her. So this is really what exactly was going on is now at issue. I want to point the court back to State's Exhibit 83, page 9, line 123. Does the court have a copy?
Madam Clerk to hand it up. Okay. Once again, Mr. Dean, which page?
Page 9.
Okay.
123.
Mhm.
And the following messages and the ones that come before. These are in UTC time. So to get to Eastern Standard Time for these messages, you subtract 4 hours at this time of year. So line 123, it says it's at 7:23 a.m. on October 1st. You would back off 4 hours. It's at 4:23 a.m. on October 1st, in which she's referring to this sexual encounter that just happened between them. So that is what was going on between them in the early morning hours of October 1st, 2022, when Danny was sending these messages to her, urging her to come home so that they could go to sleep, as he testified to. We think it's very likely that she wasn't just getting drugs from Craig on the night of the 4th at this point. Beyond that, and she's there for the GPS evidence will show that she's there for 10 minutes. Doesn't take 10 minutes to buy some drugs from Mr. Craig. And so in any case, I think they've thrown it into issue, and we think it ought to come in at this point.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 83 has not been admitted into evidence.
No, I haven't
Yes.
offered it into evidence because the
Okay.
court has to this point excluded the messages and the
that-
general subject matter.
And I want to be sure of that, okay, so it's not in evidence. It has been excluded thus far, and specifically, you want the unredacted copy to come in.
There is no redacted copy.
Well, there is no redacted.
And
Would
and
you like it to come in without redaction?
Absolutely, because to redact it would be to redact out the relevant evidence that we're seeking to introduce. I mean, it's a little salacious, but it's the facts of the case that she created. I mean, I didn't write these messages. I didn't go visit Craig. This is the evidence. Sometimes it's a little unseemly. Murder cases are like that.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, absolutely everything Mr. Dean just said has already been litigated. Number one. Number two, we didn't open the door to anything having to do with Craig. He doesn't like the fact, he's right. He's absolutely right. He could have asked Mr. Youngin about these text messages, but he didn't. Okay, I did, and he didn't like that. Two different animals. But finally, the Supreme Court of the state of Georgia agrees with me on this one. Harris versus State decided June 22nd, 2022. Supreme Court case number S22A0092. It's about a 155-page opinion, Judge. And it has to do with basically the salacious sexual text that Mr. Dean's talking about. And it directly on point says these do not come in. It's not relevant. It doesn't help prove anything. It's just to get into the salacious aspects of the case and to try and ask the jury to judge this case on character or character defects rather than the evidence in the case. So the court's ruling was right the first time. Nothing's changed. I'm sorry Mr. Dean believes that, but the facts haven't changed of the case. So the court was right the first time, and the Supreme Court of Georgia agrees with me on this one.
Okay, Mr. Dean,
May I address the Harris case, Your Honor?
you can.
It is a long opinion, and I've read all of it. I don't know about my counterpart. The holding in Harris was about a broad swath of 404B type evidence about the defendant, who was alleged to have intentionally left his child in a hot car, having a motive to do so, because as evinced by all these text messages and things like that between him and women, and in some cases underage girls online, and his having visited prostitutes and things like that, I think, over a period of a couple of months. Now, the holding in which the Georgia Supreme Court said it was an abuse of discretion to allow some of that evidence in, it was as to some of it. As to the older evidence further in time away from the crime, in the opinion, I think the opinion actually supports us. Because where they start from is, look, a lot of this stuff was admissible. Some of the more recent things closer in time to the crime, but the state went overboard here and the trial court allowed them to do it. If you read that opinion and you kind of compare the timing, nature, and volume of the evidence that we're seeking to get in here to what the state did in Harris, the court will see very clearly that we are well on the right side of the line here. And there is, especially there never was any chance that this would happen, especially now. There is no reviewing court, certainly not the Georgia Supreme Court, that would find an abuse of discretion for allowing this evidence in at this point when the defendant has introduced text messages from Daniel Youngkin to her, in which he's urging her to come home. What he was urging her to come home from, whether he understands it or not, is from the relationship, the infidelity that was keeping her out and awake all night and affecting his ability to sleep. And they put these in, and they've suggested, and even point blank asked him and insinuated that he's impatiently waiting for her to bring drugs home because he wants to use the drugs. We need to be able to prove that no, she was out banging the drug dealer, and he just wanted her to come home so they could go to sleep together. That is where we were at right now.
Right.
And this evidence should come in at this point. I feel very strongly about that.
Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to step away from the bench and take a look at what we have, but I'm going to allow you to go ahead.
I was going to say, Judge, I don't see the drug dealer on the witness list. I don't know what Mr. Dean's talking about. He's talking about his interpretation of something his witness has already testified to. He can make that argument in closing, unless he wants to bring in Mr. Weston or whoever they are and put them on the witness stand. So what he's actually talking about is his interpretation of something, which is for argument's sake.
I understand. And I'm going to step away because I feel we can go on for a while. And I'm going to take a look at the case and take it under advisement for a few minutes. Let's figure 15, 20 minutes at this point, and then I'll come back out. All right, we're in recess.
What are they doing? What are they doing? Crap. Hasn't started yet. Let's see if it started. $2:00. No, that's Central Standard Time. So it's going to be 3:00. We will be live at 10/17/24 at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time regarding the investigation into the death of Elijah Vu. The briefing is for media attendance only. We will be live streaming the briefing on our Facebook page. We understand that there were some audio concerns at the previous briefing, so those issues have been addressed. 15 to 20 minutes for judge to review the motion. Whew. Want the jury to see the two sketches. That's BS. The judge or the prosecutor in the Delphi. I don't know what. Let me go back and see what they were arguing over.
As he testified to. We think it's very likely that she wasn't just getting drugs from Craig on the night of the 4th at this point. Beyond that, she's there for the GPS evidence will show that she's there for 10 minutes. Doesn't take 10 minutes to buy some drugs from Mr. Craig. And so in any case, I think they've thrown it into issue, and we think it ought to come in at this point.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 83 has not been admitted into evidence.
No, I haven't offered it into evidence because the court has
Yeah.
at this point excluded the messages and the general subject matter.
And I want to be sure that, okay, so it's not in evidence. It has been excluded thus far. And specifically, you want
They should show them.
unredacted
They should show them.
copy to come in.
There is no redacted copy.
Well, there is no redacted.
And
Would you
I-
like it to come in without redaction?
Absolutely, because to redact it would be to redact out the relevant evidence that we're seeking to introduce. I mean, it's a little salacious, but it's the facts of the case that she created. I mean, I didn't write these messages. I didn't go visit Craig. This is the evidence. Sometimes it's a little unseemly. Murder cases are like that.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, absolutely everything Mr. Dean just said has already been litigated. Number one. Number two, we didn't open the door to anything having to do with Craig. He doesn't like the fact he's right. He's absolutely.
I understand Google, but this is the thing. I completely disagree with, for instance, Cher on, you know, about Leilani and stuff, but she's probably the only one in here that feels differently than most of us. So I also don't want anyone feel, ganged up on and everyone just welcome their opinion. But I don't think we need to respond to each other in chat because it doesn't change what has already happened. It's not going to change it's not going to change what the jury makes, the final decision. I mean, for me, I think it's clear as day that uh that Leilani lied over and over and over and over again. Um and I think whenever you're close to uh someone, it's very hard to separate yourself from the good part that you see in them. I think it's hard for a lot of people to they don't like, for instance, like there's someone that really likes Don and Candace, and they'll defend them because they're like, well, I've seen her cry and I see the side that you don't see. And my argument is always, well, that's fine. We're very much we're very we're not one thing all the time. We are very complex humans. And just because someone is telling us one thing, or just because they behave like that in front of you, doesn't mean 3 years ago that they didn't unalive their child. For they were, whether they were on DRUGS or they owed a debt or whatever. um she is guilty. She says, I don't see her as a monster, in my opinion. I understand those that do. For me, she is guilty of sin, share, or isn't. Yeah, I mean, my opinion is, I mean, I think Cher should speak about this. Um I think when it's all said and done and things aren't in the heat, on her channel, um, I don't think it. I mean, if I was her, I wouldn't speak about it yet, um, because there's still a lot of emotions and stuff. I personally don't see where, um, I just think she made a really selfish decision. I mean, she in her phone, she did days prior about Googling stuff. Uh, Let me read it here. Is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger toward her child because of the father or another reason? I mean, I just think it's stacked overwhelmingly against her. So, yeah, that's what I would do if I was you, Share. I mean, right, right. And there's people that think that, you know. And I mean, again, I don't think that, but I try to respect everyone's beliefs. Um, you know, some people are just stuck in their beliefs for whatever reason, and they're not willing to move them. And some people are willing if something changes. It does, irony. You're right. Uh, I mean, I think it's a classic form of filicide right here with Leilani. I think she was already angry. I think she was having relationship trouble. She was had moving. I think her and uh, Billy Joe was wanted him out of the house, and I think she did those drugs, and it pushed her over the edge that night, and she lied and lied and lied and lied and lied in those conferences or in those interrogations. So, oh yeah, what did FBI say? No, I don't see Google's thing, but Google FBI, please don't leave. Please, Lord, let the judge rule in the motion of whatever gets in. Quinn. Yeah. Um, I don't think she was a good mother either, Sharon. At all. At all. I mean, I think there was multiple people that failed Quinton. This child is dead. And he was thrown in a trash dumpster. She was thrown in a trash dumpster, and it's really, really sad. What it is, what it is said. She sat there not seeing her child. Yes, I agree. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah. I mean, I don't believe Danny had anything to do with it. I think he showed more emotion in the time he was up on the stand than she has you know, I think whether you're innocent or guilty, just the fact that Leilani has not showed any emotion of those pictures that we see, it's really sad. I don't know. It's increases the size of the send button. What? Tugs on heartstrings. Alcohol increases the size of the send button by 89%. What does that mean? Okay, everybody just needs to calm down. Fun fact, breathe, yes. I don't know what that means either, Canadian. What's it? The send button by 89%? I don't understand. I'm trying to find something here, but I can't find it. Okay, again. A child is both part of the mother and the father, and no parent should ever resent their gift of a child, no matter what. I agree, but sometimes the hatred for them, it just gets lost, you know. Um, I really believe we all are doing the best we can with the knowledge and understanding that we have at whatever moment. Have you ever looked back and you've something you thought was so serious then or whatever, and you look back and you're like, what the hell was I thinking? Why did I say that? Why did I do that? What was wrong with you? And I believe it's kind of like a veil over your eyes at that point. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Um, I people feel how they feel, whether it's right or not. At the end of the day, people feel how they feel on these cases. Um, I may not see it all how they see it, but you know you don't want people pretending that they feel a certain way either. I mean, I don't see it, but I think it's extremely clear, in my opinion, who done this. One person only. I think the evidence is overwhelming, and I think that um, I don't know. I live like 3 blocks away from my kid's dad, and I just shake my head when I see him because he has let himself go and looks bad, and I still have love for him because he gave me 4 wonderful kids. That's the way to do it, right? That's the way to do it. You may not like them in any way other than the fact that they gave you a child or children, right? And that is the one thing that you will always have with them, no matter what. It's something that can not be undone, not be erased. Oh, that's nice, Gypsy. It's really nice. Leslie, I think he's going to get justice. I think he's going to get justice. Um, I mean, I think the defense is going to do everything that they can to make their case, but I think Leilani has lied so much in these interviews, and just the stacks of stuff that they have on her. I don't see how it could be anything else. I was rated at 18. I had the baby shower. I didn't want to be a mother yet, so I gave her up for adoption to prevent any resentment toward the baby. Yeah, Nana's butterfly. And that's one of the greatest gifts you can give your child. If you don't want the child, don't make the child suffer and you suffer. Let the child grow up into, a family that is praying for, you know, a little child every night, praying that they can, God will let them be able to adopt a child, foster care, whatever. Oh, I agree. I agree. And I just think the continual lying that she didn't go to this location, didn't go to that location. Uh, just continually, constantly lying. And when they press her, she gets mad. So I don't think she's got. I just don't. I don't think so. Boo! Thank you, my dear. Who do you all think the next witness will be after babysitter? I don't know, but I feel like the babysitter might be coming up pretty soon. Um, I agree. Hmm. She chose to place herself in the presence of the child. She chose to do this. Either way, it was about her. Now, it's about Quinton and his justice. He never had a choice. Yes. See, children can't just walk outside and, get in their car and leave. Right? It's very sad. Um, a lot of people say that Danny was, better to the kids than what Leilani seemed to be. Hmm. You think so? Well, last time she said it was going to be 15 minutes, it was 45 minutes at least. And this is what ends up really, hurting the time. My mom had a rule of thumb: if you get mad enough to harm your child, go for a walk and calm down. Yeah. Yeah. You just got to be. Why is this thing not working? There we go. Put this up. Court TV, I think it is. Oh, damn, there we go. Can you show the Quinton video again? I could literally see his pants length and little legs. So thankful he's not suffering anymore. Oh, the video, the the alleged ghost video. I don't know if. Let's see here. The dumpster situation is weird. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, Spirit Seeker gave it to me. Let me see here. "15 minutes." Here we go. Okay, we'll get back to that in just a second. This is the take the banner down again.
Okay, we're still at 113. Right there.
I got plenty of regular cigarettes.
Yeah, I don't smoke anymore. Okay, so I'm going to turn the volume all the way down so that we can pay attention to the screen because they're being very loud. We can see, like, I think that's where my focus was. Well, I think I actually saw it. It was when he was walking back this way is when I saw something that looked like it came running right out in this direction, this way. But I'm going to turn the volume all the way down here. We have the volume all the way down. And I went back to 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 45 seconds. Right here, we can see this is Dolly with his ring light, and he is walking in this direction. Now, as he walks in this direction,
Okay, here we go.
we see something right in this.
Wait. 1 second. Was that the court? Okay, here we go. We're back on the record now.
We are now back on the record in SPC
Family taped it off.
03364J6. The state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Ms. Simon is present in court with her counsel. The state is present as well. So the issue came up on the text messages presented in State's Exhibit 83. The court had reviewed the issue on admissibility back pre-trial. However, I've had an opportunity to consider the positions of both parties, as well as I've reviewed the case presented by the defense. In light of the evidence that's been testified and admitted at trial at this point, and after applying the Rule 403 balancing test, the court finds that the text messages are admissible since the probative value outweighs any prejudicial effect to the defendant. So I'm handing State's Exhibit 83 back down to Madam Clerk. All right. Is there anything further to take up before we bring in the jury?
Just so I don't have to keep popping up, Judge, just note for the record my objection, and I won't keep popping up whenever we get to that point, if that's okay. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Dean? We're ready, Ron. Okay. Please bring in the jury.
All rise, jury center. Jury is not entered.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. And welcome back.
Thank you.
I hope you had a good lunch break. We planned to start back a little bit earlier. We had to take up some issues out of your presence. We are going to resume now. Were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to discuss the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone done any research?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, let's get ready to begin. The state may call its next witness.
Dr. Amanda Puentes.
Right this way.
The evidence you shall give the court and the ready of the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Dr. Amanda Puentes.
And what is your city and state of residence in?
I live in Dade City, Florida.
And what kind of doctor are you?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where is Dade City?
It is about 26 miles northeast of Tampa, Florida.
And where do you work?
Currently, I work at Premier Community Healthcare Center in Dade City, Florida.
Is that do you work in like an outpatient pediatrics clinic?
Yes, it's an outpatient pediatric clinic.
Okay. Are you, what type of pediatrician are you?
I'm a general pediatrician.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
I graduated or finished residency in 2006.
And you are here today, just to kind of put it out up front, because you were Quinton Simon's last pediatrician.
Yes.
Before moving to Florida, did you work in the Savannah area?
Yes, I worked in Savannah, Georgia from 2017 to 2023.
And where did you work in Savannah during that time period?
I worked at J.C. Lewis Primary Healthcare Center, and we have our own building that's dedicated to pediatrics.
Okay. And that's an outpatient pediatrics clinic?
Yes, it's an outpatient.
And is that where you saw Quinton?
Yes.
Okay. Let me go back now to education, training, and experience. Can you tell us about your undergraduate education?
Yes, I completed a Bachelor of Science honors degree through the University of South Florida in Tampa, Florida.
And did you go immediately to medical school, or did you work after undergrad, or what?
I was able to start medical school right after I graduated with my undergrad in 1999.
I'm sorry. Where did you go to medical school?
At the University of South Florida Medical School as well in Tampa, Florida.
And when did you finish up medical school?
In the year 2003.
Now, after graduating from medical school in 2003, did you do a residency?
Yes, I did a pediatric residency program in the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and Creighton University. Dual program in Omaha, Nebraska.
What is a residency?
A residency allows a doctor to kind of more specialize, or the first step to specialize in a certain area. So you have pediatrics, you have internal medicine, which is primarily adult medicine, you have surgery, for example.
And dermatology, emergency medicine, all the different specialties?
Yes.
So you did your residency in pediatrics?
Yes.
And is that essentially the first step to becoming a pediatrician?
Yes, it's, well, the first and only step to becoming a pediatrician.
And how long was your residency program at, you said, a
3
dual
years.
Program at Creighton and University of
Yeah,
Nebraska?
just both of those school funded and provided the education.
Okay. 3 years of that pediatrics residency. What did the residency involve?
It involved different areas of pediatrics, so not only outpatient, but inpatient, intensive care unit experience with the real small babies that are premature, as well as children. say that are very sick in the hospital, emergency medicine for pediatrics, psychiatric experience just under pediatric age group.
So during residency, you do a little bit of everything peds related?
Yes,
Okay. When did you finish residency?
I finished in 2006.
And at that point, did you become, did you get any kind of board certification or anything along those lines to be a pediatrician?
I was taking the board exam.
And do you hold any certifications or members?
I'm a board certified pediatrician
And how long have you been?
since 2022.
All right, since finishing residency, have you worked as a pediatrician uninterrupted through
Yes.
today? Okay. And so how many years would that be total?
So that would be 18 years.
I'm sorry to ask you to do that.
Going on 18 years.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Dr. Puentes as an expert in pediatrics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. I'd like to turn now to your involvement with Quinton. Okay. Can you tell us where, when, and under what circumstances you saw him?
So I saw him as a new patient in February of 2022. He came in for a 12-month well visit, although technically he was 13 months.
And what is a well visit?
So a well visit is a physical exam type visit that we go over safety in the household, developmental questioning to see where a child and make sure a child is developing normally, as well as administering vaccines if the parent would like their child to get the shots.
Is it fair to refer to a well child visit as essentially like a normal checkup?
Yes.
In other words, was he brought in because there was any specific health complaint, or was it just a routine visit?
It was a routine visit.
Okay. And tell us about your examination of Quinton that day.
That day, I mean, he was healthy, happy. I saw him with his grandmother, who he was in care of at the time. And developmentally, he was appropriate for his age, talking, walking, everything on time. And then on physical exam, I did detect a heart murmur.
Okay. And can you tell us what you did in response to that?
So because of the heart murmur and at his age, and oftentimes my patients through this clinic, I may never see again, I referred him to a cardiologist.
And what cardiologist was that?
It was through the Savannah Children's Heart Center here in Savannah.
Do you remember the specific doctor?
It's, according to his records, is Dr. Burch.
Was that heart murmur something that caused you any serious concern?
No.
Can you tell us why not?
So a heart murmur doesn't automatically mean there's something structurally wrong with the heart. It can just tend to be, at the time when you hear it, a difference in pressure through the heart, so a difference in blood flow. Oftentimes, sometimes the next person, even within minutes, another doctor could have listened and not heard a heart murmur.
Did Dr. Burch did Quinton then have a visit with Dr. Burch?
Yes, he then, within a couple weeks, had a visit with Dr. Burch.
And did Dr. Burch get back to you about his assessment of Quinton's heart murmur?
Yes, he sent me the office visit notes.
And was there anything about what Dr. Burch told you that altered your initial impression that this wasn't anything to be especially concerned about?
No, there wasn't. No concern.
Overall, would you describe Quinton as having been in good health, happy, normal child when you saw him?
Yes.
And did you ever see anything that changed that opinion one way or the
No.
other? Okay. Prior to your testimony in this case, did I ask you to review essentially all of his medical records for his entire life?
Yes, you did.
Did you review his birth and neonatal records from Flowers Hospital in Atlanta?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some prior pediatrics records from a clinic in Waynesboro, Georgia?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some records for an emergency room visit at either St. Joseph's Hospital or Candler Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And what were those for? What was that visit about?
The visit at St. Joseph's Candler was an acute visit where he had cough and runny nose.
Pretty normal for a
and
kid.
fever. Very normal for emergency room visit.
And did you also review the complete records from the Savannah Children's Heart Center?
Yes, I have.
But after that review, did you identify any documented condition that might have been life-threatening or anywhere close to life-threatening?
No.
Any reasonable medical possibility that Quinton just died in his sleep on the night of October 4th?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
She's been tendered and admitted as an expert, Your Honor. She can testify in the form of an opinion.
It's the ultimate issue in the case, Judge.
That's not the ultimate issue.
I'm going to allow the question.
Any reasonable medical possibility that Quinton would have just died in his sleep for no reason on October 4th, 2022?
No.
Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Quinton, let's pick up where Mr. Dean just left off.
Okay. Does anyone just die for no reason?
No. Yes.
Okay. Who? What would be the no reason that could occur where someone would die for no reason?
There's reports of adults, elderly, that will get a sudden arrhythmia and lead to sudden death.
But wouldn't the arrhythmia then be the reason for the death?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a nonsensical question, isn't it? There's always some reason for a death, correct?
If it can be proven.
Correct. What if it can't be proven? What if you don't know the manner, method, time? Does it mean someone's less dead? No, it doesn't.
No, they're still dead.
Okay, so, but since you're a pediatrician, you're board certified, correct?
Yes.
And since Mr. Dean asked the question, I'll ask the question and take it a little bit further. Do you ever do postmortems on children?
No.
Okay. Have you ever done postmortems on children?
No.
It's not something you're trained in?
No.
Okay. The manner that you treat children, is it usually the health and wellness checks? Or have you ever done like emergency room visits or treatments?
A little bit of both, because some of the acute care can be involved enough to even call the ambulance to come to the office.
Okay. So, and whenever those children are in your treatment, okay, have any of those children died?
No.
Okay. So when you did treat them, it was usually something that required some sort of immediate intervention, correct?
Yes.
And you got it for them, correct?
Yes.
And then they recovered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about Quinton Simon in particular. You said you reviewed all of his wellness records and all of his medical records, correct?
Yes.
So the heart murmur was of concern and note, but you referred him to the heart center and treatment was followed up on, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Burch, I believe it was, didn't seem to be concerned and neither did you, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So with regards to the Wayne County records, anything of note there?
No.
Okay. And I think you said you also reviewed the birth and neonatal records from Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Anything of note there?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything in the birth or neonatal records that would raise your hackles or be of any concern to you with this child's health or well-being?
No.
Okay. Now, who was it that brought the child in to see you, I guess, in February of 2022, or do you not know?
No, his grandmother did, along with what grandma referred to as a nanny.
And that was in February, correct?
Yes, 2022.
And you also had a June 6th visit as well, or was that a different doctor?
That was the emergency room visit.
Okay, but that wasn't you.
No, that wasn't me.
But again, you reviewed those records, and again, nothing of any note or concern beyond, I guess it was a cough and runny nose, you said?
Yes, no concern.
And you're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So I'm obligated to report a suspicion of child abuse or neglect. Any concerns, I'm supposed to report it to law enforcement.
And is there any special training you go through to do this job, to be a mandated reporter, or is it just part of your normal medical training?
It is, I guess, tutorials, a few hours of explaining mandated reporter, cases that it would come up or that might lead you to be suspicious in order to report, and then also how to report.
At any point in time, did you report any suspected abuse or neglect on Quinton's side?
No.
That's all the questions I got.
You mentioned that it was his grandmother who brought him in when you saw him.
Yes.
You didn't report any abuse or neglect, right?
Yes.
But at the time you saw him, it seems that he wasn't even in his mother's custody. Is that right?
Correct. He was.
The objection.
The objection is the cause of speculation of a legal matter, not a medical matter for which it's qualified.
Mr. Dean, do you want to respond to that?
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
No further questions.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Hilliard? Okay, doctor. Thank you. Your excuse. The state may call its next witness.
Dr. Kenneth Burch.
Dr. Burch, if you would just come forward. You come on this way, sir.
Stand right here for me and raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, swear you in.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. You can have this way. Watch your steps. You can adjust this microphone and speak clearly.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Kenneth Burch, pediatric cardiologist
And where do you work, sir?
at Savannah Children's Heart Center in Savannah.
Are you a medical doctor, sir?
Yes,
You said you're a pediatric cardiologist.
that's correct.
And are you here today because you briefly treated Quinton Simon, the victim in this case?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you a little bit about your education, training, and experience.
Mhm.
Can you tell us about your undergraduate education?
Undergraduate, I went to Augusta College in Augusta, Georgia.
And
For
did
4
you go-
years.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Mhm.
Did you
Just
go-
went 4 years, yeah.
4 years, okay. Did you go immediately to medical school?
No, didn't, had a year before I was accepted. And then I went to 4 years of medical school. Then I did 3 years of pediatric residency and then 3 years of pediatric cardiology fellowship.
Where did you go to medical school?
Medical College of Georgia,
And when did you graduate?
1982.
You mentioned that you did was it a pediatric residency or a
Mhm.
cardiology residency? residency?
Well, a residency was general pediatrics.
Okay.
So I did 3 years of that at the medical college there. And then was fortunate that they thought enough of me to go ahead and offer me a fellowship in pediatric cardiology there before I was halfway through my second year of residency. So I stayed and did 3 years there
Our last
in
witness,
fellowship. Mhm.
I'm sorry, our last witness, Dr. Quinton, has explained to us what a medical residency is.
Mhm.
But I don't think we've heard what a fellowship is after residency. Can you tell us what a fellowship is?
Mhm. Well, a residency, you sort of do a lot of different things. But when you do a fellowship, you're specifically focused on one particular subspecialty. In my case, it was pediatric cardiology.
Is it fair to say that in your residency, you gain your specialty, but in your fellowship, you get a subspecialty?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you finish your pediatric cardiology fellowship?
1988.
And have you been working as a pediatric cardiologist uninterrupted since then?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Tell us where you've worked as a pediatric cardiologist.
Well, initially was employed, if you will, by Memorial Medical Center starting July 1988, and worked in the pediatric department there doing pediatric cardiology until 1995, and I went out in private practice April 1st, 1995, and formed Savannah Children's Heart Center. I've been there ever since.
Now, as a pediatric cardiologist, how do you get patients? Where are these patients coming
They're
from?
referred.
Referred by who?
Typically, other general pediatricians.
And what causes a general pediatrician to refer a child to a pediatric cardiologist? What kind of things?
Well, they're very different, various different reasons. One of the most common, particularly in a young child, is because they hear a noise or a murmur when they listen. We also see kids for passing out, chest pain, all kind of other complaints. But
Now, can you tell us about Quinton Simons being referred to you?
I believe that Dr. Prince heard a murmur, and I think it was a new finding, from what I gathered. And so he was referred for us to evaluate.
And tell us about that evaluation.
Okay. Well, how much? What do you want to know? Everything, or just? I'm not. Well, I mean.
Can you do like a 1 minute?
Yeah. So basically, when he came into the office, he had a EKG performed, which was normal. Then I went into the room, and he was there with his grandmother, and he looked fine. Respiratory rate was normal, heart rate normal. His weight was above the 75th percentile for his age. He looked like he was thriving. And so I listened to him and examined him. He had a soft little murmur. So then we went and did the echocardiogram, where we actually look at the heart. And that's where we, so two minor things. One was a patent foramen ovale, and the other was a very small, what appeared to be a coronary artery fistula into the PA.
The first thing you said was you said it really fast.
Patent foramen ovale.
PFO? What is that?
Well, patent foramen ovale is a normal structure, actually, that all babies have before they're born. Okay, it's open in such a manner so that the blood that's coming up from the placenta, because mother's providing everything, is preferentially directed across that opening, if you will, to the left side of the heart. So most of it gets pumped out, to the body, as opposed to going back into the lungs, which are full of fluid and the vessels are constricted. And then after they're born and the pressures change in the heart, then it just sort of flaps shut, if you will. But very commonly, it doesn't necessarily meet like it's supposed to, and takes time to close up and go away. Typically, large patent frame valleys, about 80% of them close, small ones 95%. But a small patent frame valley is restrictive, doesn't have a lot of shunting going from, because the shunt direction changes after they're born. Okay, the pressure in the lungs goes down, so now the left side of the heart has a higher pressure than the right side. Okay, if it's got your blood pressure, i.e. in your pressure in your lungs is like a third of that. But anyway, so the direction of the shunt changes, and then what the criteria for intervening or closing it or whatever you want to say has to do with how big it is.
You mean surgically?
No, you can close it with devices.
Okay.
But sometimes it's surgically, it just depends. But if it's small and restrictive and the right side of the heart is normal, you leave them alone, because you're actually probably going to do more harm than good closing it, if you will. And his was very tight. Okay.
And Mr. Before you go further, was that PFOFPL?
PF, foramen, FO, yeah.
Okay, and Madam Court Reporter.
I can help that.
Yes, please.
Is that spelled Patent?
Patent.
New word FORAMEN. New word OVALE.
That's correct.
All right. We got it.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. You're welcome.
I can say PFO if you don't need to.
So was any intervention indicated for
Not for that, no.
Okay. Would you consider this a minor issue?
I would consider, you're talking normal activities, no limitations on activities, typically shouldn't have any effect on life expectancy. And like I say, he was only 13 months old when I saw him, so there was still a good or a high probability that it was going to close up anyway.
By around what age?
Usually, most of them close around 12, 15 months of age, but I've had some that were a little older, 2, 3 years, that, some that you're looking at thinking, well, these may be large enough for us to do something about. And we typically, if we do need to do something, if they're large enough, we typically don't address that until they're 3, 4, 5 years of age. So
Is that because you're waiting for it to just resolve?
Waiting for it to resolve, as well as getting the child older, so everything is easier to do, particularly if you're going to do it with a device.
Now, you mentioned, I think, also a coronary artery fistula that you observed. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's a very rare type of finding, in the sense where I think it's about 0.01, maybe 0.02%. You see a congenital. Now, this is a congenital one. There are coronary fistulas that you may see in adults that are undergoing bypass surgery and other kind of things, but I'm talking about a congenital one. And basically, when the heart forms, basically it's a single tube actually when you first start, and then involutes on itself and so forth. So a lot of the structures are very close to each other, and sometimes, most commonly, the left anterior descending coronary artery may not actually totally close up from the pulmonary artery. So you may have a connection there, and that's called a fistula. And the size of the fistula dictates what you do, meaning that if it's a small coronary fistula, less than like 1 centimeter or much less than the size of the coronary artery, I'll put it that way, then we just watch those. And most of those will even close up and go away on their own. Now, when you talk about larger ones, moderate to large, those are a little different. Those many times will need to be taken care of. But typically you'll see signs and symptoms with that. So it's not just looking and saying, oh, this is a small one. You're looking at other things as well. If it's a significant shunt, which means it's a big one, okay, into the point then the left, the heart's going to be dilated. There's going to be increased flow to the lungs. The child's going to be short of breath. He's not going to eat well. He's not going to gain weight. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so forth. And obviously, though, and of course, one of the risks with it, if it's a large one, is that once they get up and start playing sports and so forth, that they could have an issue with ischemia or lack of oxygen to the heart. So you will repair those. Small ones, you watch. Sometimes they don't go away. So typically when they're 10, 11, 12 years of age, when they reach that age where they're going to be affected by peer pressure or parental pressure to continue to compete. Whereas when they're little, they get tired, they stop. When they get a little older, they try to run that extra lap or whatever. That's when you can get in trouble if you have an issue. So we'll exercise them and make sure everything is okay, depending upon the size of it. But I've had kids with small coronary fistulas that play, competitive athletics, high school, college, and so forth.
What
Never
about
have an
Quinton's?
issue.
What about
His
Quinton's?
was tiny.
Tiny?
Tiny. Yeah.
Would either, now you.
You almost don't even want to mention it, but it's there, so you have to. Does that make sense?
We called you in here just to cover all the bases.
Okay.
That's why you're here. Were either of these findings that you've described of any serious concern to you?
No.
And you say this as a pediatric cardiologist with 30-some years experience?
That's correct. I've only had one coronary fistula that we've ever had to repair, and that was back in the 90s. The
Only
rest of
one?
them.
Only one that you've ever had to repair?
And the patient did well.
And how many kids have you seen with
It's not very common. I don't know, 20, maybe 15 over the years. I don't, keep that number because of most of the time it's almost an incidental finding, if you will, because they're so small that you don't want to make a major issue out of it because then it may interfere with the child's normal activities and so forth, because everybody's going to be worried that something may happen.
How many times did Quinton come to see you?
Just one time.
What was the plan going forward?
He was supposed to come back in 6 months. And so I saw him on February 28th, if I'm 2022, if my memory is correct. And so he was supposed to come back in August, and he didn't show. And then, I don't know the details of the dates right in there, but somehow we were trying to track him or get him. It came to light that he had died.
I don't know that I did this earlier, Your Honor, but I would offer Dr. Burch as an expert in pediatric cardiology. No objections.
Okay, thank you.
In your opinion, is there any reasonable medical possibility? Well, let me ask you this. Were either of these conditions life-threatening in your view?
No.
Even remotely so?
No, sir.
Is there any reasonable medical possibility that they just caused his sudden death one night?
I guess anything is possible in the world. However, I would say this, I've never seen an issue with these defects this small ever creating an issue. I mean, any symptoms or whatever, much less death,
Thank you, sir. One moment, please. No further questions.
Dr. Burch, these are rare conditions, correct?
No, patent family valley is very common. The coronary fistula is a rare condition.
And it's not often I get to talk to a cardiologist, so I'm going to ask some questions. I know it's probably for you, stuff you're used to dealing with, but just out of curiosity, you said the PFO. How common is that in children?
Well, actually, it's a normal structure that all babies have. It's the ones that don't close after the burn. Like if you were to go into the nursery, hypothetically, and do an echocardiogram on every baby that was born in the first 24 hours, they probably 95 to 98% of them will still have a patent foraminal valve.
Okay. And let's talk about the fistula. How common is that?
That's not common. It's like less than 1%.
Okay. And since one is fairly common and one is not very common, the combination of the two, how common is that?
I have no idea. I mean,
have you ever seen it before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I assume what you were talking about with Mr. Dean, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, about the 15 or 20 times, I guess you would say, since one is
Something to that effect. I mean, you know, like I said, I mean, I could go back and probably look it all up for you, but
No,
it's not very common.
it's just not a very common thing. Okay.
Although I will say this is becoming more common because our technology is a lot better. When we look with the echocardiograms and the color flow, then you're seeing more things now that you didn't see previously. Does that make sense? And so, you know, so you're seeing them, but still, it's not necessarily, you know, anything that you would certainly do anything about unless it's, you know, moderate to large in size.
Well, and let's talk about that. So technologies, you've been a pediatrician now, I believe, since the 80s. So probably 40 years now, right?
82.
Okay. So, and I assume technology advancing does help in the diagnosis and treatment of a lot of these disorders, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I guess, you know, 40 years ago, these things wouldn't have been diagnosed or as common as they are now, correct?
The moderate to large, you would probably hear them, okay, because it'd be more of a continuous murmur.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got one large enough, then you'll hear it. Now, I mean, I have a patient that has one that you can definitely hear, but hemodynamically, it's not significant enough that, I mean, I referred her to be considered for having it closed, and they did the catheterization, looked at it, came back and said that it wasn't large enough to warrant intervention at this time.
Okay.
So,
well, and let's talk about, what was it, the fistula that you said that could become an issue later on if it didn't close or do what it's supposed to do?
no, I didn't.
Or is it a PFO?
No, not PFO.
Okay. As you can tell, I don't know much about this.
No, it's okay. That's okay. The PFO typically will either close them, go away, or stay the same size. They don't typically get bigger. Okay. The coronary fistula, the real small ones, like Quinton had, typically close up and go away, or mainly stay the same size. Okay. The moderate to large ones, they can increase in size over time. So that's why you would address those sooner. Now, someone like Quinton with a very small one, you would watch him just to make sure that it doesn't progress, and, you know, look at the size of his coronary arteries and make sure there's no dilatation and so forth and so on, just to make sure that you're not going to have or try to prevent any issues. I'll put it that way. But unless you're seeing some significant shunning and so forth, these are typically, patients are typically asymptomatic.
And let's talk about the opposite of that. I mean, most of them are asymptomatic, but if something was going wrong or there was shunning, and what would be the signs and symptoms? How would you know?
As I mentioned earlier, particularly in the small child like Quinton, he would actually be in what's called congestive heart failure. Okay, and that's a bit of a misnomer when you talk about congestive heart failure, like in someone like me, because the heart is still functioning fine. The problem with it is a lot of the blood is, when it goes in the coronary artery, it goes out the fistula to the artery to the lungs, and then it comes back to the left side of the heart. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, and so the left side of the heart will begin to dilate, and but also you have what's called pulmonary overcirculation, and that's where the symptoms come from. And you can get edema, so they're short of breath, they're easy fatigability. In youngsters that are nursing or bottle feeding or whatever, they're usually tachypnic or breathing fast, and so their major activity obviously is eating. You know, they don't get them run around, so what happens to them is they can't coordinate sucking, swallowing, and breathing. Okay, so they tire, they don't finish the bottle or whatever, and they don't gain weight. So that's one of the parameters you always look at in a situation where if there's a question in your mind, is this child doing fine or not? Because I think the heart was a little big or whatever, you look at their weight and so forth, and if they're, you know, above the 50th percentile or so, and like Quinton was above the 75th percentile, so he wasn't having any any issues, eating or any of those types of things. So,
Doctor, thank you so much. You've been very informative.
well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a moment, Mr. Dean,
No redirect.
thank you. Doctor, thank you. You're excused. Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Paul Simon.
Right hand, please. The evidence you shall give the court and jury of the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good afternoon, how are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing pretty well. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Paul Simon.
And you are the defendant's brother?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Paul?
No, sir. Go ahead.
If you prefer Mr. Simon, let me know. and I'll do
Call
that.
Paul.
Okay. How old are you, Paul?
23.
And what is your city and state of residence? Where do you live now?
I live in Eden, Georgia.
Do you work?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I do construction and I'm a manager at AutoZone.
Did you grow up in the area?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to high school?
New Hampstead.
I want to draw your attention to fall of 2022. Do you remember the general time period I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were you living in the fall of 2022?
535 Mccarta Road.
And whose house is that?
My mother's.
Okay. And where were you staying in that house during that time period?
Upstairs and towards the back side of the house.
When had you started living there?
3 to 4 months prior.
Prior to what?
Prior to the incident.
Okay. Now, where did you live before that?
With my aunt.
Okay. What's her name?
Jackie.
Okay. So you lived with your Aunt Jackie and then you moved back in with Mom at some point?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in that time period?
Yes, sir. I was working at a warehouse. I can't remember the name. It was Eclipse, I believe.
Okay. Was it the same place that your sister and Danny worked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about a normal day there. What did you do?
We loaded packages up onto trailers and moved them around the warehouse into different trailers all day. Just stacking them and wrapping them and sending them off.
Now, when you moved into your mom's house a couple months before what you described as the incident, were your sister and Danny and the 3 kids already living there?
Yes, sir.
Had Sky already been born at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was it like living there with everybody in that house?
Well, pretty much every day, from what I heard and saw, it was just arguing every day. I mean, not between the kids or nothing like that, but it was between Leilani and Danny.
Okay. What about your mom?
Whenever my mom was there, they did argue quite a good bit.
And who's that?
Leilani and my mom.
Okay. Let's go to the morning of, well, let me ask you this. Tell me about the kids, the 3 kids, Zane, Quinton, and Sky.
Zane, hyper, want to be in everybody's business. But I mean, that's average for his age, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then Quinton, he was an angel. Like, you could change his diaper. He'd lift his butt right up for you. No problem at all with it. You put the diaper, you tell him to lower his butt. He'd lower it, let you clean them all up. No problem at all. Zane,
That boy had crap all up his head one time, and Leilani made me clean it in the back of the car. Man, that was a whole. I don't know how I managed that one.
Can I ask you this? Did you participate in the child care at all during your time living in the house?
Kinda. It was on and off. It was whenever they needed me.
Yeah. Tell us about your interactions with the kids.
So a few times I had to take them to doctor's appointments, which wasn't a problem because, people was at work, and I happened to have the day off or whatever, So I'd take them to the doctor's appointment because I didn't have to be at work till 2. And then I'd drop them off at the babysitter. And then whenever Leilani would need me to watch them, I'd watch them upstairs. I'd bring some toys upstairs into my room and let them play with it. Tell them, hey, that's your area. Don't mess with none of my stuff.
Tell me about watching them upstairs in your room.
They just sit there, play with the toys, want a whole lot of snacks. And of course, I wouldn't give them snacks right away. You ain't about to be all hyped up on me.
Does this include Sky, or are you talking mainly about Zane and Quinton?
Zane and Quinton, I didn't actually watch Sky. She was still, relatively young, like 3-4 months old, somewhere around there. So I didn't actually watch Sky, but I watched Zane and Quinton quite a bit whenever they needed me to.
Did you ever help them, and maybe not because of the shift you work, did you ever help with getting them dressed in the morning, getting them fed, getting them bathed and put down at night or anything like that?
I bathed them once or twice when I was there. And as far as feeding, I would help with that, but it was more so when I was there, because I was working from 2 to 10. So they usually eat between 6 and 9 at night, give or take those time periods.
And you started saying some nice things about Quinton earlier, and I did not follow up, and I guess I'll do that now. What was your relationship like with Quinton?
Well, he loved me. I mean, he'd come up to me, he'd put his arms over my knees, and I'd just sit there and bounce him for a good hour or two till my legs got tired. He weighed a good 20, 30 pounds. But, I mean, I loved him. I mean, I'd tell him to shut up. But, I mean, that was about as mean as it got towards him with me, you know what I mean? Kids don't want to stop talking.
What did your during the time period that you're working at Eclipse and working the 2 p.m. shift that you've mentioned, what did a normal day look like for you? Not talking about any particular day, but just kind of give us an example.
I'd get up in the morning between 9, 10 o'clock-ish, usually, and then watch some TV, get up, take my dog out, let him use the bathroom, bring him back in the room, continue watching some TV, and then get ready and go to work. I mean, it was just, either TV or playing a video game.
What about after work?
After work, I'd get off. Just like I said at the police station, I'd get off, roll me a blunt, and go on about my day.
Tell me about the blunt rolling and going on about your day.
I'd sit there in the parking lot because I wasn't going to try to drive and roll at the same time, you know what I mean? So I'd sit there in the parking lot, roll. Then as I was driving down the road, I would light it up and smoke on the way home because my mom had a strict rule of no smoking in her car. So you'd have to roll it out the windows to be able to smoke in the car.
What car were you driving around the time of the incident?
The 2012 Silverado.
Okay. What color is that?
White.
Okay. Is that the truck that was parked next to the Dodge Journey when the police arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what you would do when you get home.
I'd get home, I'd go upstairs, let the dog out, then probably smoke again, and then go to bed. Watch a little bit of TV if I had enough time, and then go to bed.
Tell us about the dog. When did you get the dog?
I got the dog when I was still working at FedEx in 2019. He passed away January 1st this year from advanced heartworm disease.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and but he was my pride and joy. Loved that little fool.
You said what now?
He was a little fool. He was a little retard. That's what he was.
Pardon me. What was the dog's name?
Rimshot.
Rimshot?
Mm.
Are you a drummer?
I'm not, but that That's a name from Ernest. Have you ever seen any of the Ernest movies?
Like Ernest Saves Christmas?
Ernest Saves Christmas. Ernest Goes to Jail. Ernest Saves Halloween.
And there's a character named Rimshot in this movie?
It's his dog.
And that's, okay, so that's your dog's namesake. Okay. I know you had told me before the dog was named Rimshot, but I don't know why. Okay. Where did the dog stay when you were at work?
He would stay, Leilani would watch him whenever she was home, or he would go outside and stay on lead.
Okay. Out on the lead, can you tell me what you're talking about?
Long 25, 30-foot leash.
And what was that attached to?
A ground hook.
Okay. And where would he stay when you were home?
He would stay upstairs with me.
Is that where he slept?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the, so we've talked about kind of your general typical day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the day before the police came to your house, okay? Talk about that day, October 4th, 20.
Did you sign the house for mine? Did you respond with yes or no?
Yes, sir.
The court reporter is trying to take it all down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
All right. The day before the police came to your house, did you work that day?
I did.
As far as you remember it, was it pretty much a normal day for you?
Yes, sir.
And is it not until the next morning that it became abnormal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about going to work. What time were you scheduled to work that day?
I was scheduled to go in at 2 p.m. I had went in early that day. I don't remember exactly what time I went in.
And do you remember why it was that you went in early?
Because Leilani wasn't able to go in that day. And so Danny had texted her and asked if I could come in early, is what I believe is what happened.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 88. Can you take a look at this? Just read it carefully, taking a look at the phone numbers, and I want to ask you about it, okay?
That's my old number, and that was Danny's number.
The document that I just handed you, is that the text message exchange between Danny Young and you
Yes, sir.
from October 4th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the text messages that you exchanged?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 88.
No objection, Judge.
Now, the first message on there is from who to whom?
The first message is from Danny to me.
And what's the time of that message?
10 in the morning,
Okay.
10:15.
And what did Danny say to you?
He said, yo, Dave wanted to know if you'd go in at 12. I'm at the dentist with Leilani. She just got her tooth pulled.
Yo, Dave wanted to know if you would go in at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Dave Mullins? Or
Yes, sir.
Mullin?
It was the GM that was running Eclipse.
Okay. Was he your boss, or at least one of your bosses?
He was one of them. He was the morning shift boss.
Okay. And did you respond to that message from Danny?
Yes, sir. I said I'd be in.
And what time did you send that message?
20 minutes after I received it.
So from there, did you go into work?
Yes, sir. I got there probably about 11:30.
And was it a normal day at work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell us about finishing up work and getting ready to come home.
So I had got out of work. I went and sat in the car, and that night I had got stopped by a train. So I ended up getting home at 10:50 instead of my normal time, which was 10:30.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And that night before I had left work, Leilani had texted me and asked me if I had any relatives, which was blunt wraps. And I had responded to her and said, yes, I'd be home in about an hour. And when I had got home at 10:50, I went in there to give her the pack of Rellos, and she wasn't there.
Okay. So you said that she texted you before you.
It was either a text or a phone call.
Okay. And asked you if you.
Would bring her a pack of Rellos, which is blunt wraps.
What is that word you're saying? I'm sorry.
Rellos.
Rellos?
Cigarillos.
Oh, okay. Cigarillos.
Yeah.
Is that what GAR means?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cigarello?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 89. Can you take a look at this document and let me know when you're ready to talk about it? Take a careful look at the numbers and the messages and so forth.
Yes, sir.
Flip to the second page here, if you would.
My bad.
All right. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, sir.
Are those messages between you and your sister on the night of October 4th?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the messages that you exchanged with each other?
Yes, sir. And around the same time, because at that time, it took me about 30 minutes to roll. So I was sitting there in the parking lot for 30 minutes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 89.
No objection, Judge.
I don't know. I know you talked about your general practice of rolling a blunt in the parking lot after work. Would you smoke it there as well?
I would be driving on my way home smoking. Like I said, that night I had got stopped by the train, so it took me an extra 20 minutes to get home.
Okay. So let me ask you, do you see this message here, this 9:46 p.m. message? All right. And that is that one from your sister?
Yes, sir.
And what does she say to you?
Can you grab me a GAR on your way home, please?
All right. So are you still at work at that point?
I was.
Okay. Had you clocked out yet?
No. I had my phone on me, but I wasn't supposed to, so.
Oh, okay. I see. The next message is from who to whom?
From Leilani to me. She was sending a question mark afterwards because she always forgets to send her question marks.
Okay. So we got, can you grab me a GAR on your way home, please? At 9:46 with no question mark. And then she adds the question mark a few minutes later.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then I saw it right as I was clocking out.
All right. And you responded to that at what time?
Right before 10 o'clock.
Okay. And what did you say?
I got some minis in the car.
I
got minis, but.
All right. So we'll read the message just as it appears on the page, and then I'm going to ask you what you mean.
I got minis. I got some minis.
I got some minis. And what does that refer to?
Mini cigarillos.
Okay. And where were you at the time you sent that message? You said you just clocked out?
Just walking out the building.
Okay. And what's the next message?
She said, okay, you on the way. I said, in a minute.
And what time did you say in a minute?
At 10:03.
All right. And would you have been at that point, I guess?
Getting in the car.
Okay. And then what was the last message?
Okay.
And that was from her to you?
Yes, sir.
At 10:03 p.m. All right. So no more text messages between the two of you that night?
No, sir. My bad.
So that brings us to your getting home and her not being there, you said, right? Tell us about your arrival at the house.
So I got home and I noticed that the Dodge Journey wasn't there.
Okay.
And so I had went inside, I had the minis in my hand, and I had asked Danny, I said, where's Leilani at?
Where was it that you encountered Danny?
He was sitting on the bed right in front of the door going into the bedroom.
Okay. He's on the bed in his bedroom, his and your sister's bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you've got the minis in your hand?
Yes, sir.
And because you're coming to bring them to your sister? And she is not there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Did you see the children at this point?
I did. I don't remember exactly what they were doing, but I know that Quinton was awake. He was in his playpen, and Zane was laid down on his race car bed.
Did you have any how do you know Quinton was awake? Tell me what you saw.
He was saying Danny. He was laying there, but he was saying Danny, just like that.
Is that something that he would do?
Yes.
Can you describe, like, was it just like normal kind of babbling from a child, or?
He would say Danny's name repeatedly. I don't know if it was because it was easy for him to say, because it's only 2 syllables. Danny. You know what I mean? But that was one of the key words he said 95% of the time.
From your perspective, did Quinton seem to like Danny?
Mm-hmm.
Did they have a good relationship?
They had a decent one. I mean, Danny would get fed up with taking care of the kids all the time. But you signed up for it, brother. I mean, there's nothing else I can say to you. I can't sit here and say, don't be upset. You signed up for it.
So anyway, Quinton's you said he's laying down in his packing play?
He was laying down kind of more or less. He was still getting so he does a lot of talking before he would go to sleep. So he'd just sit there and say Danny or throw a little tantrum and then pass out, or it was one of the two. He didn't like being in a dark room.
Did anything seem to be out of the ordinary in that room at that time?
Not that I saw. I walked in there, told Quinton to shut up and go to bed, and went upstairs.
And did Danny seem to be acting abnormally?
He seemed a little agitated that he was having to watch the kids again.
Okay. Yeah, anything beyond that?
I mean, no more than his normal whining about having to do something he didn't want to do.
Now, how long did y'all interact with each other?
About 10 minutes in the bedroom before Leilani got home.
What was the nature of that?
Just talking. He was complaining about Leilani, which I was already used to, and kind of getting a little bit annoyed of him whining. You don't like it, leave. I mean, it's not that hard.
Now, did you have anything to eat when you got home that night?
No, I didn't.
Don't remember getting anything to eat?
I don't remember it.
Would it refresh your memory to look at some text messages between Danny and Leilani about that, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, do you have State's Exhibit 86 somewhere? Can you take a look at that second message from the top? You good?
Yeah.
Okay. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But does that refresh your memory as to whether you had anything to eat or drink that night?
I probably grabbed some Hawaiian Punch. Leilani was a little stingy about the kids' drinks and food now.
Now, after you probably or possibly had some Hawaiian Punch, what did you do?
Went upstairs. I watched that episode of One Piece.
What is
that? One Piece is an anime.
Okay, it's an animation.
Mm-hmm. It was 23 minutes and 42 seconds exactly.
And what did you do after that?
Went to bed.
Did you come downstairs anymore that night?
No, sir.
Did you have to let the dog out or anything at any point?
No, sir. Not till he woke me up in the morning, needed to use the bathroom, which was about 8:30ish. I got up at 9 and took him out.
Okay. What do you remember about that morning?
Just hearing yelling, and I thought it was the normal yelling. Then I come downstairs, and next thing I know, the house is surrounded by police.
Was that before or after you took the dog out?
After.
Okay.
But it was kind of like during, in the motion of me taking the dog out, all the police was pulling up.
All right. What do you remember hearing?
Just a whole lot of yelling. I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I was still half asleep. And I just kind of laid there until I heard it kind of die down or move away from where I could hear it. And then I got up and took the dog out.
Did you have any interaction with your sister that morning?
Not before she told me that Quinton was missing.
And where were you when she told you that, as far as you
Downstairs in the parking area.
out in the driveway?
Yeah, next to the drive, next to the garage.
And what she look like at that point?
Complete mess, complete wreck. Trying to figure out where her baby was.
And what happened from there?
She had called the babysitter over to see if she saw anything, if she knew anything. And then the police was showing up at the same time as the babysitter had just showed up. And then the next thing I know, Danny's showing up.
Did you help look for Quinton?
Didn't get a chance to.
What do you mean?
By the time that everything was going on, we all got told we had to go down to police annex, and we was interrogated for over 17 hours by the FBI.
Did you 17 hours?
Yes, I kept track of it because they were supposed to get me pizza. I'm still mad about my pizza 2 years later.
I think we saw you on some video bringing your sister some food at some point.
Yeah, then they bought the pizza afterward.
Okay. So you got some food that day in any case?
Yeah, because I bought it.
Okay. Because you bought it?
Yeah.
Did you?
I DoorDashed it.
You're saying you DoorDashed the pizza to the police station?
So after 12 hours of sitting there being interrogated, people get hungry.
Okay. So, regardless of whether you had a good time there that day, did you cooperate with the police questioning?
Yes,
the
sir.
FBI questioning?
Anything they asked me, I told them whatever I knew.
Okay. And did that continue to be the case over the coming days and weeks?
Yes, sir. Even while they hooked me up to the lie detector test and everything.
One moment, please, John.
This might be a good time for a short break.
Matt, just finish up a couple of things, John.
Yes.
Okay. Do you look? I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 90. All right, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 90. Okay.
And let me just say, just so that everything can be on the record. So Mr. Simon just apologized for not responding yes or no, and that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you take a look at these messages starting from the back, actually, and tell me if you recognize them?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so these are not text messages between me and Leilani. These are text messages between me and a coworker, and about a girl that thought that I was making a rumor about her, and I wasn't, and she threatened to hit us with her car. So we all kind of dipped out of there really fast.
Is this something that happened at work on the 4th?
Yes, this was nothing related to Leilani or Danny or anything like that.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to introduce this as State's Exhibit 90.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibit 90 is admitted.
Let me just ask you this.
Mhm.
On the last page here, do you see this message where this person asks you at 11:40 p.m. what time you going in tomorrow?
I said 12 because I was already planning on going in early regardless because I needed the extra money.
And that response from you was at 11:40 p.m.
That's why I was already getting up. But then when they asked me to come in, it made it even easier to come in without asking for permission from the boss.
Okay. And this was on the night of October 4th, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you already up in your room at this point?
Yes, sir. He had texted me after I had laid down to go to bed.
Okay. And was this your last phone activity that night?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, if I have not already formally offered 88, I would do so at this time. Those were the Paul Simon, Daniel Youngkin text messages.
I believe it may already be in. Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And is that the case for 88, 89, and 90?
Not 90.
90 is just admitted.
90 was just a minute. Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So there's mention of a break. I think this is a good time for a break. The time is 3:13. Let's come back at 3:30.
Jury's exiting.
Okay. Thank you, Burch. We're in recess until 3:30. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Step down, please.
We touched on it briefly, but weren't supposed to get into polygraph.
Right.
I don't think it was anything Mr. Dean meant to elicit or Mr. Simon, but just make a motion in limine if we could just kind of make sure that the witness doesn't mention that. I'm not going to ask any questions about it, but I just don't want to circle back around. So, Mr.
Did I
Simon.
let Mr. Simon go? Did he leave? It's okay. We'll no. Yeah, we'll have him back on the stand.
That's fine. I just want to go ahead and address it. Like I said, I don't think it was anything intentional. Didn't want to make a big deal about it in the middle of it, but it's something we probably should deal with before we get started.
I'll address that with the witness when we return.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, we got a 5-minute break, or 15 rather, 15. Woo! All right, we got a 5-minute break. Okay, sorry, am I going? Okay. Trying to get stuff done. 15. Yeah, sorry, I said 5. Burning up. I was trying to get some of my plants in while I was listening to this. It's been so cold here, and I left a few of my monkey tail cactuses outside, and because yesterday I felt so bad. Boston supports Lana. Thank you so much, my dear, for becoming a pearl. We do appreciate you, my dear. And yeah. What did you miss? You have missed 6 hours and 17 minutes. 6 hours and 17 minutes. I'm a mess right now, y'all. Sorry. Yeah, they're called monkey tail cactuses, and I've got to cut them and repot them, and then I'm going to list some on maybe eBay or something. Paul loves the kids, love the dog, seem to tell the truth. Yeah, he seems do I have a monkey? I have monkey tail cactus, and I'm looking at monkeys. Brother, you missed a pediatrician and another. Yeah, yeah. It was interesting to hear. What do y'all think about Paul? What do y'all think about him? There's a lot more to the spectrum than other straight autism, just so other people. Asperger's is also on that. Yeah. You know, the saying, if you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. I guess, or their name is just monkeys. I don't know, but they're called monkey tail cactus, and he's honest and I love him. I think I don't, you know what I appreciate about him? He's not fake. That's one thing that I really appreciate about him. I feel like he's very honest. I feel like he's a rather simple person. Is not a very complicated person, and just is what it is. You'll never get done with this many breaks. But I won't label him. No filter. Can I get a recap after Missy testified? Who's Missy? Which Missy? No, he's definitely not fake. He's going to tell it like it is, no matter who gets offended. Yeah. Yep, I would agree with that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oragel Misty. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. She was a rough one. wasn't she? Was she kind of rough? Little rough. Also is the laughter. I just don't think he gets attached much to anything. I don't know. I mean, it might be just how they were raised. You totally missed the lady from the trailer park and the pediatrician. Door never opened. Didn't he tell them that the ADT system showed the door never opened? Well, that's exactly what happened. Those doors were not open. She said they were open when she woke up. And those doors didn't open up till like she got ready to call 911. The Oragel lady did, didn't she? She was, hold on. Let me find her.
You mentioned Pavicci Road.
Right there.
Yes, Aguchi Road.
And then I think you said it's
Anything we need to take up before bringing in the jury?
Nothing I can think of, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat.
Bray.
Melissa Bread.
You may call your next witness.
Melissa Bray.
Melissa Bread, yeah. In a meeting. Yeah. Yeah. She that's the Oragel. This was her earlier. She's got one of those things where she speaks into.
Mr. Dean.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself to
Yeah, worked at Bojangles.
Hi, I'm Melissa Bray.
And do you live in the Savannah area?
Yes.
Where do you live now?
It depends how the crime happened. It is what it is. If it meets the statute for the DP, and DP cases cost a lot more money. They cost a lot more time, and there is a bunch of appeal processes. No. I was just showing Always Late. That she was up there. I see you. Have you spoke to Grace? I hope she's okay. I've called her twice and no answer. She usually answers.
The street address, but the general area.
Off of Highway 17, Ogeechee Road in Azalea.
I'm gonna ask you, I can hear you, but I'm not sure that everybody can.
Okay.
So could you just, closer to the microphone? Be good.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's much better. Thank you. Can you repeat your answer to that last question? What general area do you live in?
Highway 17.
Highway 17, Angel of Light coming in with the pearl necklace. Look at that. Thank you, sweet Angel of Light. Really do appreciate you. If you receive that pearl necklace, make sure you thank our sweet Angel of Light. I texted her, but she didn't reply. I hope she's okay. All really hope she's okay. What time did they say they would be back? Did they-
2 seconds exactly.
And what did you do after that?
Now, they're not full brother and sister. They can't be. Boo Sheet, thank you, love. Yes, I see you. There is a, that's what we can do. That's what we can do right now. God bless you, Boo Sheet. God bless you. All right, guys. We got a little bit of breaking news. Bear with me. There is an Elijah Vu press conference happening now. Just happened a little bit ago. It's about a 7-minute press conference.
Briefing, and thank you to those of you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for attending today's press briefing, and thank you to those viewing at home. My name is Captain Andrew Rates. Last name is spelled R-A-A-T-Z. And I'm the Public Information Officer for the Two Rivers Police Department. We are here today to update you on the investigation of the tragic death of Elijah Vu. Elijah has been our top priority since he was reported missing on February 20th of this year. Since the discovery of Elijah's remains last month, law enforcement and the District Attorney's Office has worked diligently to bring those responsible for his death to justice. Today you will hear from Manitowoc County District Attorney Jacqueline LeBray. First name is spelled J-A-C-A-L-Y-N. Last name is spelled L-A-B-R-E. She will relay some important information in our goal of bringing justice for Elijah. After hearing from DA LeBray, we will not be taking any questions. However, you'll be provided with a packet.
Can y'all hear?
That will contain all the information that we can share at this time. DA LeBray.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. My name is Jacqueline LeBray, and I serve as District Attorney for Manitowoc County. Today, I want to provide an update on the tragic events surrounding the death of Elijah Vu. After thorough investigation by law enforcement, the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office has issued charges in connection with the death of Elijah. Jesse Vang is being charged with physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, hiding a corpse, and obstructing an officer. Katrina Bauer is being charged with chronic neglect of a child, consequences death, child neglect, and obstructing an officer. Both Jesse Vang and Katrina Bauer are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. A copy of the criminal complaint filed today will be available after this briefing, and I anticipate that a bail hearing will be tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. before the Court Commissioner in Manitowoc County. Bail will be set at that time, as well as an initial appearance scheduled. This is an incredibly tragic situation that has shaken our community. My thoughts and deepest condolences go out to Elijah's family for enduring unimaginable pain. Elijah was a young boy whose life was tragically cut short, and his death has impacted not only his loved ones, but the Two Rivers Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, our partners in the FBI and Department of Justice Criminal Investigations, and other agencies who have worked tirelessly on this case. Our priority has always been to ensure a fair and just process, and today's announcement is a reflection of our commitment to upholding the law and seeking justice for Elijah. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the diligent work of law enforcement who has been investigating this case since the beginning. Also, the District Attorney's Office staff who have been working with law enforcement since the day Elijah disappeared. This has been a complex investigation, involving meticulous review of hundreds of pages of police reports, video evidence, and other materials. The charges we have filed today reflect that diligent and thorough work. As we move forward with these proceedings, I ask the public to respect the legal process. It is essential to remember that those charged are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I also ask that the media and the public respect the privacy of Elijah's family as they navigate this heartbreaking time. While I will not comment further on the details of the case out of respect for the ongoing judicial process, I assure you that we remain committed to working with law enforcement to hold those responsible for his death accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, DA Labrie. We'd like to thank the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office, our partner law enforcement agencies, the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the FBI, Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office, as well as all the other agencies that have assisted us at the local, state, and federal level. In addition, we'd like to thank all the private volunteer groups that provided search efforts and resources, our community, our extended community across the nation for the continued support in our investigation and our goal of bringing justice for Elijah. As I stated earlier, we have a packet for each of you containing the criminal complaint, related statute excerpts, as well as transcripts from today's briefing that will provide you with critical information. We'd like to thank you once again for your time this afternoon. This will conclude today's press briefing. You can step forward and grab one of your packets.
Can you email the complaints as well?
I can. Let's take one of these.
And there you have it. Let me tell you something, guys. Two Rivers is amazing. They are amazing. They have this police department and the community have been non-stop for little Elijah. Did a great job.
I was trying to go to sleep.
Okay, it's starting. It just now started back. I just want to say real quick that they have always been on it. If you called them, they were nice. They were not arrogant. They would answer the questions that they could. They would respectfully decline if they couldn't. We sent them a plant, a peace lily, a big peace lily, to their office just to thank them. And some of you chipped in as well and sent to help with that. But I did it on behalf of the channel for them because they were just amazing.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Parker. All right, Mr. Simon, please have a seat. And you are still under oath. Mr. Simon, I'm sorry. Go ahead and have a seat, Ms. Simon. So we're back on the record now in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Mr. Simon has taken his place once again on the stand. He understands he's still under oath. And Mr. Simon, you mentioned earlier about polygraph. There's been a motion in limine which your court is granting. Do not mention polygraph. I don't expect you'll be asked any questions, but don't volunteer any answers, any responses about a polygraph. Do you understand? Have any questions? All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
The stage is ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
The defense is ready, Judge.
That was a no-no.
You're fine, Mr. Simon. Thank you very much, though. Mr. Hilliard.
That was a
I believe
no-no,
you
he
had
said.
Mr. Simon on cross.
Hello, hiding.
When we have them. Jurors, please. Thank you, Solomon.
Pay attention, Leilani. Pay attention. Mr. Bow. Mr. Bowtie. Evil. Evilness. Lots of carbs, not a lot of moving. My pleasure.
Thank you, Burch.
Bowtie jingles.
Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Thank you. Welcome back after that short break. Did anyone have any discussions about the case? Did anyone do any research? Okay. And with that, we will proceed. Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Simon, my name is Martin Hilliard. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm pretty good. No complaints. I've got some questions for you, and I'm probably going to start on October 5th and work back a little bit. You were already at home on the morning of October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you said you woke up, you went outside, took your dog outside.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to kind of approach the witness and show him State's Exhibit real quick. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. If you would, the upstairs bedroom that you stay in, which bedroom is that? Does it overlook the pool? Does it overlook the front yard? The
Thank you
side
for being
yard?
here, Gypsy
It
Dog.
overlooked the pool and the driveway.
Okay.
Because the way the bathroom was faced was towards the outside driveway.
Okay.
Then the room I was in faced towards the inside of the driveway.
All right. So based upon what you're looking at right there, would it be above the dining room or the living room or somewhere in that area?
Above the living room.
By the living room?
Right above it.
Okay. And so you could look out over the pool and the patio and the parking area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this other bedroom right here?
Look towards the front.
Towards the front.
Yes, sir.
Just trying to get an orientation. All right. So you are at home that night around the night of October 4th, around 11:40. Was a text message between you and your coworkers that Mr. Dean was just talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You remember sending that?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake?
I was trying to go to sleep, so I was trying to end the conversation pretty fast.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I was already laid down at 11 to go to sleep, and so when a text message came through, it kind of woke me up a little bit. Okay. And so I was just trying to get it done and over with, but yeah, I was a little bit awake.
All right. Well, let's just talk about that. So you were a little bit awake. Did you hear any doors opening or closing or a ruckus or anything going on at that point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. And I don't know because I don't know anything about the house, but if the door for the living room or the dining room open or closed, can you hear that from upstairs or no?
You can hear a car door shut, but you can't really hear the door shut unless it's slammed.
Okay. So if the dining room door, the living room door shut, you wouldn't necessarily hear it.
No, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but if there's a car door outside slammed, you would definitely hear it.
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you hear that at any point in time that evening?
Around about 11:20, I heard a car door shut, and it was Leilani coming back in from getting cigarillos. And I just kind of laid there and ignored it because I just finished my episode and I was heading to bed.
Okay. So about 11:20, you heard the car door shut.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the morning times, do you hear when anybody leaves for work?
No, sir. Being passed out, I don't.
You-
After working, I don't really hear a whole lot.
Understandable. So you slept through the morning of October 5th till about 9:30, correct?
I woke up about 8:30, but I laid there until 9.
Okay. And you, at that point in time, had you heard anything?
I heard a little bit of yelling, but like I said, that was an everyday thing, so I just didn't pay no attention to it and laid there until I heard it move away where I couldn't hear it.
Mhm.
Then I got up and let the dog out. And that was about 9 o'clock was when I got up.
And you said you heard some yelling. What yelling did you hear?
I just heard Leilani screaming, but I didn't know what she was screaming about or nothing like that. I just heard screaming.
And you were taking the dog out when that happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said the police showed up and Daniel showed up, correct? And you said that you heard the yelling and the police showed up, and you said that Leilani was a complete mess, correct?
Yes, sir.
How about Daniel?
He wasn't really phased. He didn't look phased. He left work in a hurry, but other than that, the whole time he was more worried about what was going to happen to him throughout the whole thing, from what I saw.
Okay.
I mean, 3 days after it happened, he's up in North Carolina just that quick. Boom, gone. I mean, that just strikes me as not good, not right behavior when you're supposed to be.
When they make an objection, you have to say.
Yeah.
Just a moment, I'm sorry. Was there an objection?
There was an objection, Judge. So.
Mr. Dean?
Non-responsive.
Suspend.
Mr. Simon,
Just a moment.
you have to let me ask the questions and you have to answer them, okay? So you were there that day and you were there all day, correct? On October 5th.
Yes, sir. Until the police took us.
Right. So you said when Danny got there, he seemed unfazed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said Leilani was a mess, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you answer all the questions that were put to you that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm curious, at this point in time, how long had you known Daniel Youngkin?
About 4 months. All I really knew about him before that was that he was one of Leilani's baby daddies.
Okay.
That's all I knew about him before that.
All right. So, and when did you move into the house on Buckalter Road?
In about April, right after my birthday.
So, April of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was in October of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and I guess when you moved in, Danny and Leilani and the kids were already there.
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. Now, did you ever notice Danny and Leilani either using drugs or drinking?
Danny drunk every day.
Right.
He'd be riding down the road drinking a Fireball, little shot, consistently every day.
All right. And you know, not being judgmental, but and Leilani smoked.
Yep, smoked weed.
And you did too.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see him do anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. And if anything else was done,
I would have told my mom.
Okay. So that was not something you knew about.
No, sir.
All right.
And I believe Leilani knew that, and that's why she constantly tried to hide it from me. That she was doing something that she didn't want me to know of.
Okay. And same thing for Danny, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So, was it uncommon for the back door? I mean, and again, if you don't know, that's fine. But how did you normally come in and out of the house when you?
Through the back door.
Okay. And was that pretty much how everyone entered the house?
Yes, sir.
And was it uncommon that those doors would be unlocked?
Normally, since I was the one that got off work, the last one to be home, it would be locked whenever my stepdad would be home. But if it was everybody else, I would be the one that locked the door before I went up to bed.
So, and that's kind of what I was getting to. Normally, you were the one who locked the door when you came in at night,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And do you have any recollection doing so this particular night, the
Yes,
night
sir.
of October 4th?
I locked it when I came in, and I went in and talked to Danny, and then went to bed.
And again, not being judgmental, but you smoke blunts. Do you smoke cigarettes, Paul?
I used to.
Okay. When did you quit?
About 3 years ago when I started vaping.
So you gave up cigarettes and started vaping.
Yes, sir.
How about Leilani? She smoked cigarettes?
Yes, sir.
And how about Danny?
Yep.
Okay. And whenever they were smoking at the house, where would they normally go to smoke?
Either the front or the back.
Were there ashtrays out there?
There was ashtrays in the back on the back porch, and there should have been one on the front porch. But Leilani started smoking after a few months of them moving down in that room.
Now, you said you came in the night of October 4th, and you saw Quinton, Zane, and Sky.
Guy was in the little swing thing where that's where she kind of just slept in that.
Mhm.
Zane was in his race car bed in the corner of the wall, and Quinton was right at the foot of the bed in the playpen.
And they were all good at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had you ever seen, you said Danny seemed agitated when you got home? Anything abnormal?
We can see you, Robin.
Or was it just his normal?
It was just his normal whining and complaining, but he just, like I said, he just seemed a little bit more agitated. But I was like, don't worry, man. She's going to be back here in a while. Just rode up the road.
Did you ever see Leilani that evening?
I did not. I had already went to bed before I had saw her.
All right. And did you ever hear them two arguing or bickering at any point in time that evening?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Simon.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please. No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon, is there any reason not to excuse Mr. Simon?
Not on behalf of Ms. Simon, no.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon, you are excused, sir. The state may call its next witness.
Melanie Bowling, Your Honor.
Okay.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This way, ma'am.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Melanie Bowling. I am 28 years old and I'm a mama.
What is your city and state of residence? What town do you live in?
Glenville, Georgia.
And how long have you lived in Glenville?
Going on 8, almost 9 years now.
Are you a little nervous this afternoon?
I am, I'm sorry.
I'm always a little nervous in court too. It's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I don't blame him for being
Do you know
nervous.
the defendant?
I do.
How do you know her?
She used to live in the same neighborhood as me.
In Glenville, I presume?
Yes.
When you met her, how many children, if any, did she have at that point?
When I first met her, she had no kids.
And how did you meet her?
I met her through her ex-boyfriend, Cody Warden, which is her first child's father. I met him first because he lived out there and they started dating, and that's how I met her. And I looked at her and him as like little siblings that I wanted to help guide in the right direction. But that's how I met her.
And did you all live near one another for a period of time?
We did. We were right next door for a period of time, and then there was a period of time where she lived like walking distance from where I lived.
Okay. And then at some point, did she move away from Glenville?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that she moved away, did she have any children?
Yes, she had Zane.
So the time that she moved in near you would have been sometime shortly before Zane's birth?
Yes, it was about maybe 6 months or so before she got pregnant with him.
Before she got pregnant?
Yes.
And then was she living next to you, or next door to you during her pregnancy?
Yes.
And did she continue to live next door to you during the time that she actually had Zane?
Well, down a little bit, down the dirt road a little bit, but yes, it was still in the same neighborhood.
Okay, so you're saying by the time she had Zane, she had moved walking distance away?
Yes.
Was no longer right next door?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about this. Let's kind of take chunks of time. Tell me about the nature of your relationship with her before she ever had Zane.
Well, I mean, you know, like I said, Cody, I met him first and he was going through a hard time. So like my husband and I took them in as, took him in as like a little brother to help guide in the right direction. She started dating him and, I got good vibes from her at first. I never suspected anything bad, and I kind of try to guide her in the right direction too. She ended up falling pregnant, and when she did, she was young, and I can relate to that because I was a teen mom myself. So I wanted to help her in any way possible to, with her child and be that support.
Were you friends with her during her pregnancy with Zane?
I was.
And did you remain friends with her after she gave birth to Zane and had him as a newborn?
I did, yes.
And did you all spend time together during both of those time periods?
Yes.
Did you spend time with her around both her and Zane?
Yes.
Okay. Were you all still living in the same town at the time she gave birth to Quinton?
No. I was, but she wasn't.
Okay. Can you tell me where she was and when she had left in relation to when she had Quinton?
So I know her and Cody moved to Alabama. That happened. And then I guess they broke up. She came back to Georgia to, I think, Waycross or somewhere, wherever Bubba Moss is from.
Waynesboro, sound right?
Waynesboro, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I get those mixed up. And she came back and she was staying with him in a camper, and she fell pregnant. They split up and she went back to Alabama, and Cody helped her.
And You've talked about your contact with her during the time she lived near you.
Yes.
Right, in the same town.
Yes.
Did you all have daily or near daily contact at that point?
When she was pregnant with Quinton, it was about almost every other day, if not weekly.
Well, I want to ask specifically about when she lived in the same town as you.
Yes,
When she
every
lived
day.
in- Okay,
Yes,
every
sir.
day at that point.
Yes.
And then after she moved, and I understand it sounds like she bounced around a little bit.
She did.
What was the nature of your contact with her after she moved away from Glen?
Text message and phone call, FaceTime.
And how frequently did you say that you would have contact with her?
So when she got with Bubba, it kind of drifted off a little bit. And I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but we drifted off a little bit. And then she would, be contact out the blue. She'd call me, I text her, I call her, she texts me, vice versa, just to see how we are doing, I always checked in on her to see if she was doing okay, if the kids were okay, how they're doing, how big they are getting, stuff like that.
Did you talk to her on the phone regularly during her pregnancy with Quinton?
Yes.
About how often?
She updated me with every appointment that she had.
Did she talk to you during those phone calls about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And tell me again how you viewed the nature of your relationship with her.
I viewed her, like I said, as a little sister that I wanted to help guide in the right direction.
So you're close?
Yes.
During her pregnancy with Quinton, well, you're having this regular telephone contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
Did it include calls?
Yes.
Did it include text messages?
Yes.
Did it include FaceTime?
Yes, a couple times so I could see Zane.
Did you ever catch up over fairly long phone calls, or are we talking about like 1 or 2 minute things?
No, these were hour-plus long phone calls.
And that's during her pregnancy with Quinton?
Yes.
During that type of contact that you described, did she talk to you about the state of her relationship with Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It was rocky. They were fighting a lot. Then was a time where they did break up, and she was depressed. Made some comments to me that were concerning, but they fought a lot.
Like what kind of comments?
The comments that, which I, at the time, wanted to think maybe she was depressed and going through something. That was my thought process, but thinking of it now, I don't know. But she would say how she wished maybe if I didn't have Quinton, if I would have had the abortion like Bubba wanted me to, he would still be here.
Now, is that something she said to you after Quinton had been born?
She has mentioned it after and while she was pregnant, yes.
Okay. And how did you react to those kind of comments?
It shocked me. I mean, I was like, what? Coming with, I have 3 kids myself. I'm not the one to judge, someone on abortions and stuff, but she didn't want to have one, and that's on her, okay? But I did not. It was really shocking. I didn't agree with it, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
I want to ask you a couple more questions about those kind of remarks.
Yes.
You said that she made those remarks both before Quinton was born and after Quinton had been born?
Yes.
Roughly how many times would you say you remember her saying things like that?
Off the top of my head, but while she was pregnant with him and right after he was born, I'd say about 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And you said that the nature of the comment was maybe if I had had the abortion, Bubba would still be with me. And that was a remark she made both before Quinton was born and after he was born.
Yes.
Can I conclude from that then that Bubba had already left her before Quinton was born?
Yes.
And there's at least sounds like one or two times where she said this, like, while Quinton was a newborn.
Yes, a newborn and while he was older too.
Now, I want to kind of move forward in time. Did you remain in contact with her to one degree or another over the phone throughout Quinton's short life?
Yes.
Okay. And let's say from, between Quinton's birth to October of 2022, how often would you say you were in contact with her during that time frame? And I understand it's like a year and a half.
Yes. So, trying to think. So she came to my son's party in 2019 with Danny. I asked her to bring the boys, and she said that her mom had them. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to remember.
No, it's fine.
What was the question again, sir?
Okay. About how often were you? Let's just talk about, I don't know, the year leading up to October of 2022.
Okay.
When Quinton is no longer a newborn. Okay.
Yes.
How often would you be in contact with her at that point?
At that point, so it could be weekly sometimes, and then it would jump from weekly to monthly. And then I would have to be in contact with her. I would sometimes not get any contacts back for a few months. Then it come out the blue, she'll contact me and we can go from talking to each other for like 2 weeks straight, and then there'd be gaps again.
But in any case, it sounds like you never cut off contact completely.
No.
And would you, during this time frame, would you still sometimes have these long, extended phone conversations with her?
We did.
And would she talk to you about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And could you hear the children in the background at times?
Always.
Was there ever a time on any of these calls that you heard anything concerning directed towards Quinton?
I mean, besides, may I repeat what was said? It's cursing. Or should I blurt it?
Whatever your response is, you may give it.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted your permission.
So the rules here are, if you're, quoting, we would ask that you not just like insert your own.
No, I just want to hit what she exactly
If
said.
you're quoting somebody, yeah, tell us what you heard.
Okay. There's been times when she has been getting on to Quinton, saying, "Will you get the fuck down, you stupid little shit?" She will call them assholes, you little assholes. I told you to go do this. Now go do what the fuck I said before I beat your ass. Called him a bastard child out of anger. I guess he was doing something like climbing on the table, and she told him to get down several times. And she's like, this is why I wish I never had you, wish I would have aborted you, and stuff like that.
And I just want to make it clear the circumstances in which you're hearing this. Are you physically present with her when you're hearing these things?
No, sir.
Right. You're on the phone with her?
Yes.
And you can hear her saying these things over the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's kind of break these things down. You said something about her calling him a bastard child and saying something about his dad.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about that.
I know when she would get really frustrated with him that she can be unpredictable and say things very harshly that a normal mother would not say. And about, I wish I never had you, wish I would have had an abortion. So I wish I never had your dad, got with your dad, so I would have never had you. Stuff like that.
And are you sure she was referring to Quinton?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because she would yell, "Quinton, what the fuck did I just tell you?" And then go on with what I just said.
I think you also mentioned asshole or something.
Yes, asshole. For him acting like a 15-year-old acting, or a 15-month-old acting like an asshole.
Could you tell over the phone what he was doing, or if anything, or what was going on that caused her to have these outbursts?
I could hear the kids playing, screaming, running around, like what kids do. I have 3 kids myself, 2 boys and a daughter. So boys being boys, they get rough with each other. And, that happens. Okay. But instead of like, hey, you guys can keep your hands to yourself, time out and do the separate them or whatever, she would start cussing and snapping and yelling and calling names. Now,
How would you react, if at all? I don't know whether you.
I was speechless, sir. I mean, I would try to be like, hey, calm down. You're just mad. You don't need to be saying those kinds of things. You don't mean it, thinking, she didn't mean it. That was my assumptions. Okay. But I would try to calm her down and be like, hey, chill out. Like, take a breather. They're just kids. They're little kids. Like, this is going to happen.
Did you ever hear anything that sounded, I mean, you've talked about, what you've talked about to this point, would you characterize it as verbal abuse?
Yes, and I've heard her whip them, but I can't, like I said, I mean, it's whoopings, so I don't know if she's using her hand on their butt. I don't know what she's using. It's on the phone call.
Okay, so for that, you're saying you can't say whether it was or was not reasonable parental discipline?
Exactly.
But you've heard stuff like that?
Yes.
Did overall, based on all your interactions with her and all your observations, did you develop the impression that she felt differently about Quinton than she did about Zane?
Yes, because every time I would speak to her, she would always speak highly about Zane and her youngest one after she was born, but never about Quinton, even though he was the sweetest little thing ever.
What kind of things would she say about Zane?
Talking about how well he is, how smart he is, how he knows his ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, so on and so forth. The potty training, stuff about Cody and her, just talking highly about him and how good he's doing from when I last seen him as a little baby.
And do you remember hearing anything like that about Quinton?
No.
Just to be clear, did you ever yourself physically meet Quinton?
I have never physically met Quinton, no.
And is that because you all didn't? You all had already she had moved away
right
at the time before she had.
But yes, I have FaceTimed him after he was born and seen him. I FaceTimed him and Zane and Sky when she was a little baby too.
One moment, please.
Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Bowling, you said that you met Miss Simon in 2019 with Danny?
No, I met her in 2017, 2018 when she was dating Cody.
All right, maybe I misheard. You said you met her in 2019 at a birthday party with Danny.
She brought Danny to my son's birthday party that I invited her and her children to come to in 2019.
Okay, so you're saying that Danny Youngkin attended a birthday party with you in 2019 with Miss Simon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the hill you're going to die on.
I believe that was Danny, yeah. That's who it looked like.
All right. Are you aware that she didn't meet Mr. Youngkin until 2020?
Say that's not what I'm not aware of. I'll say because she brought that man to my birthday party.
Well, you just sat here under oath and said it was Danny Youngkin.
That's what she told me, that was his name, Danny, that she was bringing through messages on Facebook Messenger, sir.
Ms. Bowling, when was the last time you actually physically, let me ask you this. When did you ever physically meet Quinton Simon?
I never physically met him.
Okay. So in 20 months of his life, you never once saw him in person, correct?
Correct.
Right. And when was the last time prior to that you had met and hung out with Miss Simon?
Prior to his birth?
His birth.
Okay. Prior to his birth was the birthday party, 2019.
Okay. So at least
two and a half years prior, well, maybe a year and a half prior to his birth then?
Well, actually, that was, yeah, roughly, yeah.
Okay. So at that point in time, had Zane been born?
Yes.
Okay. So now you said that originally y'all would talk every day.
Mhm.
Then it was weekly, then it was every other week, then it was monthly, then it was every few months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Not really a strong friendship there, is it?
Well, sir, we did have a very strong friendship, but again, like I've said before, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And the path she was going down was a path that I clearly could not help her out of.
Miss Bowling, you and Miss Simon started smoking weed together in 2017. So let's not pretend this is some sort of
Oh,
Sunday
yeah,
school
you're
thing.
right, sir. Okay. But the thing is, I never done cocaine. I never did ecstasy, nor pills.
Okay.
That was in 2017, sir.
That was.
That was a long time ago. And I don't anymore.
Okay. Well, congratulations to you. And that being said, was that the reason y'all hung out, was to smoke weed together?
No. The reason well, maybe for her, because she likes to use people. But to me, it was, hanging out with Cody, helping him get back on his feet because of what he had to endure and go through at that time, which is a different matter from this court.
You have some rather unique beliefs, don't you, Miss Bowling?
Beliefs.
Yes.
Can you define that, please? Or elaborate it for me, please?
I can. Do you remember meeting with Mr. Dean on August 13th of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him about some experiences you had on August 13th and conveying those to him?
Yep.
Okay. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not tell him that you had communed with Quinton Simon's ghost?
Yes. And if you would like, I can actually do it here and show you guys.
Oh, please, by all means. I would love to see this.
Give me a Holy Bible and a candle. And yes, sir.
So, that being said, you told Mr. Dean this, correct?
I sure did.
And you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, your husband videotaped the seance, correct?
He did.
And anytime I'm making a misstatement as to what you said that Quinton Simon spoke to you through a candle.
He spoke to me through images.
Okay.
Okay. When I was in my trance, I couldn't see anything except for what he was showing me and what he was telling me as a 15-month-old could do.
Okay. And so he was a 15-month-old ghost speaking to you. Please tell me about this. I would love to hear it.
Okay. So this is what I did. And I lit my candle, had my Bible out, and I prayed. I asked if I could reach out to Quinton Simon. And here he comes. Behold. Do I see him physically? No. But here he is. And he is Mama Mel. That's what I was always called by them. Mama Mel, help me. I said, with what? I said, help me help you. What happened? He said, Mommy hurt me. I asked him, how did he hurt you? Or how did she hurt you? Sorry. And he told me, she hit me in the head really hard. I said, okay. I was like, what else? And I said, did you, get any candy, thinking maybe he got into drugs or something? And he said, no. I said, okay, where are you? And he threw me the star of the church that's next to the landfill on that dirt road right there next to Little Neck Road on the dump. He showed me exactly where he was in that pile with his arm hanging out, lifeless, gray, and there's blood in a bag that looked like it used to be like a bluish purple color. And he's throwing up blood. After I close out the seance, I prayed and I said, I wish you peace. And to pass on peacefully, it was, you'll get the justice you need. Okay. I prayed, closed it out. That was that. Blew out the candle, turned on the lights, and my hoverboard that both my son had, that was completely destroyed because he took it through a mud puddle. When you take a hoverboard, electric hoverboard through a mud puddle, it's done. It started turning on and off by itself and moving, even though it's completely done for, and I've tried charging it and nothing.
And what date was this?
What day was that? That was, to be honest with you, is sometime in November of 2022. I don't know the exact date. I do not.
So this was after they announced they found remains in the landfill.
No, this is actually before the indictment report came out. I had the dream, which I told them already, but yes. Okay.
So it was in November, correct?
Roughly, maybe the end of October. It's in that time area. I also had a major craniotomy that year, so my memory's a little.
What's a craniotomy?
Where you have to have a major brain surgery. They take your skull off, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So you had a craniotomy?
I did.
And you told all this to Mr. Dean?
To Mr. Yes.
Mr. Dean. That's all the questions I have.
Melanie, is it fair to say that I brought you into my office to talk about concrete things that you heard the defendant say over the years about Quinton?
Yes.
Okay. And that you volunteered the information about the seance, right?
I did. Because I don't know if you guys recognize that kind of stuff or not.
And do you remember me telling you, well, I have to tell the defense about this because it's a thing you've said as a witness, but that it's seance information is not admissible in court.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And do you remember acknowledging pretty even-handedly that you understand that not everybody believes in these things?
I do. And that's why I didn't want to speak upon it like that. Yes, sir.
Now, you've said that you had a Bible with you while you were doing this.
Yes.
And it was a Christian Bible.
Yes, sir. I was baptized and raised as a Christian.
Do you remain a practicing Christian?
I sure do, sir.
Do you consider this some sort of a prayer practice, what you're describing?
Yes, sir. I mean, in a way.
Do you consider it a private matter?
A private matter? Yes.
How does it feel to come into court and essentially get made fun of for it?
You know, to be honest with you, it's kind of embarrassing because, like you said, not everybody believes in this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I was born with a gift that I call a curse.
Now, does any of this have anything to do with the things that you heard her say about her son, both before and after his birth?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bowling, you're willing to hold yourself up to ridicule to get justice for Quinton, aren't you?
Excuse me?
Said you're willing to hold yourself up to public ridicule to get justice for Quinton, aren't you?
I guess so. I'm here to get justice for him, so.
What aren't you willing to do for Quinton's justice?
Well, I've done everything I can possibly for his justice.
Thank you so much.
Anything further from the state?
No, no.
Please go ahead and do it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, Mr. Dean. Has it been about an hour? Yeah, I was thinking that. I'm getting a motion for getting a sign for timeout, and I was thinking we've been going at it for a while now. You're probably due for a break. Ms. Parker.
Your Honor, I was just going to let the court know that our next witness may be lengthy. She's here, we can call her, but I wanted the court to be aware that it may require us to go after 5 o'clock. So just letting the court know to decide timing.
All right. I'm inclined to hear this witness today, but let's take a break. It's 4:16. Let's break until 4:30.
Jurors exiting.
Boy, that was strange as strange.
As a matter of fact, let's make it let's make it 4:35 instead of 4:30.
They're going to go back there and they're going to be like, what the hell was that? I was rooting for that girl until she started that stuff.
Thank you. Let me ask you, can you easily get the jurors outside so they can get a little fresh air? Would that take us longer than 20 minutes to get them down and out? All right, let's do that. I have a feeling this next witness may take a while. Okay, all right. Thank you. We're in recess.
Right, burnt popcorn. Oh my God. What's your face? I love her. God, I hope Diana's next. It's Justin Strange is an understatement. She was she was doing good. Like I was like, girl, you're giving him fire, you know? And damn, it just went away as quick as it came. I was like, oh no. Oh no, no, no. Henny. Hold on. I'm trying to let's see here. See if I can look up my new thingy. I'm working on it. Okay, who's this? All right, who's this? Who's these two? Who are they? Who's the first one? The two is this. The last two is the socks. Yes. May the fleas of 1,000 camels just blanket. They take the most bizarre pictures together. They take the most bizarre pictures together, those two. No, to be fair, Justin, we say we sequence possible spirits, so anything is possible. It might be possible, but it's just something you don't bring up on a stand. You know what I mean? That's just something The camel fleas, Bauer camel fleas. I like that, Gypsy. I'm going to change that right now. The camel fleas. And no, how about the camel toes, the Bauer camel toes? Oh, God. Nails are their persona. It's just not appropriate in court, yeah. Proud socks, camel toe, exactly. All these toes, feet, and socks. I can't believe I said that. Mrs. Bauer camel knuckle. I'm so tired. It's not really admissible as evidence, or we could all say we talked to a spirit. Exactly. Exactly. Justin avoiding the topic like the plague. What topic? What flies is what I meant. What do you think of the nighttime video of Dolly? I've got it right here. We were going to look at it earlier. I got it somewhere, at least. I think I'm a pretty big skeptic on most of this stuff, but you guys know I had my experience. So, but I think it's extremely interesting.
No sound. The cars go past. Now, here we go. Watch. It's right there.
Right here.
Oh my goodness. Okay. We need to watch it and see if it goes behind him or in front of him.
It goes behind him.
There it is. There it is. Oh my gosh, it just went behind him.
And
Watch again.
it hits the tape. That's
There's
what's
the start of it. Here it comes running up through the yard. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Look at, oh my gosh. You guys. And then it like curves to the right. Like it came running this direction, but then it went this direction. Oh my goodness. No doubt in my mind that that's a spirit. Holy shit. Is that Quinton Simon? You guys, seriously. Oh, I have tears in my eyes. It's hard for me to see it right now. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's slow it down even more. 0.25. There it is. We can see it over in the yard. Over right here. And it's moving along. Right here.
You can see like the legs moving.
Right behind that statue. It went behind that statue.
Watch,
and it went
it
behind
hits
Dolly.
the tape. Watch the tape move as soon as it gets there. Bam.
Holy shit. And then it takes off to the right. That's where all the...
That's running in the area. Thank you for covering this case. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, my dear. Really appreciate you, love. Thank you, Katie. Let me show you this. This is so funny.
You're in or you're out.
Okay, I'm in. All right, let me get it ready.
It is funny, so there's no doubt.
Also said she was going to bring the machete.
Karate.
It's not?
Okay, there you go.
Nope, it went away.
Okay. Well, Mystery told me it wasn't going, so I had to
It
I
was,
start
but
over.
then you pulled it down.
Now I
This
have
is
to
so
start
funny.
over. So. All right, let me add it to the stage.
Said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
So that was Mrs. E's project there that she was working on.
I'm going to play it one more time in case people miss.
Oh my God.
Do it
Okay.
one more time. Right. Yeah.
I hope Justin appreciates it.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
So I think it's gone over pretty well.
Okay,
It looks like
I'm going to remove it now.
everybody's enjoyed it. I'll tell you, when we were sitting in the, because I was in the courtroom when he did that, he was on the stand, and when he said that machete, I was like, I can't believe he just did the thing. E's project there.
Their reaction.
So that was Mrs. E's project there that she was working on.
I'm going to play it one more time in case people miss.
Do it
Okay.
one more time. Right. Yeah.
I hope Justin appreciates it.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
So I think it's gone over pretty well.
Okay,
It
I'm going
looks like
to remove it now.
everybody.
Oh my God. That is so freaking funny. It's like Target for Target. Target. Machete. Target. Machete. Target. Machete. May the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your crotch and their arms be too short to scratch. Yes. Yep. Your video was behind. Seth with that look when he was saying crystal clear. And when Tony said crystal clear, he looked like he just wanted to like punch him.
Protesters are,
Let me
all the
find
protesters
something.
are down here. And that's where it goes. So we can see it. Right there. Behind the statue. Behind Dolly's legs. And then to the right. Down that way. And then it disappears. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to read your comments about this. When I first heard about this baby boy ghost sighting, I wasn't for sure if it was a rumor, a scheme, or if it was possibly real. Now that I've watched this over and over and over in every speed available, I truly believe that this is real with all of my heart. It's been almost 1 full month since Quinton Simon was reported missing. My greatest fear is watching Quinton's case become Summer Wells' case 2.0. Parents lying, drinking, acting like fools, protest, exploiting, rumors, and more rumors, behind the scenes bullshit, setups, drama.
All right. Let me check something. Watch this. This was the other night on Brittany's.
Lost. She lost today. And the Rogers family, or yesterday, and what she's been doing.
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders.
Maybe
this family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian.
Because was you going to ask about, could they mention?
Yeah. Like, I mean, he's saying that
these people are no longer in your world. So I mean,
Vinny or something.
it was so good.
The crystal or
Justin. All right, y'all. Here we go. Look at.
I don't
Seth.
even drink
Poor
Crystal
Seth.
Light anymore.
No, I don't like Crystal Light.
Oh, I don't even like crystals anymore.
I think
that might be crystals even.
His
I threw out all my crystals, every one of them.
No more crystals.
No,
Look,
other drink out of a petroleum plastic cup.
if looks could kill, Seth, my goodness, look at that. I'd hate to be on the other side of that stair. He's
You
mad.
mother chicken.
Yep. All right, here we go.
What she's been doing.
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has.
Look at rewind where it says crystal clear again. Look at Seth how he looks at. Look at Seth how he looks at Tony. He's like, I see what you did.
Bullhorn Betty, and what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders.
That's like,
Seth's like,
that
I
look.
see what you did there.
Oh God, sorry. I just noticed that. That was
Yeah.
like,
Tony is like so straight.
yeah. Seth just don't give a fuck. He just don't care.
Tony.
Oh my God,
Oh
Seth's
my God.
face. Can you play it one more time?
Yes. Here we go, y'all.
What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts?
Look, Tony. Tony taps him. Watch. Tony taps him.
What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders.
Seth. Oh my God. I haven't said this. I've been thinking this for a long time. But there's a time.
Have someone here we that says go. crystal All right, clear one more we're starting. time. Okay, we're starting back up now.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present at council's table with her attorneys. The state attorneys are present as well as the.
Is he eating something?
defendants. Is the state ready to proceed?
Alley Cat sent you a flea pic. Oh, thank you, Alley Cat. Thank you for 3 months, my dear. Thank you, my love. Oh, thank you.
I hear you.
Hey, Lisa. Do you get chocolate in prison? Like, can you buy chocolate? Oh, thank you, my dear.
All right. Thank you, Burch.
I wonder who the witness is going to
Everyone,
be.
please have a seat. And welcome back after
Yep.
your break. Did you have any discussions with anyone about the case? Did
That's
anyone
her,
do any
Lisa.
research? Okay, all right, so let's begin. The state may call its next witness.
Mods, you got the iPhone link? Oh, interesting, Weird Bear. Oh yeah, she doesn't even look, she's not on the junk anymore, and they give you a lot of carbs, lots of bread stuff in jail.
Step this way, ma'am. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Who is that?
And as we begin, this is the point at which we want the cameras diverted from from the witness's face, from Ms. Mccarta's face.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, ma'am.
I don't know.
Good afternoon. And before we begin, are we good on camera, Ankle?
Yes. But we got her when she was being sworn in because we didn't know that that was the witness that was sensitive. So we'll have to tell everybody not to use that footage.
All right, thank you, Grace.
Oh, this is the babysitter's daughter. Yes.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I don't know why I didn't know that. I've talked to her, but she's grown.
Please introduce yourself to the jury here.
Hi, I'm Tlea Mccarta.
And how do you spell your first name?
T-A-L-E-A
And your last name?
M-C-C-A-R-T-A.
She watched
Where do you
Quinton a
live?
lot.
What city and state? Not the address.
Thank you,
Savannah,
Heidi.
Georgia.
Welcome to the
Do you live on
family.
Mccarta Road?
Y'all
Yes,
welcome,
sir.
Heidi.
And did your family used to provide babysitting services for the defendant's 3 children?
Yes, sir.
Have I asked you how old you are yet? I'm sorry, I'm tired.
No, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you in school?
Yes, sir.
Where are you in school?
Homeschool.
Okay. And what grade are you?
I'm in 10. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay. That's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know, okay?
Sir.
I understand you're starting a new job tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going to be working?
At Larry's Giant Subs.
Is that your first big girl job, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you know Quinton's son?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to know him?
Through my mom and them and Miss Sandra.
And tell us about, who's Miss Sandra, first of all?
Miss Sandra is Tommy, Billy Joe's husband's sister.
Okay. And how do you, when you say you know him through Miss Sandra, what do you mean by that?
Miss Sandra went to church with us, and she just came up to my mom and sister and asked if my sister could babysit them.
Okay. And is that how the babysitting stuff started?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the beginning of that. How did it play out?
Miss Sandra had came and knocked on the door and asked if my mom could babysit some kids. And my mom said, well, I'll be working, but I can ask my daughter. And my sister said yes.
And what's your sister's name?
Maritza Mccarta.
Is she older or younger than you?
She's older than me.
How old is she now?
19 years old.
Okay. So going forward from that, did you all start babysitting the kids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And between the two of you, you and your other sister, did one or the other have responsibility for one or the other?
They're not showing her
kids?
face
It's
because
kind
she's
of a confusing
17.
question. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, sir. My sister really had most of the responsibility, but I would be there to play with Quinton stuff and Zane.
Were you and your sister, were you or her closer to Quinton than the other?
It was both of us. Yes, sir. He really loved both of us.
Tell us about spending time with Quinton. Where would you spend time with him?
Throughout the whole house, Quinton, he would open the door, like when it was cracked, he would push it open with his hand. He'll come in there and he'll love on you.
What door are we talking about here?
The bedroom door.
In your house?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by he'd come in and love on you?
Like, he'll
Hey,
run
Bear
to
Bear,
you, open his arms,
do you
and just
mind
throw
deleting
himself
that
on you and
comment
give you a kiss on the
because of
cheek.
that?
Did you like spending time with Quinton?
Yes, sir.
I'll get it.
Now,
It's
did
okay.
you
We can't
ever,
put that in
was there ever a
chat.
time where you spent time around
Sorry, honey.
Quinton and Leilani together?
Yes, sir.
And during those times, did you ever see her treat him in a way that upset you?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about any of those times?
With the console, like the PlayStation remote control, when she said that Quentin had got a hold of it, and it was the night before, and I guess she still got mad talking about it, so she pushed him down.
Okay, let's break that down a little bit.
It's okay, Bear
Where
Bear.
were you when this push happened?
She was by the tiki bar, and I was by closer towards the pool where the little step is.
Okay, so whose house were you at?
Billy Joe's.
Okay. You're out back between the tiki bar area and the pool.
Yes, sir.
And what was it that caused Leilani to push Quinton?
She got mad because he had supposedly broken the controller to her PS4.
And how did this come up?
When I walked up, I asked her if I could get Quentin, and she said, yes, please take him. And then she just led off the conversation because he got a hold. I'm pretty sure she said it was her brother's controller, and he was going to be mad at her.
And what time of day was this?
I'm going to say around 2.
In the afternoon, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said you came up. Where were you coming from?
I was coming from my mom's house.
And where was Leilani?
Leilani was outside.
Okay. In the back there?
Yes, sir.
And where was Quinton?
Quentin was inside.
Okay. And you said you were coming over to see if you could get Quinton.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I know the night before her and Danny was arguing or something, and she had called my phone to see if I could come get him, and it was like around 4 a.m, and I told her I wasn't allowed at the house that late, and I didn't want to wake my mom up. She had work the next morning, but I would be over there the next day to grab him for my sister.
Did you say she called you or she texted you? I didn't catch that.
She called me.
Okay. She called you at like 4 a.m. and asked you to come take Quinton?
Yes, sir.
And why did she want you to do that?
She was getting aggravated with him.
Okay. So it's the next day that you went over to get him?
Yes, sir.
And what were you going to do with him?
I was going to grab him and take him over to our house.
All right. And is that something that you would do from time to time? Come and get him and just take him?
Every day.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was he like your buddy?
Sir?
Was he like your buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They're really good
So
with the kids.
you
They're
come
really
up-
good with them.
You said Quinton's inside and Leilani is out back.
Yes,
by the pool,
Castle.
right?
Yes, sir.
And you're there to get Quinton.
Yes, sir.
And at some point she pushed him.
Yes, sir.
At what point did he go from being inside to outside?
He had walked up because the door, you could see through it. So he had walked up and put his hands and his mouth against the door, and he was happy. And she opened the door. She put the door handle and she pushed it open, and she was continuing telling me the story. And Quentin started saying bubbles. He wanted bubbles. And she pushed him, took her hand and pushed the middle of his chest and pushed him.
And what was the bubbles thing about? He said he wanted bubbles.
He loved bubbles.
Exactly.
Are you talking
Jeffrey.
about like soap bubbles that you blow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When she pushed him, what did she use to push him with first?
Her hand.
And where did she put her hand on his body?
Right here. In the middle.
And at that point, her hand's on his chest, and what does she do?
She pushes him.
And what happened to him when she pushed him?
He falls on his butt.
And what did he do?
He looked at me and held his arms out and started crying. And I told Leilani that upsetted me.
And what did you do it? You okay?
They're really good girls. They're really good kids.
I'm good. I'm sorry.
When When he fell, what part of his body hit? Did he fall on the ground, I guess?
Yes, sir. His tush hit the floor.
Okay. And said he started crying and reached out his arms to you.
Yes, sir.
Did you pick him up?
Yes, sir.
And did you say anything to Leilani?
I told her that that wasn't necessary because it happened last night, but she should have talked to him first.
And what happened from there?
I took him. I walked him home with me. I don't know what she did after.
So you talked about that one push. Was there anything else that you remember that was like that?
The pool incident.
What's the pool incident?
It was me and my sister.
Listen to
and
this,
I
Val.
believe 2 of my nephews with me over at her pool swimming. And Zane had got in the pool and Quinton wanted in there. And I was fixing to go grab Quinton to put him in there. But instead of her listening to me tell her, hold on, let me get his floaty on, she just full on pushed him in the pool.
Pushed him with what?
Her hand,
And where on his body did she make contact with him?
the back,
Like middle of the back, upper back, lower back?
the middle. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And she just pushed him into the pool?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't have any floaties on, it sounds like?
No, sir.
Okay. Was he able to swim at this point?
No, sir.
What happened once he was pushed into the pool?
He went underwater. And when he came back out, he caught his breath, trying to catch his breath. And then he
This was told to me like right after Quinton went missing.
started crying.
Was he coughing or anything?
Yes, sir.
And how did Leilani react to that?
She said she really didn't care because if Zane could learn how to swim, then Quinton needed to be as smart as Zane.
Now, what did you do when Quinton came up and was coughing and crying?
I looked at my sister and I told her I'm going home. And then that's when I asked Leilani, I said, can I take Quinton home? She said, yes, I don't care.
And how were you feeling at that point?
I was mad because wondering in my head how she could push him in the pool knowing without any floaties and knowing he can't swim at all.
How was Quinton as you were walking home with him? Did you dry him off or anything first? Or
I did dry him off. I wrapped him in a towel and he laid his head on my shoulder.
And what happened when you got home?
When I got home, I had put a pull-up on him and he went and laid on the couch with his teddy bear.
And did you lay on the couch with him or did you just leave him alone or what?
I went to go fix him some juice and then I laid on the couch with him.
How long did y'all lay there?
About 2 hours because he had fell asleep. Yes, sir.
Did you take a nap there with him?
No, sir, because I was afraid I was going to squish him if I fell asleep with him.
Anything else you remember that was like those two things?
Other than her getting mad at him with the stairs and stuff.
Tell me about that.
It was one night when I went over there and she was smoking. She had went upstairs and she was talking to me about Quinton's father. And she said she don't know how Quinton could look so much like his dad when she's the one that gave birth to him. And I said, well, I don't know because I didn't want to really get into that kind of stuff. It wasn't my problem. And she just kept going on about it. And Quinton was down the stairs. And I said, Leilani, he needs help down the stairs because I had Sky in my hands. And she said, he's a big boy. He can do it. I said, no, he can't because her stairs in Billy Joe's house was kind of weird. And I said, he needs help. She said, no, he doesn't. And Quinton just continues to roll.
Are you talking about the stairs to the second floor?
Yes, sir.
You said Quinton continues to roll. What do you mean?
When he tripped on the first one and he starts rolling down. And I hand her Sky and I grab Quinton.
How was Quinton when you picked him up?
He was fine. He really didn't cry.
Okay. Anything else you remember that was like that?
No, sir.
You mentioned that incident started with her asking or wondering how he could look so much like his father. What was her tone of voice like when she was saying that? I mean, she sounded happy, angry, sad?
She sounded angry.
Do you remember if You seem like a pretty mild-mannered person.
Yes, sir.
But if I asked you to tell me what it sounded like when she said it, would you be able to do that or not?
Yes, sir. You want the whole, just how she said it?
Yeah.
When I walked in, she was like, "Hey, I got a question." I said, "Yes." And she said, "How the F could Quinton look just like his daddy? I'm the one that gave birth to him." And I said, "I don't know, Leilani. I really don't know." She said, "Zane's been my number one since he was born, and Quinton's just sitting there and useless."
Anything else?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling us last week about an incident where Leilani hit Quinton in the face? I think backhanded was the word you used.
Yes, sir.
You remember telling us about that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that now?
From the beginning, correct?
Yeah.
Zane and Quinton was out in the street. I was walking to the shed because that's where our laundry room that is.
Were you at your house at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you have a laundry room in the shed.
Yes, sir.
So what were you walking out to the shed to do?
Do my chore, which was transfer the clothes from the washer into the dryer.
And at what point did you see Zane and Quinton?
When I was going towards the shed.
And what were they doing?
They were by the mailboxes on the other side of the road, going inside the ditch.
Okay. Were they in the road or next to the road or what?
They were in the road.
Okay. And were there any adults with them?
No, sir.
What time of day was this?
It was a little bit in the morning. I'm gonna say around 11 or 12.
Okay. And when you saw them out there, what did you do?
I ran
Ran where?
to get Quinton and Zane.
What happened next?
As I was going to get them, there was a white car passing with a lady inside of it.
I'm sorry to stop you. I don't mean to interrupt you because you asked from the beginning and I did say yes, right?
Yes, sir.
But I don't want you to tell us anything about what anybody said to you other than things that the defendant said to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's skip the white car part, all right? So after the white car drove by, what happened next?
I took the kids back to my mom's house. My mom told me to take them to Leilani's. So,
Don't testify about anything anybody else said.
Yes,
Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, so you went back to your house and you said at some point, did you take them back to Leilani's house?
yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
My mom told me to.
Okay. And where did you take them when you took them back?
I took them when I entered. It was behind where the pool part is, the
Okay.
back.
So you
Yes, sir.
walked around the back
Yes, sir.
and you had both of the kids with you at this point?
Yes, sir.
What happened from there?
I kept knocking on the door. Leilani would not answer. And I kept banging and banging. I just continued to bang until she answered. She came outside. And I said, "Leilani, Quinton and them was on the road." And she was asleep. And instead of her taking the knowledge of what she had done and wasn't awake with them, she just backhanded Quinton in the face.
Can you describe that in a little more detail? What did it look like?
She raised her hand all the way back. And she just backhanded him. When she did, his head hit the concrete.
Where on his face did her hand hit him?
Right here.
And you're gesturing, I gotta say this for the court reporter and transcript and all that, you're gesturing towards like your cheekbone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that this knocked him down?
Yes, sir.
Did she hit him hard?
Yes, sir.
And when he fell down, what happened?
I looked at her and then he started crying. He got up when I lifted him up. He got up and he ran to me and he started pointing to my mom's house.
Did you say that his head hit the concrete out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he ran to you and you said he started pointing?
Yes, sir. Pointing directions to my mom's house.
Were you holding him at that point or was he still on the ground or what?
I think it was after a minute I did pick him up. Yes, sir.
Okay. And his pointing towards your house, what did you take that to mean?
I knew he wanted to go with me, but Leilani wanted them to stay.
Okay. Did you take him home?
I believe I took Quinton home because she didn't want me taking Zane home.
Were there any other incidents you remember that involved the defendant, Leilani, pushing him, hitting him, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there anything that you heard, other than what you've already mentioned, and you've talked about some of this stuff, was there anything that you ever heard her say that caused you to believe that she didn't like Quinton or didn't feel the same way about him that she felt about Zane?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about those things, that if the ones that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yes, sir. She would call me over there and ask if she could talk to me. And I would go over there and she would just complain about Quinton, how Quinton wasn't like Zane. He wasn't smart like Zane. And that the only reason that she loves Zane and she didn't love Quinton is because Zane's been through everything with her and Quinton hasn't been through nothing.
Did she ever point blank tell you anything about whether she had any feelings of love or affection towards Quinton at all?
Yes, sir. She told me she did not love him at all.
She said that to you?
Yes, sir.
Where was that when she said that?
We was on the back porch. He was in on the back porch. There's like a play area with a gate.
Is that with the brown couch in it and the slide and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was, you were out there, and was Quinton out there?
I was in the play thing with Quinton and she was by the tiki bar.
Okay. How did that come up, that she's saying that about Quinton at that time?
She was mad at Danny.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how did it get on to Quinton and saying that about Quinton?
Because Quinton was making noises with his mouth and saying he was calling out for Danny. He kept saying, Danny, Danny. And she kept getting mad about that.
She was mad at Danny at the time?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And Quinton was calling out for Danny?
Yes, sir.
And that's what led up to her saying that thing about Quinton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Quinton ever stay the night at your house?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. We would have Quinton for weeks at a time at our house. She never called to check on Quinton. But we never complained about it because we really enjoyed Quinton being at our house, being able to love on him. And
They're good kids.
I'm sorry.
You miss him?
Yes, sir.
Think you're ready to be done with this now?
It doesn't matter. I'm fine.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times where Quinton would sleep over at your house, but the other kids would?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about? How did that happen?
When Leilani would say she's coming to pick up the kids, she would be like, oh, I'm coming, or Danny's coming to pick up the kids. Quinton would never want to go when it was her. So she was like, he could just stay here. It's fine.
How was Danny with Quinton and the kids?
Danny loved the kids a lot. He was good with them. He treated them how they were supposed to be treated.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Em, the last time you were asked to talk about these incidents with us, you noted that these incidents happened in May, June, and July of 2022. Is that correct?
I didn't say. I said I didn't know the exact months.
Okay, well, the different incidents we've talked about.
Yes, sir.
All the incidents that you named, can you tell me when they happened?
No, sir, I cannot.
Okay. And when you saw them happen, the things that you've described here in court, did you call anybody like the police?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you call anybody like DFAX to report Leilani?
No, sir, I did not.
The PlayStation controller push you described.
I believe her mom
He fell
did.
back on his bottom.
Could be
Yes,
wrong.
sir.
Okay. Did you see any kind of a bruise or a mark or a cut or anything on Quinton as a result of the push you say you saw?
Not at the time, no, sir.
And the pool incident, you obviously that was in the warmer months, but you can't say when that happened either, can you?
I know it was in summer sometime, but I don't know the exact month.
Okay. And in Savannah, summer can be a pretty long time.
Yes, sir.
Same question as before. Did you call the police about it or DFAX or any authority to report Leilani Simon?
No, sir, I did not.
The stairs incident, I think he went down the stairs and you got to him, but he didn't cry, did he?
Not for long. He didn't really let out a long one.
And you didn't see any marks or injuries or bruises?
Yes, sir, I
Thank
did.
you.
Okay.
Thank you,
What kind?
Leslie.
It
Thank
was a
you.
bruise on right here by his head.
Okay. Now the roadway incident.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Heidi. Leslie.
As I understand
thank
it, you were at your house and you saw the boys out there near the road.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you went there. Actually, you ran to them, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Because you recognized kids in a roadway with cars going by can be a very dangerous situation, can it?
Yes, sir.
And it can be very upsetting.
Yes, sir.
And you knocked on the door, but couldn't get an answer right.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how Zane and Quinton then got out of the house on their own?
Zane knew how to open doors.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And right now, in recounting these different incidents, you can't give an exact date about when they happened, can you?
No, sir, I cannot.
And we've already established you didn't call the police about it, call any authority or any DFAX to report what happened.
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you feel any regret?
Well, being 14 at the time.
When these things would happen, was there anybody you tell?
I would tell my mom.
No further questions.
Ms. Mccarta, you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness. Is this the witness that's expected to take some time?
Yes, ma'am.
On second thought, maybe we'll take a stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to excuse you for the evening. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:00 a.m. I think by now you know the routine. I will instruct you not to discuss the case, not to do any research, not to allow anyone to discuss the case around you. Please do not consume any media regarding this case. All right. And with that, you're excused.
Jurors exiting.
Stuff your face. Yeah. I don't know if she did, but I know some of the neighbors did. Is Monster Mom in jail? This is her. She's on trial.
Thank you. All right. Is there anything that everyone can have a seat? Is there anything that we
I know
need
they
to
do.
pick up before we stop for the evening? From the stage?
I don't think so, Your Honor. Nothing that comes to mind.
Mr. Hilliard?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay, we'll start up again in the morning at 9:00 a.m. At this time, we are in recess.
Order in the judge room. Order in the judge room.
All right, so we got order in the judge room. There we go. All right, everyone, that was a cool 8 hours, 11 minutes, and 54 seconds long. They started at 9:30. All right, guys, I will see you guys here in a little bit. I am going to go eat and do some stuff. I'll be back at around 9:30, maybe before, maybe a little after. I'm not going to be doing I'm not going to have like a reminder. So I'm just going to pop it up and just go live. So I'll be anywhere from 8:30 to 9:30-ish. So about 3 hours or so. Love you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you for joining me. We'll be live tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern time as well for day 5, which will be the first full week of Leilani Simon case. After that, we have anywhere from another week to 2 weeks, making it 2 to 3 week trial scheduled for. All right, guys. Love you. See you guys in a little bit.